Hello, and welcome back to MetalDisciple.com's Metalheads podcast. My name is George.
And I'm Buke.
And we are here with our end of the year episode.
Finally.
And today we have a guest with us.
Yes, we do. I've been trying to get him in here for a long time. It's our buddy Will. If you follow us on Twitter, Will, we would always retweet out from when he was at Port City Brewing, and he would do heavy metal nights. What's going on, Will?
Not much. Thanks for having me, guys. It's been a while. I know we've been trying to coordinate this for a long time, but I'm glad to be out here. It's great.
Yeah, you're finally here. Tell us about, first off, for the listeners out there, give us a little background about how long you've been listening to metal and stuff like that, other than you're some guy who brews beer.
Yeah. And how long have you been doing that?
I've been listening to metal a lot longer than I've been brewing beer. I can assure you that. I've been listening, so I'm 42, and I've been listening to metal since I can pretty much remember, but I would say solidly probably by age 10. I was into heavier rock and roll music, a lot of early Iron Maiden, Motley Crue. Granted, it was the 80s, okay? So,
Sure.
Of course. Again, I was born in 83, so...
Yeah, I think we're probably on par. I'm just a couple weeks shy of 43, and I've been listening since
Buke was born.
Since Buke was born, pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much, exactly.
So yeah, I started off, Motley Crue and Quiet Riot, Ozzy.
Exactly.
Stuff like that, and then moved on up to Metallica and Megadeth and Slayer, and then, it's like a disease. It just keeps getting heavier and darker.
Next thing you know, you're throwing the horns in the air and listening to Cannibal Corpse.
Yep.
All the early stuff. It's just gateway music till you get to the good stuff.
Yeah. It's funny because, the people that I grew up with that listened to metal with me, most of them, I won't say all of them, but most of them moved on in the 90s. Maybe they went alternative or whatever, but they don't listen to metal now.
I've run into quite a few people who's like, "Oh yeah, I used to listen to metal." I'm like, "Well, why did you stop?"
Exactly.
What's wrong with you?
I don't get it.
Why would you give up Slayer in college for Dave Matthews? What, you trying to get laid or something? Like, come on.
That's the only thing I can think of is that maybe they weren't really into metal. They just did it because a friend was into it, or they thought it was popular, and once it wasn't popular anymore. Not that metal was ever all that popular, at least not in Michigan where I grew up.
Now, Will, did you grow up? I'm sorry.
Did you grow up?
No.
Yes, I did grow up. I'm grown up now. I'm married with 2 kids. I'm all grown up.
Did you, George from Michigan and me, from the D.C. area here, did you grow up in a metal area? Were you accessible to go to concerts?
Yes.
I
grew up just north of Philadelphia, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, a little town called Percy or Percrazy. But you could go down to the Trocadero in Philadelphia, lots of shows. You would go down to the old Spectrum before they blew it up. And that's where you had the big arena shows back in the day. And then you could also go up to Allentown, Pennsylvania. Used to be this place called the Airport Music Hall where they would just have a lot of the sort of, it's kind of like the equivalent of going to Jack's/Empire Nova.
Cool.
Yes, a lot. So yeah, going to metal shows, easily accessible for me growing up.
You remember your first show?
1988, when Buke was 5 years old. My dad drove me and my good friend. I was like a freshman in high school, and I saw Anthrax and Ozzy.
Oh, that beats my first show. Mine was David Lee Roth's Eat 'em and Smile tour with Tesla.
Were you still in the Gateway phase then?
It wasn't so much, no, because I was into Metallica and stuff like that, but they came to Ann Arbor. See, most shows you had to go to Detroit, which was, it's kind of like going from here to D.C. And being 15 or whatever I was, there wasn't much going to Detroit. But they came and played the Chrysler Arena in Ann Arbor, which was like 15 minutes from home. And me and a couple of my friends and my friend's mom went with us and let us go there. So,
wait, did the mom go into the show?
She did. She went with us to the show.
That is awesome.
It was...
I wish my dad was sitting here. I went down to the Trocadero.
Okay.
I was in high school. I couldn't drive, so I was like 15. And I went with a bunch of friends, and my dad actually went into a Testament. The Trocadero has a balcony. It's like a lot like the 930 Club here in D.C. And he sat in the top balcony area, and I know it was Testament, but it was like Testament, Suicidal Tendency or something. This was like, God, like 19, I don't know what year this was. 1987, 88 or something like that.
Was it the Practice What You Preach tour?
Yeah, I think it was.
Because I went to that.
Yeah. So I don't remember who, but I remember Tess was there, and my dad walked out of that show like, what in the fuck was that? But he was a trooper. He went in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, God, it wasn't one of my first shows, but my dad, where the Flyers used to play.
Spectrum.
The Spectrum, yeah. I saw Pantera there. And they didn't come around here except they come, no, that's right, they did. They came here 3 days later to Towson. Oddly enough, I've never been seen another show at Towson's stadium or their basketball arena.
Isn't there the Rector Theater in Towson?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's just a little hole in the wall.
Yeah,
I've
little
seen a
hole.
show there.
I saw Dio there. That was awesome.
Wow.
Man.
But yeah, my dad didn't come in. My dad was like, yep, okay, I'll be back in a couple hours. See you when this is all done. So, again, going back to when you first caught our attention, for those of you who listening who don't know the D.C. area, you worked in Port City Brewing. That, from where George and I live, is about an hour and a half away. Depends on how you drive.
Yeah, about an hour, yeah.
But it always caught our attention because I saw these posts from people I followed before I followed you, and it was like Metal Night. You don't know how, as a big beer drinker like I am, you don't know how many nights I had gone in to bars and said, hey, is there a metal bar around? Or is there a bar not playing shitty rap music or club
It doesn't
music?
really exist.
It doesn't exist, period.
Not in the DC area that I know of.
You know a metal bar?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Where?
Kuma's Corner, Chicago.
Okay.
It is worth the trip. If you ever I think it's in not North. It's it's not too far from O'Hare Airport in Chicago.
Okay.
And it looks from the outside like it's just a dive bar on a corner in a small neighborhood in Chicago. And this whole place is nothing. It's my mecca. It is nothing but phenomenal burgers. So it's a burger bar.
Okay.
It's more of like it's a metal bar with a craft beer and burger problem. All the burgers and all the food are named after bands. So you can get the High on Fire, you can get the Slayer, you can get the Black Sabbath burger. They have great, phenomenal craft beer. Most of it's local from the Chicago area, and they just blast heavy metal at high volume, and they don't care. It's sort of like
Perfect.
But the thing is, the food is so good. There's always a line to get in, like on a Friday, Saturday, weekend, whatever. There's always a line to get in, and I went there twice when I was in brewing school in Chicago. I actually took my wife there once too, and she was a trooper. She stood in line to go because she's not a heavy metal fan. She has seen Slayer with me. She has done that. But yeah, it is in your face, and it's not just like, hey, we're gonna play some new Metallica or something like that. It is like they're gonna play High on Fire, they're gonna play Slayer, they're gonna play Cannibal Corpse. Like it is full blown.
So, again, what caught my eye with that is that, again, here was, and you know, us in the metal community, we take care of one another. For those of you, just again, to say it for the first time, your Twitter is @BrewMetalWill. Definitely give him a follow. So I would see guys here in the DC area retweeting about this Metal Night. And I was like, what is this? So, you know, I started following you, and I told us, hey, check out our podcast. And that's when we started talking. And, you know, we first met you over the summer at the
Sound of Thunder show.
The Sound of Thunder show, which was really good. God, who was that headliner again? Raven?
Yeah,
Those old guys.
school.
And those guys were great. But, you know, you started telling me about it, and you want to tell people what that Metal Night was that you were doing?
Yeah, so exactly what you were saying earlier is that there's no place just for people to kind of, that I know of in the DC area, to just go out to a bar and listen to metal and just drink beer and have fun, hang out with other metalheads and stuff.
Yeah, the only metal you get at bars now is the touch tunes in the back.
Right, and there is one place that, the Big Hunt in DC,
Okay.
which they don't do a metal night and it's not a metal bar, but they do have some pretty good heavy metal selections, exactly what you're saying, on the touch tunes or on the jukebox or something like that. But yeah, I just noticed that there's no metal bar in the DC area, and maybe I was inspired by Kuma's Corner in Chicago, where it's like that's all they play, that's their thing, and the beer is good enough and the food is good enough that you see grandma sitting in there, and I'm like, well, you know, I thought the beer that we were making is pretty damn good, so why not have a metal night?
Would you close down the venue?
No.
exclusively, or
No.
It was like a theme for the night.
Yeah, I mean, it was clearly advertised as a metal night, and so like if you were a, I don't know, whatever, some country music fan, and you happen to be in there, it's not like we're going to tell you to come out, like get out. You know, it's just hey, at whatever 6 o'clock, the playlist is going to change dramatically.
Did you ever see people walk in, scope it out, hear the music, and then be like, I'm out?
No. There was quite a few instances, and I can remember one. I'm not going to go into the details, but there was clearly two guys there who were not in the metal at all, and they hung out the entire time. Because they were just having fun. They were just doing their own thing, drinking beer, and they were having fun, and nobody was messing with them, and it was just like, it was great. But I remember one of the metal nights, there was a guy who clearly looked like he came there for the metal night. And it was a complete coincidence because he just happened to like metal, happened to come to the brewery, and he was like from Sweden or something. And it was a total coincidence. He was there with his parents.
This guy's like, this is great.
I know. He's like, oh my God, I just walked in the greatest thing ever.
I mean, I'm here visiting.
Yeah. I'm going to a brewery, and suddenly now I'm in a metal night at a brewery with my parents. This is great.
I sense an opportunity here. You know, you make beer. We like metal. I like food. We need to start our own metal-themed restaurant and brewery.
I have to admit, I would love to clone Kuma's Corner. Franchise it. I don't know. Rip off the idea. But, that place was just so cool.
Is this what the Guar Bar is going for?
Probably. Yeah. My wife always has the Food Network on, and there's so much good food on there. And I'm like, man, I love all these restaurants. And, you know, it'd be cool to have a restaurant that made this really good food and had really good beer and played metal. It'd be great to work there because you'd never want to leave.
So,
hey, let me just say this. If the three of us did that, do you know how large we would be?
I'm already there.
we were trying to get on George's level. so, to then give a little history, then, how long have you been brewing? Or was it that was a hobby?
Yes.
Or
no, not really. I just decided that I wanted to change careers and start brewing, so I did. And I went to brewing school in 2010, started working as part-time at a brewery in 2011, started working full-time at a brewery in 2012, and then I'm switching breweries now, so I'm going to go... So I guess I've been brewing full-time for 2.5 years. But I'm going to a new brewery now called Fairwinds Brewing Company in Lorton, Virginia. It's a startup, and I've been insured by the owner, Casey. If you're listening, Casey, I'm spreading it out throughout the world that you have promised me that we will continue some version. We will have a heavy metal themed night at the brewery, and I will continue to make metal themed beers while I'm there.
And that's what the listeners need to know also, is that you have done, and what you're famous for is brewing different batches while listening to bands. And, you know, you clearly put it on the, what's the silver brewers, or what are they called?
It's called a fermenter.
Okay, on the fermenter, you tell what you brewed it listening to. If it was up to me, like I would tweet at you many times, I would say brew it listening to Opeth, but
yes.
You can't brew everything to perfection, I understand.
Well, there was no Pale Communion played in that brewery. Although, I will say, I gave him the peer pressure because you and my good friend John, my good friend John should come up here at some point and do this with you guys too, because he is a super Opeth fan. In fact, are you going to Opeth tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? What?
They're not coming around here.
Oh, they're going to Philly. They're in Philly. Quitter. John is going. John is a super Opeth fan. He's hung out with them.
Has he seen them 14 times?
He traveled around with them.
Oh.
So, yes. So, John, if you're listening, I told you I'd give you a shout out. But John is also a huge power metal, prog metal fan too. Yes.
Did you give it a listen? To power metal?
To what?
You said you were going to give me some props. Did you listen to power metal?
No, what I did do is I gave him the peer pressure. I downloaded Blackwater Park and the other good one where they actually are still growling a little bit. And I played it, and I think I tagged you in the Twitter when I took a picture of it. Like, finally, I'm listening to Opeth and brewing beer. Are you happy now?
Yeah, I saw.
Frankly, I think if beer was brewed listening to Opeth, it would probably be weaker than usual.
Oh, Yeah, that's why I was going to brew a pale ale at a pale communion because I didn't want to come under gravity and be really weak.
Let's take a break, refill.
So, as George just said, they had to take a break, and Will, being the beer guy, metal guy, he brought some beers with us today. Will, our first brew we had, now the second one that we're drinking is...
Well, the one we're drinking right now is called Black Tongue Double Black IPA, and this is a tribute. I think this may be official collaboration with the band Mastodon. So it's named after the song Black Tongue. It's actually made in the United Kingdom by Signature Brews. And the first time I heard about this beer, any metal themed beer, whether it's an actual collaboration with a band or a tribute to the band or just has a very metal looking logo or something, it's like, I need to have it. I need to try it. I have a pretty big collection of stuff. So this one, I think maybe officially sort of collaboration with the band. I'm not 100% sure by that, but it's a double black IPA. The first time this came out, I actually ordered it from the UK and I spent a small fortune to get it, but I had to have it. And then this one I actually just found, I think down in North Carolina when I was down there, I was doing some active duty a couple weeks ago. Yeah, so I saved a bottle and I definitely wanted to bring this up knowing that I was going to do this podcast at some point. And I brought some other stuff too. Maybe we'll talk about those a little bit later. The first beer that we had was a beer, one of the last beers I brewed when I was still at Port City called Maniacal.
Okay.
Which is a double IPA. And that is, if you ask me, it's a little bit of a tribute to Cannibal Corpse off their song Maniacal off the album Kill.
Nice.
Huge Cannibal Corpse fan. And so whenever I brewed that beer at the brewery, it's just Cannibal Corpse all day long.
So, to educate myself and people listening, what makes it a black IPA?
So black IPA, it's very much a misnomer because if you look at like an IPA, India Pale Ale, all right, well, it's supposed to be pale in color. So a black IPA, what they do is there's a couple different ways. You can either just make a really hoppy stout, or you can make or you can just make an IPA that just happens to be black. And there's two different techniques really to how to do that. But this one kind of is in the middle ground. So all they're doing is they're taking a whole bunch of roasted malts along with all the other all the hops and the other pale malts, and they're just making it a really hoppy dark beer, essentially.
Okay. Have you seen any heavy metal stouts?
We will have one later today.
Yes, we will.
Blacker is
Yes,
collaboration
we will.
between Real Ales in Texas, Surly up in Minneapolis, Minnesota area, and Three Floyds in Munster, Indiana. So I did have a can of that. A friend of mine, Jason, who was down in Austin, grabbed some for me. And so we are going to crack one of those open today. More stouts. Yeah, I'm sure there are. You put me on the spot and I can't think of them. I know there are.
It's okay. I'm a stout guy.
Yeah.
But I could drink stouts all day long. And the listeners will be happy to know, like we mentioned it on the Guar episode, Will was handed his 4-pack of the Guar beer from the barbecue today.
Yes, I received that. Thank you very much.
And also, we also learned from Will, because we asked a question earlier in the year when we were buying the Iron Maiden beer, what's the proper way to collect these heavy metal beers?
Yeah, so I don't really... Beer is made to be drank. It's made to be drank fresh. Unless it's a higher alcohol beer, like over 8%, then you can age it. But don't age it too long, maybe a couple years. Yeah, drink it, and then save the bottle. And I noticed that George, over in the bar area, you got a Trooper bottle sitting there. I think it's empty.
One is empty, one is not.
Yeah. Well, if it's been sitting up there for a year, I wouldn't drink it now, but... But I did bring a bottle of that too, so we can have some fresh Trooper.
Yum, 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 yum.
I have quite the collection of heavy metal beer bottles. Definitely drink the beer and then save the bottle.
Did you hear on the episode last week that they're going to start canning that?
The Trooper? Yes. I did not hear on the episode. I did see that.
It's the one you haven't heard yet.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the one I was not able to download.
Yeah, but they're canning it now.
Tall boys.
Awesome. So, Will, if you moving over to this new brewery, will it give you the freedom to maybe work with bands in the future?
Yeah, so there's been quite a few local metal bands I'm friends with that have approached me when I was at my last brewery to brew some beers, and unfortunately I was not able to do that either, for logistic reasons or whatever. But the new brewery, Fair Winds, which will be in Lorton, Virginia. Did I mention that already? I'm not sure.
Okay, keep mentioning it.
Keep plugging.
Yeah, plug away. Yeah, we'll have. I am told that I will have the ability to collaborate with bands and make beers for the band. So I already made a beer for my friends in the band Baracho, which I love those guys. Check them out. I made a smoked nut brown ale for them, and it was a true collaboration that we developed the recipe together with the band, and they had many taste tests and had some feedback, and then finally came up with the final recipe. So that's how I approach it. It's not just me coming up with a recipe and slapping the name of a band on it or something like that. I believe in the true collaboration aspect of it.
And it's cool that bands take that much care and,
Yeah.
it to be a collaboration.
Absolutely.
You're not just like, brew something and stick our name on it.
Right. If a band wanted to do that, I don't think I would be interested, because it has to be a band that loves beer, loves craft beer, and wants to be involved in the process. So I've been in previous talks. My friends in Yesterday Saints, I did one pilot batch for them, but I'm going to continue that process, making a beer for them. King Giant, which I'm wearing my King Giant hoodie right now. I love those guys. Great guys. Great band. Talked with them. And then what we saw together, the first time I met you guys in person, is The Sound of Thunder. They approached me for a while, and I would love to make a beer for them. So there's a couple local. When I say local, they're local to their hometown is the D.C., Northern Virginia area, Maryland area.
We need to get you on a national, global scale. International bands.
Yeah. So, there are a few that would be awesome to make an official beer for, but not holding my breath.
Now, we talked to Mike Conti a couple weeks back from Early Man, and we asked him, he writes some killer riffs, and we asked him if he sits down, to write something, to not fall into something he's maybe heard before. In the brewing world, is it hard to come up with something that is fresh and new?
Sometimes yes, because there's so many breweries out there. There's like over 3,000 breweries in the United States now, and just in the U.S. and it's growing every year. I mean, it's growing exponentially, and it's. I don't think it's still even at the point pre-Prohibition. There was still more breweries in the United States before Prohibition than there are now. Wow. I may be wrong on that, but the point being is that we're still getting back, and we have like whatever triple the population that we did back then. So there's so many breweries out there that at some point somebody's probably done something that you're thinking about. Maybe not. And the thing is, you have to keep pushing the boundaries to do something somebody hasn't done. For example, the guys at Dock Street in Philadelphia, they literally put goat brains in a beer.
Ew.
Because they wanted to have like a official Walking Dead beer, like a zombie beer. So they put goat brains in a beer. So like, at what point are we going to push the boundaries to do something someone else hasn't done? Or a lot of times it's just different ingredients, but like what we're drinking right now, a double black IPA. Well, I don't know if this style existed 10 years ago. So there's been but now it's an established style. Cascadian Dark Ale is the official, I think, name of it now. But yeah, it's getting a little harder to do stuff that somebody hasn't done before, or you may just be doing a little tweak on something that they've done. You could always do it better. That's true. Yeah. So it's getting harder and harder, in my opinion, to do something someone else hasn't done already. But doesn't mean you can't do it again. Maybe you can do it better. Would
your dream be to work hand in hand with a Cannibal Corpse, or is there a band that you have something lined up? Don't give away any of your secrets or anything in your head, but is there a band that you like to work with that you got this perfect beer already drawn up?
I mean, the local bands I already talked about, I have some ideas for them, and I love all these bands, and I love supporting the local music scene in DC. I know this is a worldwide podcast, but we're obviously in the Washington DC area, so definitely have some local bands. Would I like to do an official beer for Cannibal Corpse, one of my favorite bands in the whole wide world? Yes. If you're listening.
At Brew Metal Will.
Yes. I've tagged them in enough times, though I brewed Maniacal. They haven't responded yet, so I'm assuming they don't take care of their own Twitter account.
What's up with Corpse Grinder, man? You'd think he'd be on top of that.
You would think.
Yeah, there's a lot of bands. I totally love a lot of bands that I would love to do something with, but a lot of times lawyers get involved, and that's where
everything breaks down.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
What do you guys think of this beer?
This beer is awesome.
This beer is great. As someone who's not an IPA guy, to get in simple terms, more of a smoky flavor coming through from this for an IPA.
Yeah, like a roasty.
Yeah, a roasty flavor. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, good.
It's really good. Great.
I'm trying to
beer.
trick you. It's baby steps. It's kind of like this is Quiet Riot back in the '80s before you get into Cannibal Corpse and Opeth. You know? It's like it's a hoppy black beer, and then next thing you know, you're just going to be in straight hop heaven.
George has Convincing Buke, the metal side. You have Convincing Buke, the beer side.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
We'll do this again, and I'm going to bring in another beer. We're going to make you drink it and ask you, what do you think?
Do you like Ruination?
Yeah.
So what's the
okay.
problem?
Yeah. Wait, if you like Ruination, like one of the hoppiest beers in the world, it's like
It's okay. It's okay. Again, I'm never going out and buying them saying, I want that.
Oh, I love
Ruination
Ruination.
is an IPA by Stone, which just has like one hop addition at the very beginning. It's just bitter. There's like no balance to it. And
I just saw a Stone Stout the other day. It was like 18%.
Are you scared of that?
You can't handle the 18%.
But how do you get 18%?
Add more malt. Add more sugar.
Really?
Yeah. Just keep adding ingredients until you can get up to 18%. Add a lot of yeast. Maybe a little help from some other stuff, but yeah.
Black magic.
Black magic.
Okay, well, let's get into the...
Blast the heaviest doom metal to shake the fermenters enough, keep the yeast activated. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, well, the end of the year is coming, and we're all three of us going to be doing a year-end best of top 20 list, but we're going to get into that later. Right now, I have a little something special for my co-podcaster, Buke. Being that Christmas is just around the corner, I have a little present for you.
Oh, I didn't even bring yours. What? What is this?
It's a present.
It looks like vinyl.
It certainly is. Guess I should have given you something to open it with.
Wait, now I feel like an asshole. Not
Drum roll.
Oh, it's so hard. Oh. You can hear through my reaction screaming. One of my top 3 albums of all time. Bloodbath, Resurrection Through Carnage on vinyl.
Blue vinyl.
I could kiss him right now.
Oh, okay. I want to see this.
I have something from you, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you, George.
You're welcome.
That means the world to me.
It broke my heart when I ordered it and your reaction, and I was like, all right, I went back and ordered another one just for you.
I still remember when George, funny story about that album, when George and I used to hang out, we were up in his room at the time where George had all his music. And George said, come here, let me show you something special.
And it wasn't my penis.
And I still remember when you put that on, you're like, this is fucking brutal. It's
You cry my name.
It's an old throwback to death metal. If you've never heard this album, well, amazing.
Wait, you kidding me? I'm a Bloodbath fanatic.
I know. They're amazing. They're amazing.
So you die.
Exactly. This album is amazing. This album is amazing. Okay, George, let's get it. Thank you very much.
You're
I have
welcome.
something for you, too.
So,
I didn't bring anything, sorry guys. I brought beer.
you brought beer. What more do you need, really?
What are we drinking now?
Oh, we're drinking, so we have to thank my good friend Steve Angelucci, a.k.a. Luch, who lives up in Naugatuck, Connecticut. He lives 10 minutes away from New England Brewing Company, which makes this phenomenal beer called 668 Neighbor of the Beast, which is obviously a riff on 666, the number of the beast by Iron Maiden. And so he regularly ships me down this beer, which happens to be featured in the Brutal Truth Guide to Extreme Beers, which was now a friend of mine, Adam, was the author of the book. Anyway, if you haven't got the book, get the book. But this is a great Belgian-style golden ale, and I'm absolutely obsessed. And this is the best Belgian beer you can get in a can. It's great. So cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers again.
This is, by the way, keeping count, our 3rd beer, and we've barely cracked the episode, so it should be interesting.
This is taking off my nervousness because I want this guy's approval so much, being like a brother to me, that my list... I was sitting there last night, and I know I don't have to please him, but sitting there doing my list last night.
The top 20 list?
Well, it's funny because he's building his list from the list that I gave him.
Because again...
Wait, you shared your list ahead of time?
No. I gave him the coal that becomes the diamond. I gave him it was 73 albums.
Just random, just a pile.
It was just, random, not in any order of, these were my first pass-through favorite albums of the year. That has since expanded to 100 albums, but we're only going to be dealing with the top 20 today.
Because, again, for the listeners out there, I had my first child born in June, and I got hurt in work earlier in the year. So for a 4 to 5 month window, I was, when you had kids, you're tapped out to everything.
Yeah.
So I listened to a lot of music this year. A ton. I've bought a lot of music this year. But George was kind of like, hey, you may want to check this out. Did I listen to him? Some of them. But this is my list.
He's been so excited the last week since I've been sending him some of this stuff. He's like, did you hear that? Of course I heard this. This is awesome.
Everything is awesome.
Thanks.
Everything is cool when you're part of the team. I don't have kids, but I know it.
What's your excuse for knowing that movie?
We had kids over.
Okay. So,
All right. Well, to bring this down a notch, last Monday marked the 10th anniversary of Dimebag Darrell's murder. That really fucking sucks. I can't believe it's been 10 years already. It's one of those life-defining moments. It's like 9/11 for metal. You know where you were when you heard about 9/11. I remember the moment that I heard about Darrell.
burn it on Blabbermouth.
I was sitting at my desk. I'd just gotten into work, and my friend Anthony called, and he was like, hey, you know this guy on the news? I was like, what guy on the news? And he's like, some guy from like Pantera or something got shot. And I was like, no, you must be mistaken.
No, be honest. You heard Pantera and you're like, oh, Phil finally overdosed.
I didn't. I think I probably not, because I think he said it was the guitar. I think he's like the guitar player. And I was like, no, you got to be wrong. It's got to be somebody else. And so I pulled up the news on my computer, and I was like, just blew my mind. Couldn't believe it.
You know, as the band that got me into metal, this one hit me hard. Not in the sense that, you know, I knew Dime, but metal for me has gone on to become one of my hobbies. I've met a lot of great friends from it. Heard a lot of great music that's occupied a lot of my time. So to only see Pantera twice before this, three times, and maybe selfishly on my point, say, hey, we're not going to get any more Pantera. It was sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the other day, you know, obviously they're not going to do a Pantera reunion. You know, Vinnie Paul's like, no way, we're not doing this. But I was wondering, does Phil ever play Pantera songs like with Down and stuff like that?
His Phil Anselmo and the Illegals,
Yeah.
which probably one of the biggest disappointments for an album I've ever had in my whole time.
Yeah, it was bad.
I did not get that one.
Oh, it was horrific. He does play Pantera. He plays like Walking on Broken and all those.
At least there's that, you know.
You remember when you found out when Dime was killed?
To be honest, I definitely remember it. I don't remember where I was.
Yeah.
I was sitting there when you guys were talking. I was very quiet because I was sitting there thinking, like, where was I in 2000, like December, like late November, early December? I guess it was
December 8th, 2004.
Yeah. Where was I in 2004? Chances are I was not in the United States. I didn't even know about it.
It's okay.
But I do remember seeing the footage on the news of some crazy guy just walks up and starts shooting him.
Yep.
And I guess to me, the way I looked at it is like, I hope this is not a trend that continues, because you just think about you're a musician just standing there and vulnerable in front of thousands of people. And sometimes it's 100,000, sometimes it's 200, sometimes it's 50 people.
Yeah.
But just being up there completely exposed, like anything could happen to you. And you see all the time at concerts, like people throw stuff on stage, they throw bottles, and you guys can get hurt, but you never think about someone just walking up and shooting you. And I think that's the thing I took away from it the most, is like, wow, like somebody, especially this day and age, just somebody walk up and shoot your ass.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Crazy. And to think that, and I remember, because that was around the time that Pantera had broken up, and there was so much talk in the media going back and forth of Dime and Phil bashing each other and reasons for the breakup and stuff like that. And still to this day, a lot of people blame Phil for the breakup, and they blame the breakup is what led this psychopath to go.
If they'd been Pantera, they wouldn't have been playing in a bar, and somebody wouldn't have been able to get up on stage and shoot him.
Yeah,
he wouldn't have been able to. But they also attribute his death to maybe angering this psychopath.
Yeah.
To doing it.
Officer James Niggemeyer, the guy who killed Nathan Gale, I just read the other day that he's actually still in counseling for PTSD for that. That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah. All I'll say about that is that they can hang on and linger for years. So I wish him the best.
Yeah.
It's been rough.
Let's take things in a slightly lighter direction. This next bit I conceived in the car listening to XM radio. It's purely tongue-in-cheek, so don't take it too seriously. I was listening to Liquid Metal, and they were playing Manowar's Die for Metal. And I was thinking, it seems really irresponsible to write this song. Because if you listen to it, it starts off and he's like, I quit my job. And how many Manowar songs start off, I quit my job? Be like, Eric, Joey, come on. You can't be telling people go out and quit your job just because you had a bad day. That's irresponsible. People got to have money. They got kids to feed and mortgages to pay. You can't be telling them that. Second of all, when did metal become jihad? Why do you have to die for metal?
It's a new type of metal called Shaheen metal.
I've always loved Manowar and their battle and warrior things, and it's epic, and it's, it gets the blood pumping, and it's fun, but it's always been in a fantasy context. And Die for Metal, he's talking about, first he quits his job, and then he goes to this bar, and he's hanging out with his brothers, the Immortals, and they're drinking beer and listening to metal, and then they suddenly have to die for it. And I don't quite get why they have to die for their metal.
Have you ever seen the video for this?
No.
It's like some kid who goes to work. He has on like his leather jacket with the back. Did you ever have a leather jacket with the back patch and patches?
Leather jacket? No.
Or a denim jacket?
I've had a denim jacket, and I think I stopped wearing that in junior high.
No
back patch. No,
patches?
I never got into the whole
Because George and I always
thing.
wondered if I, at 31 right now, about to be 32, could rock a back patch. And probably not.
It's just sort of a thing that its time has passed. I mean, maybe it's because of my age, but
as George mentioned it, we see him at Empire all the time.
the Brazilians.
Oh yeah, when we saw each other at the Ravens show, it was like everyone had one on. I felt like I left
How badass do
out.
those South American guys look with their vests, their bullet belt, their long hair?
Oh yeah,
But you just don't walk around like that anymore. I mean, at our age, that would just look silly.
but here we are, all sitting in black T-shirts, all black T-shirts with white writing on it. I can't even, mine says rigor mortis. Yours says
Hooded Menace.
Mine's Metal Disciple.
I was like, I couldn't even read what that says.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. It's for the website, but it's done in dark throne text.
Ironically, what's weird is I've had so many concert T-shirts throughout the years, and it wasn't really until the last couple years I actually started wearing them in public.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird. It was sort of like, I have it, I don't wear it that much. Maybe because I had a more professional job back then. But now that I'm a brewer, I'm not really, I guess I'm a professional brewer. It's not the most professional job. I'm not walking around in a suit and tie, but like now I wear it all the time. Mm-hmm. Much to my wife's chagrin, I'm sure.
I can assume your wife doesn't listen to metal.
No, she listens to it.
But not by choice.
Yeah.
Mine's the same. I get in the car with my wife now, and she's like, I always ask her, knowing she's going to say no. But I'm like, you want to listen to your stuff? She's like, no. Just play what you want.
My daughter really likes it.
Does she?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
why I'm so excited about my daughter. She's at 6 months yesterday, and just to know that I can start to mold her and try and shape her. It's great.
It happens. I mean, she will be a daddy's little girl at some point. She may be a mama's girl right now, but she will be a daddy's girl at some point. And yeah, my daughter loves metal. She has a Slayer shirt that she loves. She has a Suffocation shirt, a Guar shirt, a Baracho shirt. She has 2 Baracho shirts, which she loves. She loves the band Baracho. She's obsessed with Baracho. Like, she will get in the car, and it's not just like she's just trying to appease me or some weird thing like that. Like, I could play her. She'll say, "Daddy, play Baracho," and she'll say Grinder, this song Grinder, which I love, and she loves too. And I'll put something else on. She's like, "That's not it." All right. There's no fooling you. I understand. And then I'll put Baracho on from the same album, play a different song. She goes, "Well, that's not it either." I'll play a different song on the same album. That's not it either. And then I'll finally get to it, and then she's like, "Yeah, that's it. Thank you." Like, she knows. Like, this is when she was like 3 years old. Like, she's smart.
Nice.
And she likes it. Yeah, if anyone follows me on Twitter, you'll see several pictures of my kids wearing various metal things. The last one I posted was a picture of my daughter in her Slayer shirt, decorating the Christmas tree, holding up the Slayer Christmas ornament.
Nice. All right, well, why don't we get into some news stories? This first item isn't particularly metal, but it's kind of metal in its intent, so I thought I'd mention it, and it's local to our area. A Redskins fan recently died of lung cancer, which is, of course, sad. And he put in his obituary that he would like the Redskins to be pallbearers at his funeral, so they can let him down one last time. That is messed up.
That is messed up.
That's pretty funny. Apparently he had a sense of humor, so it's too bad that he's gone.
Redskins keep letting us down.
Yeah, the Redskins are horrible this year.
Yeah.
Every year.
The organization is just in shambles.
I feel really bad for Adam Reza, who's a brewer at Port City, who's a good friend of mine. I was on his brew team with him. He's diehard Redskins, and I'm an Eagles fan, being from Philadelphia. So we had a bet, and he was convinced that they got Deshaun Jackson and RG3's coming back this year, and that the Redskins were just
This was the year.
This was the year. This was the year.
You always hear that from Skins fans.
And I just feel bad for them because they're just so terrible.
Yeah, we're bad.
And it's not even like a typical year where they're just bad and you're like, man, they suck. This year's been like a freaking soap opera. It's like, who's quarterback this week? Oh, what's going to happen to RG3? Is he here? Is he gone? Is he playing again? Is he benched for the season? What's going on? It's messed up. Another thing that's messed up is the continuing saga of bands that argue over the name. Buke just told me about this yesterday. Immortal has joined the ranks of bands that are arguing over the band name. Abath and Demonaz are both going to court over who has ownership of the name Immortal. I gotta say, I really hope we don't end up seeing Immortal AD or Abath's Immortal or
Abath presents Immortal or
something horrible like that. I mean, honestly, if it's really about these two guys. If they're gonna split, they might as well just throw in the towel.
Now, when they do this, is so they can continue to tour under that name.
But they're still together, as far as I know. They haven't split. They're just arguing over who owns the
when
name.
I read this, that's what got me too. Is that I remember Abath put out a couple years ago, and then they put All Shall Fall. What was that? 2-3 years ago now?
It's a while.
Yeah, we never heard them breaking up.
No.
And then this comes out.
I don't know. We'll see.
Do you listen to them at all?
I'm not the biggest black metal fan.
Neither am I. But
Hopefully you will be this week.
it's weird.
Yeah, I did see what's
Immortal
coming up
to
later.
me, one of the few black metal vinyls I have. Sons of Northern Darkness, I own.
Yeah.
It's a great album.
It is. All right. So, also, apparently the Grammy nominations came out. Couldn't give two shits about the Grammys, but I did take notice that 2 of the songs off the Dio tribute album, This Is Your Life, got Grammy nominations, I assume, in the metal category. You know, the one that doesn't get actually played on the show that they have off screen somewhere that they're like, I think
great venue.
maybe they mail it to them. I don't know, but
They box it up.
But apparently Anthrax got nominated for Neon Nights and Tenacious D for The Last in Line.
Are they nominated for the best metal song of the year?
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's what it is. Yeah.
They're both on the Dio tribute.
Yep.
And it just so happens they're the first 2 songs on the Dio tribute. So I'm guessing that the people at the Grammys were like, they listened to the first 2 songs and they're like, that's enough. We'll just nominate the first 2.
I stopped caring about the Grammys when the whole 90 Jethro Tull,
Yes.
Metallica, like really Jethro Tull won in the metal category.
That's the day that the Grammys died for me as well. But since these are both nominated, I gotta throw my hat in the ring for Tenacious D.
So do I. That's what
That version of The Last in Line,
amazing.
I don't know if you've heard it,
I
Will.
have not heard it, no.
We were going to have to play that for you before you leave today. Is fucking brilliant. It brought a tear to my eye. Jack Black may be an actor. Yeah, but Jack Black is an amazing singer, and they just do a killer version of The Last in Line.
Can Jack Black hit the notes like Ronnie James?
Not one bit. But he puts it on. He would have to drop a couple hundred pounds, maybe to even try. But Jack Black and Kyle, they even sometimes cover songs, especially for a comical band like Tenacious D. You expect them maybe putting a little weird comical twist on it.
They totally played it straight.
They played it straight. They played it acoustically. Great. It's my favorite song on the whole album.
Mine too.
And again, I screwed up and I got the record store day, Black Friday.
Yeah, the one that has like 2. Which songs were on that anyway?
Neon Nights, the Corey Taylor, Rainbow in the Dark, and Lizzie Hale,
Oh, God.
the song that she does.
Who cares?
Yeah. And then on the flip side, it's Neon Nights, maybe, I forget, just a couple live Dio stuff.
That's a waste of money.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's the songs on the front side, but Dio singing them on the back side.
Oh, well, at least that's something. So last week we were talking about metal gifts you could give people, and I believe I might have mentioned this. If not, I mentioned it on a previous episode. KK Downing's new fragrance, Metal for Men, is apparently available now. I asked my wife if she'd get that for me, and she was like, no. So apparently I'm not going to smell like KK Downing, unfortunately.
what exactly would that like to me? If you're gonna have a metal perfume, it's gonna smell like a fog machine and sweat and bo.
Dirty leather.
Yeah, like dirty leather. Like seriously,
I like how you added in the fog machine.
Yeah,
because it does have a.
It's got a distinct smell to it that reminds you of a metal show. Like,
it does.
What in the fuck is this gonna smell like?
Weed.
Yeah, like what? What? Like to me, it's like the most unmetal thing to make metal.
Whatever crappy beers they drink on the tour bus.
Yeah.
And
then piss it out, and then that's what that perfume is going to smell like.
It smells like BO.
Yeah.
It's gonna maybe a little bit of Rob Halford.
Yeah, or brand new silkscreen T-shirts. Merch, but like,
I like that smell. So David Vincent of Morbid Angel says that 2015 is time to start writing for the next album. Do we have any hope that it's not going to suck like that last album?
I read this article, and I don't have a lot of hope.
No?
No.
Yeah.
Not here.
I don't know.
He was very clear that he's just going to do whatever he wants to do, which I'm kind of hoping that he would have got the hint from the last album. Like, what the fuck was that?
It was pretty much universally reviled.
Yes.
It was trash.
I love Morbid Angel. Like, I got Morbid Angel albums when they first came out way back in the day, like Covenant. And when I heard the new album that they put out a couple years ago, I was just thinking, like, what the fuck is this? And I didn't get it. And I was thinking about, well, there's certain songs that aren't too bad. I was like, I'm just not doing it. And I really hope they go back to their old form.
Domination was the last one that I could tolerate.
Yeah. Again, some people like Gateways, like I mentioned last week.
Yeah.
But I haven't listened to them in years.
So former Megadeth members are forming a new group. Chris Poland, Nick Menza, and James Lomenzo. They don't have a band name yet, but they are apparently doing something together. But Nick says he hasn't ruled out rejoining Megadeth, which last week Buke mentioned a rumor on the internet saying that possibly the Rust in Peace era lineup could get back together. Doesn't seem so crazy now.
Okay, but I thought about it more after last week. Does the Rust in Peace era Megadeth take Dave's crappy songwriting and cancel that out that we've seen recently? Because the last 3 albums have been terrible. They've been consecutively getting worse and worse.
I often wonder how much. I mean, I'm sure Dave is a major, if not complete, part of the songwriting. But I noticed a drastic difference in the songwriting when Marty Friedman left the band, and so I'm like, did he just play solos and that was it, or did he contribute to the songwriting process? I don't know. Maybe just having that lineup back together would inspire Dave to write something that didn't suck.
You heard any of Megadeth's recent albums?
Yes.
Well, they're pretty bad, aren't they?
Yeah, and I am a Megadeth fan. I've always have been. I know they've gone through some pretty bad albums. Risk. The new one. What's the new one called? Super
Collider.
Yeah. Oh, it's terrible.
Super.
Although, ironically, if you kind of take it out of context, there's that one song in there that has like a lot of bluegrass in the beginning. I was like, if you just think about it as a song, it's not too bad. If you think about it as a Megadeth song, like, what is this? Like, I did not like the new album at all, and I haven't. I thought some of it, like Endgame, was good. United Abominations was good.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, some of those, they were good albums. And I thought, like, okay, they're getting back to form. But I'm a big fan of the old Peace Sells, So Far So Good So What, Rust in Peace, obviously. But yeah, I think the whole sort of mid to late 90s was just a bad time for metal in general, for everyone almost. It just seemed like everybody just did. So it's like you give everyone a pass. Like, okay, the whole mid to late 90s, it never happened. Okay, start over again.
Yeah.
And then when you come back to this, you're like, what's happening again? Are you listening to Mumford & Sons or something? Like, who's inspiring you right now?
I like Mumford & Sons.
He probably has them on vinyl.
I have 2 of them on vinyl. Thank you very much.
See who we deal with, Will?
What's the name of this podcast?
Exactly.
The Mumford & Sons Fan Club Podcast.
And he was saying under the guys that, my wife likes them.
No, I like them.
Unplug your microphone. Right
I like folk, Celtic-y, folky kind of music stuff. I like the Pogues. Hate to admit it. I listen to more than metal, but metal is my first and best love.
I mean, I listen to all kinds of music too. I mean, everyone asking like, what kind of music do you listen to? I listen to all kinds of music. I like death metal. I like thrash metal. Sometimes I like black metal. I like doom metal. I like stoner metal. Like, yeah, I listen to all kinds of music.
Mm-hmm. That's me. Just metal.
Fine, whatever.
Oh, I do listen to the Frozen soundtrack a lot.
I can see that coming in my future.
Yeah. Oh, dude, don't do it. Holy shit.
It's coming.
She only gets to watch Metalocalypse cartoons.
Yes.
So I read that one of the guys from Slipknot called moshing a form of bullying.
Yeah, that was Chris, the guy with the long nose.
I only said it, I didn't say his name because I couldn't pronounce his last name. You know how to pronounce his last name? Yeah, me neither. So I call him one of the guys from Slipknot. I understand what he was saying in the context of he was talking about one big guy that gets in the middle of the pit and just knocks over the little guys, and he's just there to knock people out and bash people around. And that's not really the spirit of the pit, but I still thought it was kind of a odd statement.
Yeah, I don't know if I go as far as saying it's a form of bullying, but there are several different mosh pits depending upon your genre of metal. And this whole kung fu fighting thing that they do, and the elbow and arm throwing, like
That's a great description.
It's more of a hardcore thing, really.
yeah, well,
But
exactly.
you see it at metal shows now.
Yeah, you do. You'll see it at a Slipknot show because all the kids are into all that metalcore stuff, which is where they do it. They'll do it at a Slipknot show. I've seen them do it, and it's like, what is that? Like, and I don't get it. It's like, hey, look at me doing my weird kung fu fighting, whatever, and if I swing my arm as hard as I can and I happen to clock you in the face, hey, it's your fault for getting near me while I'm expressing my individuality by myself. It's like moshing was like a community sport.
Yeah, for me, the mosh pit was always it was a violent churning storm, but it was also a sea of brotherhood.
Right.
It was like, we're metal together, we're slamming together. Somebody goes down, you pick them up, make sure they don't get stomped, and we're all in it together. And the people that come into the pit to hurt other people, that's just stupid. It's bullshit.
Yeah. It's like it stopped becoming a violent sea of community, brothers supporting each other and sisters supporting each other, to this like, watch me individually do this. It's bizarre. Like I don't get it. And then to what the guy in Slipknot was talking about is, yeah, you do have those one guys who are big guys who stand in the middle and just want to hurt people, and they're douchebags, whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, I also read about James Hetfield. He was interviewed, and he was talking about being afraid of responsibility and being a role model. And I guess that sort of ties back to like Some Kind of Monster when he was in rehab and things like that. And a lot of the stuff that he was, because he was drinking and doing whatever, it was sort of a response to not wanting to deal with these sorts of things. And I'm not going to go into the whole story that he mentioned, but I related to some of the stuff that he was saying about how he had all these ideas, but as soon as it came time to like stand up and be front and center and like the leader of something, he shied away from it. And I was like, I could relate to that, I don't want to fail. And I'm like, and at the same time, I'm thinking James Hetfield is probably the single most inspiring role model that I've ever had. My whole life, I've always wanted to be James Hetfield.
You look like him.
I'm fat James Hetfield.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird statement coming from a guy who's probably in the biggest rock metal, whatever they are now, band in the world, being the frontman, lead singer, and you don't like responsibility. It's like, it is a bizarre statement, but a lot of these guys are carrying around demons, and hey, you don't know what's going on in their heads.
Yeah, I mean, it's humanizing. It's interesting, to have that different perspective of, to put him up on this pedestal from my perspective, and for him, he's just like, don't look at me, don't make me the center of attention. I don't want to be your role model.
So if he is going to be the role model and the center of attention for the group, who is it? Because Kirk isn't it. He's never been it.
No,
but he should be, because he's probably the most grounded and sane person. Robert is probably pretty good too, but I don't know.
He seems like a nice guy who brings up valid points, who likes what the fans say. I'm joking. That's a callback to our earlier episode on downloading.
So Cattle Decapitation is going to enter the studio in early 2015 for an album later in the year. Looking forward to that at all?
I am. They've, brutal death metal band, but I always like to hear what they put out. I've never been a super fan of them, but they put out good stuff. And speaking of this news story, at Soundgarden, they have the box set you just bought for $80.
$80. What did I pay? 100? Damn it! I was just going to say how I got that. I haven't opened it yet. More exciting for me is the new Powerwolf album expected next summer.
This I'm excited about. These guys are awesome.
Yeah,
These guys are great.
It's kind of blindsided me. I didn't have any idea this was coming out, and I don't know, Will, if you've heard of Powerwolf. They're power metal.
Yeah, I think I actually have some Powerwolf in my iPod music collection, but somebody probably gave it to me, or I probably downloaded it for one of the metal nights that I was doing. Yeah, I'm not that. Some power metal I really like, but I'm not that into it. So I have no comment on Powerwolf.
I'm not as into power metal as I used to be, but Powerwolf was one of those bands that made me go, oh yeah, I like this.
Catchy.
It's-
the definition of catchy.
Yeah, it's just so epic and huge and melodic, but still heavy.
The song "We Drink Your Blood" is just the definition of what a power metal song is. Just catchy, fun, you know.
Yeah, it's good stuff. The most metal guy on the planet, as far as I'm concerned, Christopher Lee. Okay, he's Dracula, he's Saruman, and he sings metal, and he's 92 years old. He just released a Christmas song called Darkest Carols Faithful Sing. What the hell, man?
One of my friends who's not metal posted this to my Facebook page the other
Mine
day.
too. I had somebody post that to me.
And he's like, dude, this guy's doing a metal song. I said, whoa, he's been doing voiceover work and stuff for metal bands for years.
Yeah, and he put out his own metal album.
Yeah.
One or two of them. He did a heavy metal Christmas thing last year. It was like Little Drummer Boy and Silent Night, I think, was like a single.
Great voice.
Yeah, man. The fact that he's 92 years old and he's Christopher fucking Lee. You know, I mean, I've been a fan of Christopher Lee since I was a kid and he was Dracula. I was like, that's so weird that he's metal.
Wait, do you know that he likes heavy metal?
He
or-
does. Wow. I mean, the whole Manowar Rhapsody thing. I don't know. He probably wasn't Manowar. I think it just was Rhapsody. Yeah, they got him to work on an album or a song or something.
The whole album.
And he liked it.
And he liked it a lot.
And so he's been doing all this metal stuff the last couple of years. It's crazy. I know. I don't know what to say. So Jolyn Turner is trying to convince Richie Blackmore to put down the Blackmore's Night and resurrect Rainbow.
Not going to happen.
You don't think so?
The only reason being, it seems like Blackmore wants nothing to do with anything of his former.
I thought he was completely against anything to do with Deep Purple ever again.
Yeah.
Apparently it has to do with management, not the band, because he did say something. I'm not sure how recent it was. Could have been something they quoted from a few years ago, but he did say that he might consider doing like a tour with Deep Purple and stuff like that. And I'm like, really?
As much of a Rainbow fan as I am, if they resurrect this, I'd go see them.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, obviously I prefer Dio.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's going to sing?
But Jolyn Turner, who replaced Dio, there's a couple good songs.
Since You've Been Gone, I love.
Since You've Been Gone and Street of Dreams,
Yep.
and, there's some good stuff. It's certainly not Man on the Silver Mountain,
Yeah.
It's not the greatest metal song of all time, Stargazer, but
exactly.
it's good. So what? Is this Santa Claus like we talked about last week for this next story here?
I don't know. Well, it's funny. They've been talking a lot about how Slayer rescued a kitten. But if you read the story, hear about the story, Slayer really didn't have anything to do with it. Somebody on the Slayer crew,
Right.
like a tour manager or something, saw a homeless guy. He was selling a kitten for $1. So she bought the kitten and gave it to a friend that had been looking for a kitten. The band was probably completely oblivious to the whole thing. But
Yeah. This wasn't even going on their radar.
it's still a cool story.
It is a cool story.
All right, we are about ready to get into the new releases, but before we do, what are we drinking now?
We are drinking Sabbath by Star Hill Brewing Company down in Crozet, Virginia. It's just a little bit south of Charlottesville. They came out with 2 beer. And so this is clearly some sort of tribute to Black Sabbath because on the label, it's got a giant fiery pentagram upside down.
Nice.
It's a black IPA, so it's very much like the Mastodon beer that we drank earlier. It's a black IPA. It's pretty tasty. And so they came out with another beer for this winter, released in winter 2014, called Snowblind. And so I hit him up on Twitter because I've met Mark Thompson, the head brewer, once or twice. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't him responding on Twitter, but I said, is this a possible another Black Sabbath tribute beer, the Snowblind Bach? And they said that I may be onto something. So that is a beer that we will also have a little bit later that I brought with me.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, we're drinking the Sabbath tribute beer by Star Hill.
Nice.
It's pretty tasty.
It is.
I like it.
And Snowblind happens to be one of my favorite Black Sabbath songs, too, so score. All right, so new releases. This time of year, there's generally not a whole heck of a lot of new releases coming out, but I actually found a few that were worth talking about this week, so here we go. First one is the classic Swedish death metal band Centinex. They haven't been around for a while. I'm not sure what the story is there, but they're back now, and they have a new album called Redeeming Filth. You ever heard these guys before?
Not here. I'm in the dark.
I have to say I've never heard of these guys before, but I did give them a listen, and these guys, I liked it, and it reminded me a lot of Massacre, the old Tampa Bay area
Nice
death metal
callback.
band.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot like Massacre. Some of the riffs and the sounds, I liked it. I'm a big Massacre fan, so I grew up listening to Massacre.
I like their new album.
I do too.
They just came back.
We may talk about it later.
All right.
Oh, we may. Oh.
Next up is an Irish band. They're I'm probably going to pronounce it wrong, but I'm going to give it my best shot.
It can't be worse than when we did Storm. What was it? Storm?
Shilma Gonar. This band, I believe, is called Cruachan. They're an Irish band. They play like a Celtic black metal. They've been around for a while. They've got a new album called Blood for the Blood God. You know, it mixes the heavier, blackish death metal type stuff with Celtic influences. And I haven't listened to the whole album yet. I've known about them for a few years. But I listened to the first couple songs, and it sounded pretty good. So you might want to check that out. Another album that is just coming out now is another sort of classic death metal band, classic death metal sound, rather. I don't remember. I think they might be Norwegian. I can't remember now. I'm sorry, I didn't look that up. But they're called Execration, and their new album is called Morbid Dimensions. I highly recommend checking this out. It probably won't be on today's list, but it will be on my larger list that will come out next week.
Yeah, I haven't heard these guys before. I'm definitely going to check them out, though.
It's good stuff. Next up, we've got a Funeral Doom band, and I don't know what it is this year. I haven't really heard a lot of Funeral Doom, which is kind of disappointing.
There's more Death Doom.
But this band's called Frowning, and the album's called Funeral Impressions. And this music is fucking slow and heavy and just growly, and it's what Funeral Doom is. So if you're into that, which I am, check it out. Another pseudo-Funeral Doomish type band that just is releasing, I believe it's their debut album, self-titled debut album called Mesmer. I heard this a week or two ago. Wow, this was quite a surprise. I mean, I get promos like daily from tons of bands that I'm never going to listen to because there's just so much shit. But this one, I don't know, maybe it was because they called it Funeral Doom. I gave it a listen and I was like, hey, this is pretty good. So,
Okay.
And I think I may have sent you a copy of this, Buke. So if you haven't yet, you should check it out.
And going back to Execration, they're from Norway.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was right. Yay! And finally, for the new releases, I wasn't sure this was going to be released this year, but apparently it did come out this past week, or this coming week, is the new EP, The New Tomorrow from Witherscape, which, of course, is the Don Svano band, where he mixes death metal and a more traditional metal. The dude is just amazing. I mean, you know, he plays drums for Bloodbath. He was a singer for Edge of Sanity. He's guest vocaled on a million albums. He's produced a million albums. He's one of my favorite guys in metal.
What was Witherscape's? Oh, he was in theater. He produced Theater of Tragedy.
Did he? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he produced tons of stuff.
What was the Witherscape album, the first one?
Inheritance?
Yeah. I say that again because you and I can't talk highly enough about that album.
Exactly. And this EP, it's like 7 songs. I think there's like 1 new song, and then there's like a remix of the Dead for a Day song. It's called Dead for Another Day. And he does like a Judas Priest cover, a Kiss cover, a couple other covers. I can't remember who they were. But
Do you buy this?
I did. I bought it on iTunes. I pre-ordered the vinyl. It is on the way.
Yes, it is.
Does every band now do a vinyl?
I wish. Most do. A lot of them do.
When did, because we talked about this earlier off air, that I'm not a vinyl guy because I just find it inconvenient. And both of you guys are huge vinyl people. When did vinyl suddenly come back being cool?
Well, it's been a slow rise. I mean, me personally, I've had vinyl for 30 years, but I only ever had like 100 albums on vinyl probably because it was inconvenient to, you know, you buy vinyl, you can listen to it at home. That's about it.
Right, yeah, you're not going to listen to it in your car.
Right. And so I always bought the cassettes and then eventually the CDs. But now I can get digital and a vinyl. And sometimes, not often enough, you can buy the vinyl and get a download code so you can have your cake and eat it too.
Right.
So I'm not...
Are you listening? Do you listen to every single vinyl record that you get?
I haven't had time to because I've been getting a lot.
Is it more of a collection hobby thing?
I will speak up on that and say, this is absolutely nuts. Not mature. I have a lot of other things I could be spending my money. I have my first
college education for your daughter.
Exactly. I got into my first vinyl record store day of this year.
The day that we recorded the first podcast was his first day of vinyl.
I am now up to almost 400 albums. Vinyl.
Since April.
Since April. It's just, you know, when you're paying almost $25 a piece, it's maddening.
That's probably about $12,000.
Don't put it in those terms. A lot of them are
Does your
used.
wife listen to this podcast?
No. A lot of them are used. A lot of them are $2-3.
Yeah, you can get used ones for just a couple bucks. And that's sort of where this addiction started
Yes.
for me. I want to say about 2 years ago.
Recognizing the problem and that it is an addiction is the first step to recovery.
But I've been told that for years. I've had people that I work with, when I told them how many songs were in my iTunes library, he was like, dude, you're sick. You have a problem with music.
I'm the same. I have stuff I have not listened to it yet.
Yeah.
Going back months. But it's just this is an old callback. As if vinyl records are Beanie Babies.
Well,
Is this a previous addiction that you had? Do tell, Buke.
I do buy a lot of vinyl.
I do listen to a lot of vinyl as well. As you've seen, I've got my room, like a room set up for it, where I've got all my vinyl and some speakers and stuff. And I'm actually in the process of planning out some like Wi-Fi wireless speakers that I can move around the house so that I can have a little bit more portability with it. But as I was saying earlier, now I get albums digitally so that I have portability. And if I'm at home, then I can put on the vinyl and enjoy that sound here.
It is a better sound.
I think so. I think it sounds better. And so for me, it got really serious about 2 years ago. And I've noticed within the last year or so, it has really...
Because me.
Not just you.
I'm driving him to... Oh, I'll show Buke up on this one. See, George the other day, to let you know what this, my best friend asshole, does to me. He's like, just get ready. Wait till you see what I'm about to post here.
I was trying to be nice. I was trying to prepare you for the fact that you were going to see this.
So as I'm heading to work, and I shouldn't, be on my phone and drive, but I'm pulling up Instagram, and I keep reloading it. As new stuff is, oh, look, there's one album. And I'm like, I wouldn't buy that album. Then there's another, hey, that's almost a kind of cool album. Then it's like, what? Oh, that's cool, buy. Oh, he got that. Oh, I'd love to have that. Then it's like I'm speechless here. You can't obviously see me on the fucking podcast. But like this Bloodbath, Resurrection Through Carnage, he gets this stuff, and I'm like, oh, I need that. I need all these vinyls that he's posting.
And then...
Keeping up with the Joneses.
Basically. The one that had me worried the other day was he had been telling me how much he really wanted the Bloodbath EP on Blessing the Purity.
I have been on my Discogs wish list since I started this episode.
But do you want it because you want to listen to it on vinyl, or you want it just to own it?
I wanted to own it because I say it would be cool to have it on vinyl. I guess that's a good question. Being totally honest, I guess just to have it.
All right, you guys have a problem.
We do. But I want to listen to it.
Starts now.
Especially now that I'm working from home, I can listen to this stuff all day long. So
I'm going to have a house 12 hours a day. I come home, I take care of my baby, I don't listen to music. It's
yeah,
a
you
problem.
do. You're always posting pictures of you. It's like in the foreground is a baby who going deaf, and in the background you're playing something. You're like, look, I'm playing this really heavy metal album really loud, and my daughter's going deaf.
You've been over my house. I have amazing Martin Logan electrostatic speakers. These things sound amazing. But they have a real cone of sound that you step above to the left or right of this cone of sound, and the volume drops significantly. But when you're dialed in, these things sound amazing.
And right in this triangle, the cone of sound is right where your daughter sleeps, right?
At times, she has been in there. But I was blasting some album that's on my list the other day, and I had to actually position her in her little play walker thing behind the couch. So she had like a audio barrier to her and the onslaught.
So it's basically like, hey, get out of the way of my music listening experience and just go shun in the corner. Go play behind the couch. In fact, just go outside and play on the street so I can listen to my Bloodbath Resurrection Through Carnage LP. Get out of here.
Yes, at 6 months, that's what's happening to her. She has been shunned behind the couch now.
I've seen the pictures. I know you're a loving father.
I am.
The fact that you're even playing it while she's in the room shows that you're a very loving father.
I love her to death, just like with your kids. But I will encourage her to do anything she wants. I will support her in anything she wants to do. She wants to be a police officer, be a soldier, be whatever. But if she comes home and she says, "Daddy, can you put this vinyl on and it's a rap album?" I'll break it right in half.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right, when you say, because I was about to say, when you're saying you're going to support her in everything that she does, like
Not rap.
yeah.
Not rap.
Oh,
yeah,
Not
but-
rap.
What about country?
Her mom listens to it. So, and the thing is, I can listen to country, but I say old country, 90s country.
I can listen to country too, but I want to blow my brains out.
See, I'm like that with rap or pop or indie rock or any of the stuff that people listen to now.
You know that if you break her rap record in half, she's going to go out and buy 2 more. And then
Yeah.
you lost the battle, because as soon as you don't approve of it, that's what she wants.
It comes from the guy with no kids. But
Now-
I think he's right.
Going back to when
Because
we were-
I was that kid.
Yeah, going back to when I didn't ask this earlier. When you were growing up, getting into metal, did your parents try and say, "Don't listen to that"? Or
No,
anything like that?
absolutely. And
I know you
no
said your
sh-
dad took you to a show and he came in.
Yeah, it was actually pretty shocking. My parents. I mean, they weren't exactly like liberal parents or anything,
Yeah.
but they never tried to dissuade me whatsoever. And I think, in fact, I think one of the first things I went to whatever Kmart back in the day to buy a CD, and I had my own money somehow doing something. I think I was like, whatever grade I was in. I was in elementary school,
Grade
and
5th, 6th grade.
and it was Motley Crue "Shout at the Devil." I mean,
Hell
think
yeah.
about that.
That's a black album cover, right? With the is that
Yeah.
No, it's like it's got the quad. Well, yeah, it's black. It's got the quad pictures of them
Yep.
dressed up like almost like women.
The front of the vinyl is a
front-
raised pentagram.
Yes, there's a raised
Okay, yeah.
pentagram. Yeah.
yeah. Shout at the Devil. And my mom like, yeah, okay, I'll take you to the store. This is what you want, okay? And you want a bandana to go with it, and everything else, and
That's awesome.
T-shirt.
Yeah,
and-
that's awesome.
Yeah, my parents did not care. My dad liked. My mom was like a Bee Gees fan. And
Okay.
My dad was very much into classic rock. He liked Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin, and big Frank Zappa guy.
Nice.
And, but I mean, he always liked rock. He liked rock and roll,
Yeah.
kind of thing. It wasn't like he was into country music or some sort of soul, Motown, Soul Train kind of thing. Like he was into rock. So yeah,
You
my
weren't hating it
parents
in.
never ever dissuaded me whatsoever from taking me to shows and go to concerts. They were extremely supportive. It was awesome.
I wish I had that. My first metal T-shirt was a Megadeth shirt. It was the Peace Cells shirt. It was a white T-shirt with the album.
White?
I didn't know. I was a kid. I didn't know any better.
Well, did Megadeth know any better?
Yeah. Well, I ordered it from a mail order catalog, because that's what you had in the 80s.
Absolutely.
And it was a white T-shirt with the Peace Cells with Who's Buying album cover on it. And I ordered it, but I didn't tell my parents. It showed up. My mom's like, "What's this?" And she opened it, and she was like, "You are not wearing this." I was like, "But ma'am."
I remember wearing an Anthrax shirt to church.
Really?
Yeah. My mom did not like. It was Catholic church.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
Catholic by any stretch of imagination.
Yeah, I'm
anymore.
Catholic too, but
Yeah.
I couldn't.
No,
imagine
my mom.
wearing it.
I wore Anthrax shirt to church
Nice.
one time. Yeah, she didn't care. She was cool about it.
I wanted to go see Metallica open for Ozzy on the Master of Puppets tour, and they were like, "No, you can't go." Boom, Cliff Burton dies. I'm like, "You motherfuckers!"
I want you for.
I had the opportunity, and I was not allowed to go.
I never saw Cliff Burton perform. I saw him on the Justice for All tour.
I saw that eventually.
How awesome.
Queensryche opening.
Yep, exactly.
Did they just get pelted with shit the whole set, or
Yeah,
what?
I don't remember them being received very well.
No, I remember. I wasn't I actually like Operation Mindcrime now, and like probably after that, I liked it.
It's Mumford and Sons.
Yeah.
Older age.
But I remember feeling bad for Queensryche because they were just getting buried under mountains of shit thrown by the crowd.
And the thing is, like, Queensryche in their own genre is a very good band.
Yeah.
It sounds weird to say open for Metallica. This is Metallica, like 1990 time frame, so much different Metallica than now. Like now, Queensryche would open for them and they would bat an eye,
Right.
Probably, but yeah, back in the day, yeah, that was a little like, what's going on?
All right.
Has the time? Do you want to stop, get one more drink, and then get into
The top 20.
the top 20?
Let's do it. We'll be right back with some more beer. We are back from our little beer break, which our little beer breaks are like half an hour long. So
There's going to be another one because I'm out.
Jesus Christ.
I know. I was just going to say before.
I didn't fail out of college for fucking drinking water, brother.
Well, I mean, we're only splitting 12-ounce bottles 3 ways, so you're only getting 4 ounces, so it is kind of like a shot.
Right. Well, for those of us that still have a little bit of beer in our glass, what are we drinking
Cheers,
now?
George, I still got some.
So this is the Snowblind, right?
This is the Snowblind. It's a double black by Star Hill, another Black Sabbath reference, and They did confirm via Twitter that I may be onto something, quote unquote, if this is a Black Sabbath reference. So if you were listening earlier, they did do a Sabbath Black IPA. Pretty confident by the Flaming Pentagram was a tribute to Sabbath. So another metal beer, well done. Did not expect that from Star Hill, but yeah, good on you guys.
All right. Well, it's tasty as well, so thanks again.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to get into our top 20 list. We're going to go round and round. We're going to each do our 20 and then each do our 19 and so on, so we can just sort of go around the table.
This is the top 20 albums of 2014.
Thank you for doing my job. Yes, our top 20 albums of 2014. Why don't we start with Buke, head over to Will, and then I'll come in with the coup de grace.
Yep. I'm nervous.
Should we all just make the caveat that this was not easy?
It wasn't.
Oh, it's never easy. It's never clean.
Yeah,
to be a beast among human sheep.
Yeah, for me, it's like some of the positions, like number 20, number 15, probably could be changed.
Yeah.
And I have an alternate, like 4 or 5 bands that could have easily been changed out. So mine is not in an exact order.
Except your number one, right?
Are you looking at my
Nope,
list?
I'm just saying. Your number one.
But I would say my number 1 could be switched with my number 2.
Wow, mine too.
It's always like that.
Yeah, mine too.
You know, I don't know if I mentioned on here, but I did mention earlier, as early as this morning, I swapped out my number 12 with something that was between like 50 and 100 on my other list. So it's a fluid kind of thing, you know, and everybody's list is their list. You know, what you like is what you like, what the other person likes is what they like. And, you know, so what if they didn't pick what you picked?
Yeah, I'm not doing this as a music critic. I'm doing this as what I like.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Buke and George, what we like.
Yeah.
And I also mentioned earlier, looking at my list, it's clear that I don't want to say I'm a music snob, but I'm definitely way down the rabbit hole in terms of underground music and like weird shit. You know, it's like
Mumford & Sons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
We will not forget that.
You know, the normal metal fan, they've got their black t-shirt, maybe a leather jacket, a jean vest with the back patch kind of thing. I'm like full gimp suit. Okay, with like spikes and like zipper eyes. That's where I am down.
So you're one of the drummers for Slipknot then?
Yes, basically. That's how far I take things. And so, if my list is a little weird, that's why. Because I obsess about this shit 365 days a year.
We're gonna get the image of that. Looking across with
Bring out the gimp.
Exactly. George the metal gimp.
That gimp is kind of portly in the middle. He's like the anti-Goodyear man. The satanic Goodyear guy. All right, Buke, number 20.
Viking metal has kind of taken a little break recently from everything I've heard listening to things. Aside from Anonymous, got nothing really to speak of lately. But my number 20 comes in as King of Asgard with their album Karg.
Really?
Number 20.
God, I hated that album.
That's what I love. That's what I love. Lay it at me. Yeah. That's my number 20.
I'm just fucking with
No,
you.
I love it.
I actually like their last album quite a bit. I just wasn't as impressed with the new album as much as I was with the last one. But
how many times in this album do they say Odin or Valhalla?
A bunch. It's Viking metal. You know what you're gonna get.
You have to do it.
Yeah, you know what you're gonna get.
All right, Will, your number 20?
My number 20, and like I will caveat all these with, this is not necessarily my 20th favorite thing, but just I had to put it in there. Gloom, a local DC band, and not all these are going to be local, but this is definitely a local DC band, Gloom. They are kind of like a death metal, black metal, slightly sludgy, doomy. They're good. And I met these guys at one of my metal nights, and they handed me the CD, and I took it home, and I was like, wow, this is good. And it was almost strange because I almost felt like they were like, hey, please listen to us. I'm like, dude, like, you guys are good. Like, it's not like, I've gotten CDs like that where like, oh, yeah, you guys are not that good. Like, these guys are really fucking good. Gloom. Gloom.
I will be looking that up.
Yeah, I'll be looking that up too.
They have an EP. The EP is just, I think the EP is just called Gloom. You get them on Bandcamp.
Okay.
They gave me a CD, and it's really fucking good.
Perfect.
Okay. My number 20 is our boy Mike Conti and from Early Man, and this year's album, Thank God You've Got the Answers for Us All.
Good choice.
As a great
Amen.
album.
Thank you, God.
Yeah, as he said, his family is Jehovah's Witness, and so he grew up really having issues with wanting to listen to metal in that family. And
I listened to that podcast. It was a great podcast. I have a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses in my family too.
yeah, so yeah, this album, like all his stuff, it's just incredible. The riffage is great. It's just kind of classic heavy metal. I don't want to say classic, but it's, more contemporary sound, but, it doesn't really, it's not death metal or black metal or anything like that. It's just kind of heavy metal, good riffs, good singing. Great album.
Okay, I want approval of this man singing across from me so bad. No, number 19. These guys wear their inspiration on their sleeve. You just said it. Classic metal, classic doom. This album came out, I think, in April. And I was really hooked when you turned me on to them, George. This is Below, Across the Dark River.
God, I hate them.
I know.
I'm just kidding.
I know.
I just said that to
obviously you hear these guys, the first thing you think, Candlemass, 100%.
Oh, yeah. No, actually, I love these guys. I just said that to fuck with you.
I know. It's just a classic doom sound, and I think they do it very well.
In fact, it's sitting, I was playing it, the vinyl, before Will showed up. It's sitting on the turntable right now. Yeah, that is a great album. So, good choice there.
Yep. You're 19, Will?
My 19, so I have two locals of the DC area bands on this list, and they are number 19 and 20. Fortress, Unto the Nothing. These guys are a funeral doom band out of Hagerstown, Maryland, not far from here.
Why don't I know this?
Yeah, why don't we know this?
I've told you guys.
I know you have.
I remember you
telling
telling
me about these.
I know you have.
They literally just came out with their first full length, and it's dark.
Actually, is it on Bandcamp?
Yeah, you can get. I ordered it. I ordered the CD, and I got it within a couple days. I ordered it on some website. Whoever's doing the promotion for or recorded or whatever.
I think I did hear this now that you mentioned it, because I was like, oh yeah, it's a local band. So I think I did listen to this.
I'm telling you, what I have to say about Fortress is what you get on the CD is not what you get live. And what's awesome is, and you guys both better fucking be there, is next Friday, the 19th, DCHeavyMetal.com is throwing their holiday party at The Pinch, which is a bar, music venue, craft beer, a lot of craft beer, good food, in Washington, D.C. on 14th Street. And Metal Chris is throwing his heavy metal party. And Baracho, which is my friend's phenomenal stoner band, fuzz rocking stoner band, and Fortress and Foehammer, which I don't know, but I've heard that they're awesome. They're playing the show, and this is the CD release party for Fortress. You gotta see these guys live. It is the sonic boom that comes out of these huge stacks of amps. It is unbelievable live. And I saw these guys at a small DIY show for the first time, and I was blown away by them. They're local to the DC area. I can't say enough great things about Fortress.
Yeah, can I thank you? Because George and I have spoke on previous episodes. Him and I, while we do listen to a lot of music, we are almost kind of naive to a lot of local.
I know we've had this conversation at the Sound of Thunder show.
Yes, we are.
You guys need to get into it
for no reason other than we work a lot. Living here in Frederick, trying to make it down. I, of course, working evenings. I have to take a leave to make a show, but we just miss so many shows that unless they pop up on the radar like a Bandcamp or, through you now, and thank you for putting these on your list, they go right over our head because...
I'm going to be going to Death Fest by myself because somebody here can't go.
Yeah.
Any chance you're going to Death Fest?
I'm pretty sure my wife is not really going to be keen on me going through 3 days of heavy metal, even if it's in Baltimore. And what drives me crazy, it's like one of the biggest death fest. I love death metal, obviously, and having such the world-renowned death metal festival 45 minutes away from my house. I haven't gone. Someday I'll make it.
Yeah, I've never been, and I bought tickets to Friday and Saturday at the Edison lot so that I can see Triptychon and whoever's playing the other day. I know there's a bunch of bands that I want to see. I just don't remember who's headlining that day. And I don't even know if Triptychon's headlining the one day, but they sure as well better be.
Yeah. All right, George, 19.
19. Okay, my 19. I can't pronounce the band very well. It's hard to say because of the strange combination of letters they got in there. But the band is called Sludge. It's like sludge and slug. Sludge. And the album is called Gastronomicon. And it's It's a surprisingly good death metal album about slugs.
George introduced me to this heading down to the barbecue, and that's exactly how he phrased it. I had the same reaction. I was like, "What?"
But then you hear it, and it's fucking amazing.
How many songs are called like "Clean Up My Snail Trail" or something? Like,
Hide the salt or stuff like that.
You know, there's like Salters of Madness or something like that. It was
Really?
Yeah, it's like the song titles are funny, but the music is some serious shit.
we gotta trade all our top 20s because there may be a few I expect when it gets to the top 10 may overlap, but definitely need to exchange the list because I want to hear.
Like here you go. The Sound of
Mucus.
Slime Wave Zero.
Salters of Madness, I was right. Dark Side of the Shroom. So it's weird stuff, but honestly, it's not that novelty. It's really good.
Let Us Pray, like lettuce the vegetable.
Oh,
All right, 18, Buke.
18. This is a Canadian power metal band. I had to fit some in here. They blend power metal in with heavier death metal growls. This is Crimson Shadows and Kings Among Men.
Nice. That's a good album. I like that one.
You know what you're getting. You know, you blend power metal and then you mix in the heavy harsh vocals at times. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, I like that album.
I've never heard of them. I'm gonna check them because we need to trade our list.
Yes, we definitely need to. This is how you discover new music.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like tape trading, but not tape trading.
It's podcast trading thing. My number 18 is Prong, Ruining Lives.
Prong. I forgot about that one.
I did too.
Yeah.
I had when Prong came out with their first album tape. I had it on tape. Got that, and then Beg to Differ, and then the Cleansing. Snap Your Fingers on Cleansing.
Yeah. I saw them open
Whose
for
fist is it
Ozzy.
anyway? I mean,
Good choice.
What was Prove You Wrong?
Prove You Wrong was on Beg to Differ, I believe.
Was
the
it?
second one?
Okay, so what was the album after that?
Cleansing.
No, was it? Then it was Beg to Differ that I saw them on.
Yeah, I saw them on Beg to Differ. Unbelievable trio.
Yeah.
And they get it right. They just still are cranking it out, and it's still great.
You're doing some research. I saw them making a couple lists this year. That was good.
Yeah.
All right. My number 18 is Bloody Hammer, Under Satan's Sun. That is probably one of the most commercially viable albums that you're going to find on my list.
It's like this year's Ghost,
Really?
in a sense.
You don't have you heard them?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the most commercially available one. I've never heard of them.
Viable in that it's pretty. It's not death metal. It's not black metal. It's sort of a retro doom. I mean, the vocals are clean.
Like retro doom, sort of like Skull Trouble. Graveyard.
No, it's like I said, because it's more commercial. It's almost like I can't remember what I likened it to now. It was like Marilyn Manson meets something more dark and metal.
Cobalt.
No.
Tungsten Steel.
Yeah, I don't know. It's it's almost something you could hear on the radio. It's really catchy and yeah, it's good. I like it.
Okay.
Number 17.
This band's going to blow up in the next couple years. I'm telling you that now.
Okay.
I'm sure this will make other lists. Black Crown Initiate, The Wreckage of Stars.
Nice.
This band's going to do amazing things. American 4-piece death metal band.
I think they're a 5-piece.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But I'm telling you, this band's going to blow
Are
up.
they? I think I heard these guys. Are they a little more metalcore though?
At times.
Well, see, that was the question.
Because the single that they released, the first song I heard from them was like a metalcore vibe to it.
I really didn't want to commit to them earlier in the year because I was like,
the EP had that.
well, no. I mean, just listening to them, I wasn't sure if it was metalcore because I hate metalcore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't want to be tricked into liking a metalcore album by accident. And so I really had to listen to it and listen to it and listen to it. And I agree. I think that I was listening to them today in the car and I dubbed them Episode 4, A New Hope, because I was like, depending on how this goes, they could be really fucking awesome. Their next album could go total metalcore and I'll hate them and
If
I'll
you're
feel
using
stupid.
Star Wars reference, and the next album's gonna be the best one
Yes,
ever.
exactly, Will. Yes.
You missed the a half hour that we just spent talking about Star Wars between beers.
We're all Star Wars geeks here.
Yes.
So, all right. So, good choice there.
So my number 17 is Massacre, Back from Beyond.
Nice.
I grew up listening to Massacre from Beyond, and I saw these guys just the other night. They killed it. And then I just read a news story yesterday that they broke up.
What?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
Yep, again.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck, guys? Come on.
Get your shit together. I
jeez.
just saw that.
And speaking of the band that you were talking about earlier, Sentinex, reminded me a lot of Massacre, and I said earlier that
Yeah.
we'll be talking about Massacre again. I love Massacre. I love that Florida death metal sound that they have. It's classic. It's great. I love that album. It's good.
Right on. My number 17 is a band that, again, that probably nobody's ever heard of, called Shores of Null, and their album Quiescence.
I love this album.
You do? I was wondering if you'd listened to it yet. I don't recall where they're from. I used to know earlier in the year, but I've forgotten because there's just too many bands on my list.
But Shores, like Shores, like
Yeah.
seashore.
Yes, Shores of Null. And what really stood out to me about this band was that it's like a melodic death metal band if Alice in Chains played melodic death metal. There's harsh vocals, but there's clean vocals that are so very Jerry Cantrell, Lane Staley-ish that it just was like, wow. It really stood out to me, and I've been listening to the shit out of this album this year.
They're from Italy.
Italy, okay, that's why it's weird, because you just, I mean, I've hardly heard anything about them all year long, and I love them. I hope to hear more. And I wish they'd put out a vinyl.
To add to your addiction.
Yes. All right, number 16.
I think this has been looked over by a lot of people through this year. It's a album that came out early in the year that I listened to instantly hooked me because I do like the melodic death metal stuff. This is Finnish death metal band Insomnium and Shadows of a Dying Sun.
Nice.
This is a melodic death metal album. Their last 2 or 3 albums, when their styles kind of changed a little bit, has really hooked me into this band a lot.
Yeah, that's one I've been meaning to listen to a lot more this year, and I haven't gotten around to it. So that'll inspire me to go back and listen to that again.
Will, yours?
My number 16 is The Skull for Those Which Are Asleep.
Nice.
Oh,
Who just
wow.
played last night in Baltimore, and
They
I
did?
not see them.
We keep missing.
So if you don't know, the Skull was 3 members from Trouble.
Yeah.
And I
George and I had that revelation here. Like, he had found it out the night before. We come in and record a podcast when we were talking about new releases that week. And we're like, no shit, this album sounds amazing. This is the reason why.
Yeah. And what drives me crazy is I just got into Trouble like 2 years ago. How did I miss this band for so many years?
I don't know.
And it's like Black Sabbath with the guy, I forget the lead singer's name, but
Eric Wagner.
yeah, Eric Wagner. He sounds like the lead singer from CCR.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Not so much on the new album, but I do know that the drummer, Jeff Ole Olsen, he's a brewer at Allagash.
Really?
No shit.
Yeah.
I just started following them. Wow.
He came out with his own beer called Red House, which is named after his grandfather, and I actually traded beers with Ole via Twitter or whatever, and I sent him beers, he sent me beers, so I got one of the Red Howl beers. I sent him some of the beers that I made, and I am disappointed I did not get to meet him last night because I didn't go to the show.
Yeah.
But anyway, great
that's a good
old
choice.
school doom.
I just got it on
metal
vinyl.
album.
So did I.
Yeah.
Both got them on vinyl. I got it on vinyl first.
You did.
And I struggled because this probably should have been higher on my list.
That's a great album.
But
I can't believe it's not in my top 20. It's on my list, but it's not in my top 20.
you're fired.
Okay. All right. See you guys. Have fun. My number 16 is the one we just talked about. Black Crown Initiate, The Wreckage of Stars. That's the one that got replaced today. I pulled out a band that wasn't metal enough, and I moved this one up from like Oblivion on my list and dropped it down because I've just been so into it the last couple of weeks. Number 15, Buke.
This one for me, honestly, is, while it's still 15 on my list, and I could easily, like George, maybe not do 100, I could easily list 50 or
Yeah.
30, easily. This one was a disappointment the more I listened to it.
What? Well, then why is it at your 15?
Because it's still good. It is still good in terms of albums out there.
I totally know what you mean.
Oh, I know what this is.
In terms of albums, in terms of albums out this year, it is really good. You cannot deny that it's not.
Does it pale compared to others?
Nope, not even.
Is it very grand compared to others?
Listen to their prior albums to this. I thought they were going to knock this one out of the park from the first single that I heard. Then I listened to this. This is Machine Head, Bloodstone and Diamonds.
What? What are you complaining about? That is an incredible album.
Number 15.
I thought that'd be in both yours top 5.
Number 15. I'm sorry. The Blackening and Locust were amazing.
All right.
I'll save your, if it's made your list later on, you could say it then, but it just didn't have that same connection to me. The last 3 or 4 tracks were really
Eyes of the Dead. Hello. Come on.
It was too much of the slower Rob talking times and stuff that I love, but it just didn't give me the same.
Hey, Will, there's a spot opened up on the podcast. Would you like to be regular?
Have fired. So I'm taking over the podcast.
I can't fire anybody. I've already been fired.
Will's Metalheads podcast. So can I just still come to your basement and...
It's down there, but yep, number 15, Bloodstone and Diamonds.
All right.
I have... So my number 15, I know at least George will agree that this should be on the list. It is Triptychon.
Oh, hell yeah.
Milana
Chasmata.
Yeah.
Milana Chasmata.
It is my first Triptychon that I ever had. And I'm not... I appreciate old school Celtic Frost. My favorite Celtic Frost song is Circle of the Tyrants because Obituary redid it.
Yeah.
And I do like the Obituary one a little bit better. Anyway, so
this is going to be such a better fit,
Buke,
really.
yeah, Buke and your more history. You're out of here.
We're going to have Buke on as a guest once in a while.
that Tom Warrior nailed it. It's great.
It is amazing. I agree, totally. My number 15 is a band that I discovered just a couple of months ago, and I have just fallen in love with them. They're called Take Over and Destroy, and this is their album Vacant Face. This is a fucking killer, sludge metal album that it's not, I don't know. I read a review where somebody actually bashed it because they felt that they didn't really stick to a particular style. It's kind of sludgy. It's kind of black metal in places. It's kind of death metal in places. There's even some almost like goth-like vocals at points. But I thought this was a truly original sounding album, and I can't get enough of it. So,
what was the name of it again?
Take Over and Destroy.
As a United States Marine, I like that.
Their last album, Endless Night, I actually picked that up under the acronym TOAD, Take Over and Destroy. And so when Vacant Face came out, I didn't even know it was the same band. I was like, Take Over and Destroy, okay. And then I was loving it, and so I was looking at their discography for it, and I was like, wait, Toad? Oh, I know these guys. So, killer album. Should probably even be higher on this list. Number 14.
I'm going to get crucified again because it didn't live up to my pre-listen hype. Well, it's still good. It's really so good. And I listened to it last night with headphones, George, on your recommendation, and it's better.
Oh, no.
It's true old school death metal. It's really good. Bloodbath, Grand Morbid Funeral coming in at number 14.
You disappoint me, sir. Could you please just hand me that vinyl over there? I'll just be giving that. Maybe Will would like it.
I'm sorry.
He might appreciate it a little more.
It's good. It's old school death metal.
It is.
It's not Mike.
I'll say this about I think all three of us are huge Bloodbath fans.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think that it's not Mike Ackerfeld on vocals and the guy for Paradise Lost, what's his name?
Nick Holmes,
yeah. I think he does a great job. There's something about the production of it that just sounds a little bit different. It's a little bit more like of a black metal production sound to it. It doesn't have that rich...
The vocals didn't stand out to me, really, when I listened. Even with headphones on, the vocals just didn't even jump out either.
Well, I mean...
I agree. I totally agree with you.
I think part of it's production. I think part of it is, it's hard to replace Mike Ackerfeld on vocals. But I forget the name of this guy. The guy who did... I'm drawing a blank.
Talking about Hypocrisy, Peter?
Yeah, Peter, the guy who did the album with Eaton on it. Mm-hmm. What's the name of the album? Nightmares Made Flesh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did a great job. I thought he filled in nicely.
I like this better than his album.
But here's the thing. Bloodbath they set the bar so high that if this came out as any band, just call this band, I don't know, the Bloodsuckers or something like that, people were like, holy shit, this is good. But because it's Bloodbath and they set the bar so high that even though this is a phenomenal album, I think, it gets knocked down a little bit because it's not as good as some of the previous ones.
And I have not been seeing this. Again, doing some research and looking at those sites, like we read sites every day. I have not been seeing this make a lot of top 10, top 20 lists.
That's because they're all fools. Fools, I tell you.
I've seen very mixed reviews between MetalSucks and Decibel destroyed it, and I think MetalSucks liked it a lot. So, different sites, different opinions.
Different strokes for different folks.
So yours, Will?
So we're on number 14.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
YOB, Clearing the Path to Ascend. It's good.
It's really good.
And this one could have been higher on my list. I like it a lot. Good doom band with some pretty kind of like Paul Bearer-ish like vocals on it. I like it a lot.
No comment.
I like it a lot.
I started hating them years ago, and I just have. I probably like them more now than I did years ago. I gave this one a solid listen, just didn't grab me.
I was eager to get this.
Yeah, I know. You were. In fact, I bought it for you.
You did.
All right, my number 14 is a band called Wolfhammer with WOLV Hammer, and their new album Clawing into Black Sun. It's been a very sludge heavy year for me. This is kind of a blackened sludge. It's quicker than your typical sludge, but it's definitely extremely heavy, harsh vocals, kind of droning in a way too. I really dig albums that are both ridiculously heavy and yet soothing and calming in the droning aspect of their music. Really great album. A bunch of guys from a bunch of different bands. Check them out. Number 13, Buke?
I agree on that last one. Number 13, this one could have been higher up the list because it is a great album. It's not higher up on mine because the ones above it to me were home runs. I think this will make everybody's list because this is an amazing return to form. At the Gates, at war with reality.
Can't disagree there.
Amazing return for these guys. They, after an absence of a number of years to come back with this album.
It's like 20 years?
Yeah.
I have a bunch of At the Gates. I have some of the old stuff that was given to me by my friend Chop. I did not buy the new one. I'm not the biggest At the Gates fan. I did not buy the new one. So,
Are you a fan of melodic death metal as a whole?
Sometimes,
Because it seems like you don't need more just sort of just the plain death metal as it is. Don't mix in the melodic.
Yeah. Does that they have keyboards?
Not so much, no.
Yeah, like In Flames keyboards.
No.
Can't do it. Sometimes done right, I like it. But a lot of times you add keyboards, I'm like, whoa, what? It's outside my comfort zone.
What about Children of Bodom?
I like Children of Bodom. I appreciate, what's his name, Alexi, the guitar player? He's
Yeah.
an unbelievable guitar player, and I
Indeed.
appreciate that. And I do have some Children of Bodom. Is it my favorite? No. So At the Gates, I did not buy the new one. I gave it a quick listen on iTunes and didn't grab me initially. And I know it's made a lot of people's, like Decibel Magazine had it, and I think they're top 5, maybe number 3 or something like that, or number 4. Yeah.
All right. My number 13 is a band that
I gotta do my number 13. You
Oh,
skipped
shit.
over me.
I'm sorry.
Jeez, man.
Sorry.
Exodus, Blood In, Blood Out.
Nice.
Old school Exodus. Zetro's back.
Yeah, I am so happy to have him, but
I have to
Yeah,
say,
George could have interviewed him.
shut up.
yeah, I heard that.
His management emailed me and said, Steve would like to do an interview with you because he liked your review. And I never wrote back because I didn't have a setup for doing an interview, and I was fucking terrified.
You never even wrote back? Like,
No. Well, I meant to, and it was one of those, I thought about my response so long, it was like 2 weeks later, and then it was like that awkward, I can't write back now kind of thing. So,
epic fail, dude.
totally.
Majorly.
I'm never going to live that down. Steve, if you're out there, I'm so sorry. I really wanted to talk to you. I just couldn't because I was too scared.
Yeah, it was great. It was great having him back. It's old school Exodus sound. Although I will say that I really did like the years with Dukes in the band.
Yeah, it was
Really,
some,
I thought it had a little bit of a different sound to it, and I really, really, really enjoyed the intermittent years, not the intermittent, the intervening years.
Intervening, yeah.
Yeah, years, but yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like having John Bush and Anthrax. You know,
Right.
It was still good. I didn't consider it Exodus in the traditional sense, but it was still. I agreed. It was very good stuff. All right, now I'll do my number 13. This is a band that I have honestly not heard about anywhere else. I discovered them on Bandcamp, and I was completely blown away by them, and I bought the album on Bandcamp, and I can't believe people aren't, losing their mind over this album. They really should be. The band is called Warpstone, and the album is called Into the Phantasmancer Celestial Castle. It's a mouthful. It's
Stoner Doom, I assume?
No, it's actually like a technical death metal. It's not overly brutal. It's sort of like if Cynic was still heavy.
Okay. So not like totally brutal, like Brain Drill or...
Right, no, I mean, they're not talking about like body parts and Cannibal Corpse kind of stuff. But it's pretty heavy and technical with like harsh vocals, and it blows me away. It's amazing. I'm pretty sure these guys
What's the
are...
name of the band again?
Warpstone.
Warpstone. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure they're unsigned too, so... they're actually one of the bands that I've been meaning to try and get on here, and I just haven't gotten around to trying to contact them yet, so...
It would be too late, and they would have moved on.
Yeah, you wait 2 weeks and it's just awkward.
Yeah, as soon as they get signed, then I'm like, damn it! All right, number 12.
Number 12, again, this album is receiving a lot of critical acclaim. I bought it yesterday. It sounds amazing, Doom-wise. The riffs and stuff are amazing. But the vocals for me are the one hang up I have for kind of putting it higher. Pallbearer, Foundation's a Burden.
Yeah, you texted me and said you didn't really care for the vocals.
It's kind of a whiny type of vocal. So
yeah, it took me a little while to get used to the vocals on that on their last album, and but I have, and I think they're pretty awesome.
Yeah, I just find Pallbearer like hypnotic. I love it. I think it's a... I don't want to say it's a departure. It kind of reminds me of YOB, Yob, or however you pronounce it, where it's more of the clean vocals, but this is like really clean. It's like very melodic, clean singing, but the music is just unbelievable to me. I'm a big Pallbearer fan. You may hear it a little bit later on this.
All right. Well,
so my number 12, Job for a Cowboy, Sun Eater.
oh man, this
Nice.
album is good.
Good
I was
call.
listening to that the whole way driving 45 minutes up to see you guys.
You know one of the things that stands out for me about this album? How much they cranked up the bass and the sound that the bass adds on this album.
Yeah, it's a lot more doomy, and I think all three of us could probably appreciate that. I mean, I've always been a Job for a Cowboy fan, but it's almost like they have that one song, I don't remember the album, called what's the name? Something Gluttony, Tarnished Gluttony. It's almost like a doomy song for Job for a Cowboy, but I just feel like they turned the doom up a little bit on this album. I love it. It's great. By far my favorite Job for a Cowboy album.
Job for a Cowboy's always been sort of a guilty pleasure for me, because I've always felt like they straddled the metalcore line.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so when this album came out, I was like, oh, they've definitely come down squarely on the other side of the line, the good side, of that line.
The other
and
side
I'm like,
tracks.
yeah, I can definitely get behind this album.
But remember, they also kind of fly the flag for that genre too for a while when they came out. They were the biggest of the big, playing Mayhem Fest on the main stage.
Yeah.
They played Gigantor, I believe, on the main stage also. There was a great improvement on that album from them.
Totally.
So George, your number 12?
My number 12 is probably one of the most inaccessible albums on my entire list. The band is Thou, and the album is Heathen. Vocally, I can't imagine that Buke is into this album, because the vocals are like, if Winter could scream, it would be the sound of Thou. But then the music is this incredible doom that's just mesmerizing. And I just, I fucking love this album. It is
saw
killer.
Decibel put this on their top 40 list, and I think Metal Chris from DCHeavyMetal.com gave me a Thou song, and I had it, and I listened to it, and I thought about going back, like, well, Decibel likes it, and I liked what I heard on my iPod. I just didn't have time to go back and listen to it, but here's the problem. They have songs that are like 10, 15 minutes long or whatever, and if you're trying to listen to it on iTunes and they give you a minute and a half, you're probably going to get a minute and a half of atmospherics.
Yeah, I hate that.
So it's like, it's not the best format, not the best format, and it's almost like they just pick iTunes just picks random minute and a half to. So, but I'm definitely gonna check them out.
Yeah, it's one of those immersive albums. You got to throw on the headphones and just kind of sit back and be like, wow, and let it wash over you.
And drink a beer. Like a big, heavy Russian Imperial Stout.
Yeah.
Like we need to go fill up when we hit number 10 here.
Yeah, so we'll be taking a break at 10.
Okay. Number 11, I can solely thank George for this one. This album, at first, when I heard it, it never clicked with me. Because when you first hear it, the vocals didn't register with me at first, the singing at all. But then I heard one track instantly. I was like, what was that? What did I just hear? That was the track Echoes. But this maybe should be higher on my list than George's mine. But this is Tombs with Savage Gold.
That is a killer album.
Yep.
That we'll be hearing more of later.
Job well done that it made my list, right?
Yeah, I'm
They're
happy.
kind of like blackish, like black metal-ish.
Sludge,
yeah.
doom.
But then this track Echoes hits you, and you hear him singing, and with the slow playing behind him. Wow. Because the album starts out in this blast beat drums.
Their last album, Paths of Totality, it had a much bigger, ethereal, massive sound. And for Savage Gold, they really kind of reined it in a little bit, and it was a little more compact and tight sounding, which, I mean, I like them both, but it's just, it's phenomenal.
You were high on these guys since this album came out.
Oh, yeah.
Remember you told me earlier on, you're like, this will make my list.
Oh, yes.
Okay, Will?
So my number 11 is Obituary Inked in Blood.
Nice.
I know this is not on your list, Buke.
It's not. You know me well, it's not.
Yeah. I've loved Obituary since Slowly Rot came out. Absolutely obsessed with Cause of Death, their second album that came out.
James Murphy.
Yeah. Who went on in Death, right? Or
Death, Disincarnate,
Yeah.
solo stuff that's good.
Yeah. I just saw Obituary live the other night with Massacre and Death. Death to All, the tribute.
Yeah.
But
I wanted to go to that.
Just love them. And when you start saying about the vocals on your number 11, I'm like, well, I say Obituary. Maybe we're going to have the same one. But I guess not. But I love Obituary. Great band.
Was that album crowdfunded?
Yeah, I think they did a Kickstarter thing. It was a little bit controversial, I
Yeah.
think. Because, like, why does
Exactly.
Not like Obituary is huge, but
Established.
yeah, established enough that why to do. And I don't know all the reasons why. I really don't care.
You didn't back them?
I'm a brewer. What money do I have to throw at Kickstarter?
All right, well, I'm going to do my number 11, and then we're going to take another beer break before we do the top 10.
Another beer.
Yeah.
We've been out of beer for like 20 minutes, so starting to get a hangover if we don't drink some more. All right, my number 11, the return of the mighty Polish band Behemoth. Oh. The Satanist. Nurgle has returned. I was so happy to find out that he wasn't dead.
Was he like dying of cancer or something?
He had leukemia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it was like, yeesh, you know.
But in his country, though, he's a superstar.
Yeah, he's like the David Beckham of Poland.
Yeah. But isn't the Polish government going after him, though? Because there was controversial...
Probably some sort of, what do you call that, blasphemy or something?
Yeah.
Probably. I know they had problems in Russia.
Yep, recently.
When they were there, they got like deported or something.
Yeah, Russia just banned like, Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah, we mentioned that in the last episode.
The one I couldn't download, sorry.
Yeah, you're not allowed to trend.
Don't beat me.
Yeah,
Get under the stairs, Gimp. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break to get some more beer. That should be transparent to you, but we'll be transparent in our... We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
All right, we are back again with another beer. Let's have Will intro that before we get into our top 10.
So right now we're having Blacker, which is probably the most metalist of all metal beers ever made at this point. It is a collaboration between three very much heavy metal breweries. You got Three Floyds on here from Munster, Indiana, who has done several different metal beers for metal bands like High on Fire, I Hate God,
Pig Destroyer,
yeah. Then you have Surly Brewing Company, which is just embodies heavy metal and brewing because the head brewer Todd is actually in two metal bands. He was a guitarist for Power Mad and for Vulgari, which is a great doom metal band. And then you have Real Ale Brewing Company in Austin, Texas, where one of the brewers there is in a band. I think it's called something Canyon. I forget the name off the top of my head. But anyway, these three people came together and did a double black IPA, like a double black hoppy beer. So if you look at if you actually see the beer online, and it's blacker, like BLAKKR.
Yeah, BLAKKR.
Yeah.
It's so metal, it doesn't use E's.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a great beer. It's extremely metal. It's a metal beer. And so I had 2 cans of it that my good friend Jason brought up from Austin, Texas. And I'm just sharing it with these guys. So cheers.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Can you hear all this clinking on the podcast?
It's been the best podcast yet.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, to keep pissing people off out there when they hear our lists, let's get back into it. My number 10.
Number 10.
This album I heard earlier in the year, and again, it was one of those instantly hooked on it. I am a fan of the symphonic stuff, if it's black metal or whatever genre really puts it in. Power metal. This band used it this year, and they've been using it increasingly more and more with every album that they have done. This is Septic Flesh and their album Titan.
Nice.
I was high on this album again. I told George about this when it first came out, how great this album is. Again, it's death metal with symphonic elements to it, and it's just
Massive. Yeah, my initial reaction when I was going to substitute something today was I was going to move this up because it's actually like 21 on my list, something like that. And I was just going to move this up. But Black Crown Initiate just said, nope, I'm coming. I'm taking that empty hole.
But again, it's epic. It just fills the room with the sound that it.
They really got symphonic right. They really did.
Yeah. If it's not done right, it turns me off immediately.
Mm-hmm.
If it sounds like a black metal band with a Casio keyboard, then no.
So that was my number 10. Will, yours?
My number 10, Overkill, White Devil Armory.
Didn't make mine, but
What? No. I love Overkill. Always have loved Overkill. Just great old school
thrash.
Yeah. And they still got it. This album to me proves that they are still relevant. They still got it. The song Armorist on there is just it's classic, epic, awesome thrash metal. Love it.
Overkill is one of the most consistent thrash bands that there are. I mean, who else has a track record like Overkill? Metallica? No. They've Saint Anger, Load, whatever. Megadeth? Well, Risk. Not even going there.
Anthrax? No.
Anthrax? No. Slayer?
Yes.
Slayer is probably the closest. I mean, me personally, I like everything they've done.
Yeah. I love everything Slayer's done.
Some people complain about Diabolos and Musica. It's one of my favorite Slayer albums.
I love it.
So yeah, Slayer's probably the only other band that's comes close to being as consistent as Overkill. My number 10 surprised me until it came out and I heard it. Blut aus Nord, Memoria Vetusta 3, Saturnian Poetry.
What language are you speaking?
The band is, I think, French.
That's Georgian.
Blut aus Nord. Yeah, I think the band is French. Blut aus Nord is not French. I think it's German.
Aus Nord.
I think it's German.
Well, yeah, I guess.
It's supposed to be Blood of the North is the translation, but apparently it's not a...
Aus is German. Nord... Blues? I don't know.
Blut. Blut, as in blood. Blut aus Nord. I read somewhere that it wasn't a real, like, one-to-one direct perfect translation. But anyway, the album starts off... Well, first of all, it's got total Bathory-esque album artwork. And the first song on the album, which I can't pronounce it, so I'm not even going to try, very Bathory-esque music, which is completely different than most Blut aus Nord experimental avant-garde albums, let me tell you. But this album, I mean, it's got clean vocals, which is completely foreign, as far as I'm concerned, to Blut aus Nord. This album just blew me away. So surprised at how much I liked it, and I've been telling everybody that'll listen, Blut aus Nord.
And they are from France?
Yeah, it's actually like a one-man band. It's like one guy, and I think there's an actual drummer on this album, though, so it's like one and a half.
Wow, because I know Gojira's from France, and the Dirge is from France. Like, wow. 3 good bands from France.
Yeah, it's a little weird, isn't it?
Yeah, you just
Not to
wine and cheese, but metal.
Yeah, they're starting to make a name. Yeah. What's that other band? Alceste? I think they're French. I don't really like them though. But anyway, Buke, number 9.
We all can agree on this one. Will's wearing their shirt today. Rigor Mortis, Slaves to the Grave.
Oh, yeah.
When I first heard this, the vocals that came through, and I told George, because it was right around the time of the barbecue, Dave Brockie sound smacked me right in the face. It was as if Dave Brockie was doing death metal. But this album, everything, I know it's old material and stuff that they're using from
a couple years
ago, but it sounds like it was recorded a month ago. It's just a great death metal album. It's just, when I look at this Bloodbath album over my shoulder, that's what I hear. It's just a classic death metal album that's not superly heavy.
It's not as thick and pervasive sounding as like
the
a brutal
on it is
it's not like a brutal like Cannibal Corpse. It's got
it's got a thinner sound, but that's because of the Mike Scotch's guitar playing style is so intricate that you can't really load a bunch of things on top of it and still hear all the cool little things that he does.
I've been a Rigor Mortis fan from the beginning, and I think their first album, Rigor Mortis, I remember being in high school listening to this and just being blown away by it because I'd never heard anything like this before. It was like death thrash, like technical death thrash all together, and the guitar player of Mike got rest in peace. It's a shame that he died, but he died on stage doing what he loved. But
what better way to go?
Yeah, exactly. You'll see this a little bit later. I love Rigor Mortis. Good choice.
Will?
What number are we on?
9.
9. This may be, I don't know how obscure this is. I just found out about these guys a few months ago and love them. The Order of Israfel.
Israfel, yeah. I like that album too.
Their album Wisdom. It's good.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
It's like a sludgy doom kind of epic. I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe.
It is.
They have a whole song that all it is like, it's as if, it's not really even a song. It's just a dude talking as if he was Satan talking. What is it? Archangel talking to Jesus or God or something like that. Like, it's just badass. Like, if you're a religious person, don't listen to that song. That's all I gotta say. It's great.
Yeah, I definitely dig that album. Well, Buke, I gotta say, we finally matched up. My number 9 is Rigor Mortis, Slaves to the Grave.
Nice!
Finally!
So, yeah, it's probably the only one we've got. Looking at the rest of my list, it's possible, but unlikely. So, I'm not going to go into that one again. Rigor Mortis, great album. Yeah. What's your number 8?
You already mentioned it, so I won't go into a lot of detail, but this will probably really surprise you, because you sent this to me thinking, no, you could not listen to this. It was part of our new releases we mentioned, and again, we moved on. Wolfhammer, Crawling in the Black Sun.
Nice! I'm so happy that you like that.
Just because the music's great, and it's the harsh vocals, but the harsh vocals really are almost their own little instrument in this tight music. It's great.
It's mesmerizing. It's like, I don't even know what to say, but
it's a great album.
It is. It really is.
And again, it was down my list lower last night till I really sat and gave it a listen, because I spent a lot of this week going back and giving, a do-overs to a lot of these, and listening to it last night, I said, man, this is a really good album.
It is. And, with all the strange things that I listen to that nobody else seems to listen to, it's really gratifying that something that I've been quietly enjoying all by myself is on your list. So,
and also at the same time too, I know you've seen it. This album's actually getting some end of the year press too.
Is it really? Mm-hmm. Good. They deserve it.
Well,
my number 8, Judas Priest, Redeemer of Souls.
Nice.
Been a Judas Priest fan since probably Screaming for Vengeance, when I was alive enough to appreciate it.
When Buke was like 1.
And I have to say, part of the reason that, I've been a Judas Priest fan forever, and part of the reason why I think they're high on my list is just because it's such a better return to form than Nostradamus.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And so it's like,
agreed.
They could almost put out anything and it would have been better than, not to say that Nostradamus may have been musically a good album or whatever, but I was like, kind of like, what the fuck is this?
Sounds like they were phoning it in.
What about
Yeah. It was just kind of like, it was like they tried to think too hard about it or something. Anyway, so Redeemer of Souls came back. It's got a lot of retro sounds on it. It's got like a lot of Painkiller-esque elements to it. Which Painkiller and Defenders of the Faith to me were the best albums.
I love Painkiller. George, on the other hand, is like, meh.
What?
Yep. Yep. He's wishy-washy.
I mentioned on the last episode how I didn't like Testament when they did Low because I felt like they were trying to fit in with the death metal bands and sort of strain from what they were doing prior to that. And that's the way I felt about Painkiller with Judas Priest. It was...
But they did it well.
It's not that they didn't do it well, but Rob Halford is really screechy on that album. And I just didn't get into it as much. I was much more of a Defenders of the Faith.
Turbo, right?
I do. I do.
We don't need no.
Well, you know that the Witherscape album the EP we talked about earlier, they do a cover of Out in the Cold, which is probably
That's pretty obscure. Yeah,
that was one of the better songs on Turbo.
Yeah.
But Defenders of the Faith, Screaming for Vengeance, that's
Defenders of the Faith is... I went up and brewed a beer with the guys from Oliver Ales and did a Sentinel beer, because one of my absolute favorite songs on Defenders of the Faith.
Machine Head's cover of it is amazing, too.
Yeah. Anyway. Big Judas Priest fan. So anyway. George, 8.
Number 8, At the Gates, At War with Reality. We know where Will stands on that one. He doesn't stand on it at all.
I haven't heard it, so I can't say anything good or bad about it. I'm not the biggest At the Gates fan. So
yeah, no, I wasn't trying to be insulting or anything. It's just that.
Well, whatever. Fuck you, man.
Fuck you too, man. Oh, I can't say that. I'm fired anyway. I can say whatever I want.
You know what? Apparently, next week I'm the only person on this podcast.
Exactly. All right, number 7. Are we going to match up? Come on. Can you do it?
George, it made it. It made the fucking list.
Oh, I know.
Triptychon.
Well.
Milana Chastema made it.
Milana Chasmata.
Thanks. Say it. Whatever. It made the list.
All right.
It's good.
A week ago, this man was telling me how fucking horrible this album was. And
Really?
He didn't understand why I liked it.
It took like 4 or 5 listens to get to this point.
Wait, you literally did not like it last week, and then now it's what, your number 7?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is that peer pressure?
It spoke to him like Jesus.
It's not peer pressure at all. It's the fact that when I truly, what he told me to do, take it out of listening to it while I'm at work. Take it out of listening to it while I'm in my Camry driving to the store. You know, listen on because I got it on vinyl last week. Listen to it on my good setup, on good speakers, and just listen to it.
Let it wash over you.
Just listen to it.
Let it burn and burn all over you.
Wash it and then burn it.
So I don't have the same hype and excitement about George. It's definitely, I can see what's amazing about this album.
So I'm assuming I had this on my list. You have it on your list. I'm pretty sure it's going to be on George's.
It may be on
list.
his.
Oh, wait, who knows? We'll see.
Wait till he explains it. He explains it better. But it is, it has, just like what he told me, and I don't want to take the words out of his mouth, this album does have everything.
It does.
It has doom elements, it has faster paced elements, it has female vocals, it has...
It reminds me a little bit of the new Behemoth, because the new Behemoth album has so many different elements of everything that I think the Triptychon album has that. Which is a good segue into my number 7.
That. Look at you. Wait, give this man a microphone.
Yeah.
We did.
No, I'm permanently.
Yeah. My number 7, Rigor Mortis, Slaves of the Grave.
Yes.
Right on.
Okay.
Yeah. We already talked about it, so George, number 7.
My number 7, Ghost Brigade. Ghost Brigade 4, One with the Storm. I was hoping that was the one that I thought maybe we could line up on. There's still one more that we could, but I'm surprised that hasn't come up yet. Maybe it will. He's smirking over there like it will.
I'm not saying anything.
I've not heard of more than half the bands that you're, and I think I'm a good metalhead.
Be schooling you, son.
I know. I feel insignificant right now.
This is a call up to the big leagues.
Yeah. I guess so.
Ghost Brigade is a Finnish band. It's kind of a like a death doom band, you know.
Catatonia
And when,
elements to it.
so when you describe all these bands, like how am I all death doom? Like how have I not heard of these bands? 'Cause
I don't know.
Exactly the music I love.
Listen to Catatonia.
I'd rather listen to Bloodbath.
It's kind of like Catatonia meets Daylight Dies. It's like there's clean vocals that are really clean, but they're not like overly sappy. And then there's harsh vocals, and it's heavy. You know, I don't know how else to describe it. Their last album, Until Fear No Longer Defines Us, was definitely one of my top albums of that year, which was, I don't know, 2 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Great stuff. Check it out. Number 6, Buke.
Mastodon. Once More Around the Sun. This is probably the most commercial album on my list by far, because a lot of people who aren't metalheads will listen to this album. But Mastodon, at their roots, is, you know, a stoner metal band. Each of their albums, they try a little something different about it. It's just a fun album to listen to.
I actually like it better than the last one. As you know, I just picked up the last one on vinyl.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have this one on vinyl. I guess I should do something about that, because you know I'm sick.
See, he will buy it.
The addiction.
He will buy it just saying it that he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
That's
like
no.
you're gonna buy it just to have it.
No,
It's
actually,
addiction.
no. I actually do like Mastodon. I just like messing with him because there are a few songs like on. Was that Hunter? Curl of the Burl.
No, that wasn't Hunter. That was
Yes, that was.
That Crack the Sky?
Was Blood Mountain, I think.
No, Blood Mountain's a good album. I just bought the vinyl last week for the Hunter. It's Curl of the Burl is on there. And that song is horrible. I hate that song. But there are other good songs.
Yeah,
in it.
Hunter is on Cannibal. Yes, I'm sorry, with Black Tongue.
You were quick on that phone. It's like amazing.
Yeah. But, and like I said, I'm not a real big fan of High Road, but I was listening to the album because it did make my top 100. And the rest of the album's pretty good. So I'm just messing with it.
For me, Mastodon, I like it. I have the album. I have every Mastodon album. But I just think back to Leviathan.
Dude, Leviathan is
one of the best metal albums of all time.
Yeah.
And then I just think of, they're still a great band musically, but they're getting further and further away for me, for my personal taste, from what I enjoy.
Kind of like Baroness. It's like not as metal as it used to be.
So here's the difference. I like Baroness.
I do too.
Yeah. What is it? The Blue album? I like the Blue
the
album
blue, the
better
red,
than
yellow,
the
green.
white and green, yellow, green. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yellow Green was definitely the most commercial so
Right.
far.
And I think a lot of it depends on when do you start listening to that band.
See, Mastodon for years, I absolutely hated, despised them.
Yeah.
Because they were so commercial and they were like a Slipknot to me.
Right.
And then I said, you know what? Let me really try and see what the hype is about. And I've become a huge fan of them.
Well, when was the first album? What was the first album you heard when they came out? And I think that makes a big difference.
For years, I had been aware of Leviathan and Blood Mountain and Crack the Sky. The first album I really heard was probably Crack the Sky. I really listened.
That was the album where they completely changed.
Like if you came in and suddenly discovered Metallica and the first album you listened to was Reload. You know? And then you go back and like, holy shit, Master of Puppets, what? Mm-hmm. You know?
Yeah. And that was me, because since I discovered them and Cracked the Sky, so let me hear more of them.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where we're at now. But then again, we saw them live. They were amazing.
They were long. They played a long time for a middle band.
They did.
All right, Will, number 6.
Bloodbath, Grand Morbid Funeral.
We are...
Do we sync?
We are synced.
Oh,
right.
look at that.
Grand Morbid Funeral, number 6.
Getting pushed into this corner more and more.
I'll just say it again, that this, by any other name, this would have been a phenomenal death metal album, but it is a step back, I think, a little bit. And I think a lot of it is in the production for Bloodbath. Just the old albums had this like thicker, rounder just sound to them, and this one sounds a little bit more like a death metal production value to it. It's a little bit different, but it's still good.
Yeah.
I like it. It's
Yeah,
Bloodbath.
it blew me away in terms of just brutality. Not brutality. It's not a brutal death metal. Not like Torture Killer or something crazy like that. But it's just fucking heavy, and I like it a lot. Obviously, put it at number 6.
All right, now it gets serious. Top 5.
Top 5. No pressure, Buke.
Get serious here.
Don't embarrass yourself. Oh, I know it. I knew it. He's gonna go Black Veil Brides. Motionless in White.
Are you?
Another band that I see not generating talk with this album, and it's an amazing metal album, Gormathon, Following the Beast.
Wow.
I've heard of these guys, and I don't know if it was previously listened to your. Do you guys mention these guys on the podcast?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
Maybe that's where I heard. You know, I think I checked them out and I liked them a little bit.
Yeah, it's
George can describe it better than me.
Swedish melodic death metal, not in the traditional, like, at the gates sense, because it's got a little bit of a fantasy theme to it. The singer has this massive beard. He looks like Saruman.
His beard's like 18 feet long.
Looks like
Yeah.
Christopher Lee.
Yeah, he looks like Christopher Lee with this big ass, except it's not white, but it's, you know, I swear he just looks just like him. And the vocals are kind of harsh, but not really, not in a total death metal sense. They just kind of have a rough edge to them. And so they're kind of melodic too. And, not in a power metal sense by any stretch of the imagination, but they're clean enough to be catchy. And,
Great way to describe it.
yeah, I love that album. Didn't make my top 20, but I definitely love it.
So that was my number 5. Will, yours, buddy?
So my number 5 is Tombstones, Red Skies and Dead Eyes.
Oh,
They
yeah.
are
yeah.
I believe they're from Norway.
Okay.
Doom Death. It's awesome. I fucking love it. I cannot get enough, and I played it a lot at my previous brewery. A lot. Love it.
I'm gonna have to go back and check that out again. I have it. I got the promo for it, and I listened to it briefly, and it was one of those, okay. But then I saw a squirrel or something, got distracted, and for whatever reason, I didn't listen to it more. So I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all from Norway.
All right, good.
Cool. Buke with the phone.
It's like, dude's amazing on the phone over here.
That younger generation. When I was a kid, we didn't have telephones. We just had soup cans and string. All right. My number 5, Crowbar, Symmetry in Black.
Had to take it off my list. It's a good album.
What? How'd you take it off?
Just to move things.
Yeah. No, this album is just phenomenal.
It's hard to describe this album. If I interrupt you for a second, it's Crowbar, but they're doing a little something different, and I can't put my finger on it with this album.
Doesn't sound that too much different.
No, it's not. It's not a drastic change at all. It's, Kirk doing southern, sludgy.
It's the sound of Kirk focusing on Crowbar instead of 12 other bands.
Maybe that could be it.
I don't know. Whatever it is, I fucking love it. It's amazing.
But I don't remember you talking a lot about this when it first came out. Was this a late listen for you, or were you listening to it all throughout the year?
No, as soon as I go up on MetalDisciple.com, search on Crowbar. I reviewed it as soon as it came out, and I fucking loved it. So, number 4.
Number 4, as I pull my list back up. This album is pure technical death metal at its best. This album is catchy as hell. The guitars are amazing on this album. These guys have continued to get better and better. Maybe I'm probably the only one with this on my list. Revocation and their album Deathless.
All right.
Amazing. Absolutely. I mean, that's all I could say. It's just amazing technical death metal work. The guitar work alone would just blow your mind.
It is a good album. It's on my list further down. All right. Good job. Number 4, Will.
Behemoth, the Satanist.
Satanist.
It's awesome.
Yes, it is.
We talked about it already, so
We've talked.
I love it. It's great.
All right. I'm going deep into the underground again for my number 4. Let me just pull this out and see if anybody recognizes this one. I don't even know if I'm going to pronounce this right. I believe the word is German. The band is called Shamash, and the album is called Contradiction. It almost is a contradiction. It's dark and it's light. It's I don't know, I guess you'd call it black metal, sort of, but it's not certainly not traditional, like Cold Frozen Wastes black metal. It's only in that it's very dark and yet light. The album actually has like sort of 2 halves. There's like a dark and a light side. So that's sort of why I'm focusing on that.
Do they have blue and red lightsabers?
No. But I read about this band somewhere, and I was just like, let me check it out. I had a promo for it. I listened to it casually for like the first 3 songs. And this is one of those albums where it's playing in the background. You're not really paying attention to it. And then like probably by the 4th song or so, I was like, wait a minute, this is really good. And so then I started the album over again at the beginning, and I was just like, holy shit, this is my number 4 album of the year. So, good stuff. It's, just in case I am not pronouncing it right, it is spelled SCHAMMASCH, which I believe is Shamash.
Yeah, sounds right to me.
That sounds right to me.
Number 3. Number 3.
Will already mentioned this, and I was high on this when it came out, and I'm still high on it right now. YOB, Clearing the Path to Ascend. Just a great doom metal band.
Yeah.
This album's great.
Right on.
I like it.
Nothing more to really say on it. I don't want to take what Will said, but it's a great album. It just done well.
Okay, Will.
My number 3 is Hark.
Ooh.
Crystalline.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
Yeah. That is a just all around. They hit it. Band from the UK. And I've been in talks. I shouldn't say this. Anyway, I would love to make a beer for them.
I'd be awesome if you did, because George and I are big fans.
If they ever came to the U.S.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've been trying to get them. We've been mentioning it here.
Yeah.
We went out and got the vinyl. I did.
Yeah, so do I.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they're on my list further down, but yeah, good stuff. Great album.
Love it.
It's a good choice.
Number
Well, for those who don't listen, it's like it's weird. Southern rock, Southern stoner sludgy type of
Yeah.
vibe
It's
with them.
definitely in the stoner doom sludge.
I think of it as like
genre.
Baroness kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, with not quite clean, but not quite
And
harsh
it's weird that's not a
vocals.
band from the States, because it sounds like it would be a Southern type
Yeah,
of
it sounds like
band.
they could have come from Arkansas
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, it could have come from New Orleans, Georgia.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, great.
All right. My number 3, the one that Buke dissed earlier on, was Machine Head, Bloodstone, and Diamonds. Given my eclectic tastes, it sort of surprised me a little bit that an album that is technically this commercial would be my top 3. But in fact, the first time I listened to the album, I was in the car, wasn't really paying that much attention, and I was like, this kind of sucks. And I was like, well, I really got to give this a better listen, because, the last album, Unto the Locust, was one of my favorites of the year when that came out. So I'm really going to hunker down and give it a listen. And then I was like, oh, okay, it's kind of subtle in some places, and you really have to listen to it to get some of the nuances, and like Eyes of the Dead.
There's no children singing. I should have given it that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what you're complaining
I
about.
like the children singing on to the Locust.
I did too. The what is that?
This Is Who We Are.
This Is Who We Are. That is such an amazing song.
George was crying.
I was, man. That song.
George, that is George's anthem.
In last episode, and you haven't heard this yet, we talked about lyrics and, whether you listen to the lyrics and not, or whether they mean anything to you. And This Is Who We Are was one of those songs that really resonated with me as like the heavy metal anthem. It's like, this is who we are. We are metal. Fuck you if you don't like it.
What's weird, a little bit of a segue about whole metal lyrics and the whole thing, is that obviously there's a lot of extreme metal out there. Cannibal Corpse fan, Suffocation fan, Slayer fan, but am I, as a married father of 2, going out there and like really preaching the word of cutting people up like rigor mortis, wearing their shirt? But on the other hand, there are some times that there are some songs that you really pay attention to the lyrics and they really speak to you. And I can actually say that some of the like old Metallica, Master of Puppets songs like Disposable Heroes or Doctor's Eve, or a lot of Slayer songs like War Ensemble, Mandatory Suicide, like being a military guy, they do speak to me. But
Sure.
on the other hand, Hammer Smash Face from Cannibal Corpse, I like it, but am I really paying attention to the lyrics? Not really.
Yeah.
But and I find this with the whole debate between like satanic-ish dark metal and Christian metal. Well, I'm not a Christian really. I'm an atheist, but do I discriminate against Christian metal bands because they may be talking about God and stuff? Where it's like, well, I can't discriminate against them because it's not like I'm really out there looking to smash somebody in the face and follow them home and kill and bury them in concrete like you would in a Cannibal Corpse. So it's like I can't discriminate against them, like Devil Driver or As They Lay Dying, even though the guy tried to kill his wife. Things like that.
That's a good point. A very good point.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Number 2, Buke. What is your number 2? Don't let it be number 2.
This was hard for me. This is where I battled myself this whole fucking week. Battled myself back and forth. And George took the fire out from me when you mentioned this. Ghost Brigade for One With the Storm.
Nice.
This album, my 1 and 2, George, as well as he knows me, he probably, if he thought about it, could name my 1 and 2 because this fits my style of clean vocals with the harsh. These both have it. And this album, George said it,
I gotta check these guys out.
was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I could go, this is one of the few albums even on this list of my top 20 that I could put on repeat. Just let it go.
Excellent. I am pleased.
Will, you're number 2, buddy.
My number 2, Paul Bearer, Foundations of Burden. There's
Foundations.
something about this album that is, I said it earlier, it's completely hypnotic to me. And the opening song, Worlds Apart, I literally just listen to that on repeat. And if you look at like my iTunes playlist and it says number of plays, it's up there. Like, I just love listening to that song. My son learned to walk listening to this. I was home with him and I was playing it on the stereo system, and that's where he was learning to walk, so that's always gonna have a special place in my heart. My son William is 1 in 1 month or whatever now. But yeah, absolutely love this album. I love Paul Bearer. It's hypnotic. I would describe them as hypnotic doom.
That's the word I was going to use, hypnotic.
Yeah,
Great album. Surprised it's not in my top 20. After the 20, it's just like from 20 to 100, it's this giant mass that really needs to be sorted out. And it's like, well, every one of these should be number 1, and it's impossible.
I think we all struggled to come up with 20 and then put them in order.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this is the first year that I've put a list in order, because normally I'm like, I love them all, I can't rank them. And so I would just put...
They're like your children.
Exactly. And so I'd alphabetize the list and be like, this is my list for the year, alphabetized.
That's why I asked you an email, like, is it in order?
Yeah. Well, Buke's the one that's all keen on things being in order, so I'm trying to appease him by doing that, and it's hard. That's why my 100 list isn't coming out till next week, because I still have to fuck with the order. All right. Well, my top 2 shouldn't be any surprise to anybody that's been listening.
Surprise to me.
Listen to anybody that's listened to the podcast this year. I've been singing the praises of these 2 albums for as long as they've been out. My number 2 is Tombs and Savage Gold. Just a phenomenal album that, I don't know, I mean, they usually get a lot of respect. Their last album made a lot of lists. I'm not seeing it quite as much this year.
They were on Decibel's list this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tomb Savage Gold. I gave him a listen, and it was not quite in the style that I like. I could appreciate it. Yeah, it was like this weird mismatch of black metal, death metal, some sludgy doom, and yeah, didn't stick with me quite that much.
You're fired again.
We're all fired.
This is the final Metalheads podcast. We're all fired.
We're all fired.
Done.
All right. Here we are.
Here we
Number
are.
one.
Dare we? Number 1.
I'm so excited for this. I am so excited. Boy.
He can't wait for me to... He wants to see my face fall. He's like,
I do.
I'm going to be like, really?
I do.
Black Veil Brides, really?
Can I give you a description first I read about this album before I list my number 1?
Yes, he's 17 years old. He's very cute. His name is Justin Bieber.
Okay. This came from Metal Injection. I'm going to read this. I did some research before this because I really feel strongly about this album. This is heavy metal for metalheads. If you ever find yourself complaining about the state of heavy metal music, this album will shut you up immediately. And that came from their review that came out a couple months back. And this album has hooked me, and I have been listening to it absolutely non-stop.
I want a hint.
The themes of dealing with war, and a lot of the tracks are about war and death and life and stuff like that.
So it's not metal. I have no idea.
Primordial, Where Greater Men Have Fallen.
Wow.
It's Buke's 2014 Metal Album of the Year, baby.
Well, all right then. It's on my list. Again, somehow didn't make the top 20, but...
This album is, again, it's a lot of not, nice, clean singing. It's
mostly clean.
No, it's mostly clean, but again, it's not nice clean.
Right.
Do you know what I'm trying to say?
It's not like Bieber melodic kind of clean.
It's
A lot of mention of Bieber on this podcast.
it is
Probably my fault.
In 2015, we're actually changing formats to the Justin Bieber podcast.
Oh, awesome! Yeah,
But
we're all fired.
This album starts out this epic title song "Where Greater Men Have Fallen" and hooked me right from the start. And it was tough because Ghost Brigade and Primordial for me could have gone 1-2 flipped time and time again. But this is the album I kept coming back to.
Can't fault you there.
It didn't make your list. I'm a little.
It's on my list. It's just not in the top 20.
I want his approval.
You have my approval. Go with your version of God, which should be my number one. Just so go with my number one.
Go ahead, buddy. Your will.
There's been an obvious omission from me in my top 20, so it has to be my number one. Can you guys guess it?
He did leave out Machine
Skeletal
Head.
Domain.
You got it. Cannibal Corpse, Skeletal Domain.
Wow.
Any album that's got a song "Killer Be a Killer" is like fire up your chainsaws. Like
The video is so awesome.
I haven't seen the video for it.
Oh, it is good. You got to see the video.
And I'm also a Walking Dead fan, so it's all about zombies. Fire up your chainsaws. Cut their goddamn heads. Cut their fucking heads off. I'm like, it speaks to me.
Yeah, we had to tell Will to leave his chainsaw in the truck when he came in.
I can't wait.
Three of them in the back of my Volvo.
It's a good thing we're doing the top 3 Cannibal Corpse albums next.
Yep. Big surprise here what George's number one is, huh? He said that nothing would derail this when he first heard it.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Say it with me. Triptychon. Milena Chasmata, the most glorious album of 2014, as far as I'm
You
concerned.
knew this was going to be it when you heard it.
Yeah,
Could anything possibly, seriously, could anything have derailed this?
a new Woods of Ypres album.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to happen.
But no, I mean seriously. When I first heard this album, it spoke to me like nothing has in a while, really. And if you read my review on MetalDisciple.com, the songs on this album are dark, and I don't mean dark in the it's dark like death metal is dark and black metal is dark. I mean it's really dark. It's dangerous sounding. It's like, I mean, if you've read any interviews with Tom Warrior lately, he almost killed himself between the last album and this album. You know, he was like, I'm done. Fuck this. I'm going to end it. And his girlfriend talked him out of it. These songs are very personal, very dark. And it's like staring into the heart of darkness when listening to this album. It is like, you believe what he's saying. This is not just a bunch of kids in a room going, let's be evil. This is dark.
Personal dark.
And yeah, this is like you're getting to step inside his head and his world and understand Thomas Gabriel Fisher better than you ever possibly could without this album. And what else can I say? It's my favorite album of the year.
Nice.
That's it.
Know what I loved about this is that I have a whole bunch of new bands and albums that I'm going to go track down because if you guys like them, I got to find out about these things.
Spotify's an amazing thing. You ever check it out.
I don't have Spotify. I'm not anti-Spotify, but I do know that they really don't pay royalties very well.
Oh no, they dick people over big time.
Yeah.
But it's good for us.
It's good for us, but yeah, for the artists, horribly. They can get millions of plays and only make a couple thousand.
like
A couple.
dollars.
Yeah, you can get 1 million plays and make like $10.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh,
Yeah, it's terrible. It's basically slave wages. What do you say we take another quick beer break and then get into the last bit of the episode?
All right.
All right, we'll be right back. All right, we're back from our break with yet another tasty beverage. Will, what do we got here?
We have Fade to Black by Left Hand Brewing Company out in Colorado. And although I think the brewery denies it, that this is some sort of nod to Metallica's song Fade to Black on Ride the Lightning, Left Hand Brewing Company has another beer called Wake Up Dead.
Oh, do they?
Is this a coincidence? I don't know. This is yet another beer that's in the Brutal Truth Guide, featured in the Brutal Truth Guide to Extreme Beers, which I think both of you guys have that book as well.
We do.
We do.
Yeah, I actually brought my copy with me.
Yours is probably all. Yours is old road dog at this point.
If you look at my book, I mean, I think my son chewed on this for
How many
a while.
beers have been spilled on that?
A lot.
You're probably ringing out.
Yeah, actually, there it was. Fade to Black on page 186. Or not Fade to Black. Wake Up Dead.
We would love to have him on the show too. He sounds like he's very knowledgeable.
The only problem, he lives in Canada. He's a U.S. citizen who lives in Canada.
No.
And I've been begging this guy to come to the East Coast because he's featured me in the Decibel Magazine article.
Oh, has he really?
Yeah, in the column.
You're in there?
Yeah, I'm in Decibel Magazine. I'm fucking famous, man.
You're more famous than we are.
Man.
Which is not to say much because we're not famous. But
But anyway, I would love to have him do an East Coast swing at some point, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. But anyway, so we're drinking Fade to Black by Left Hand Brewing Company. It's a super tasty, extremely dark beer. Cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers.
And again, if anyone thinks that we each have our own 12 ounce and we've been like getting hammered this entire show, we're literally taking a 12-ounce bottle and splitting it between three of us. So if you can do math, we're getting 4 ounces at a time.
Exactly.
So much for us sounding like we were totally metal.
Yeah.
And two of us to add to that are rather portly fellows. So
We're Port Lee, he's Port City. Well, he was Port City.
I'm more of a naughty fellow.
And I'm certainly not very mellow. You're going to get a break from us here briefly, and we are going to cut over to something we did with the MetalSucks guys, Chuck and Godless, where we talk about our top 10 songs that get stuck in your head. We'll be back with more after that.
okay, here we are. This is Buke and George. We are joined by our podcast idols in this in this world that we live in. We are joined by the MetalSucks guys, Chuck and Godless. What is going on today, guys?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hello.
Hello, yes, and yes, as we all are godless, right? Yes.
Finally, we meet upon the field of battle.
And we're fans of your podcast too, so we should be clear about that. My God.
Well, that's great to hear. That makes us feel good.
Yeah, see, the thing is, we don't have guests. We don't have,
Well, sometimes we do.
not the level that they do, so we can't see. I know Godless hates us, and probably Chuck does too, because he's tweeted at us. My ADD is so bad, we can never fucking stay on track.
Well, that's because we're just talking, bullshitting like we always do.
So I promise you today, guys, we're going to stay on track. And with that, Godless, I'm going to give the mic to my friend here for a second. Your number one choice of the year, you gave it to Woven War, right?
Yeah, album of the year. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, George, what do you say about that?
Did you mean metal album of the year?
Absolutely.
All right. I told Buke I wasn't going to bust your balls on this because I didn't want to be a dick. But I guess he's putting me on the spot here.
I think you can totally buzz his balls on it. Because I thought it was a great record, but number one of the year.
Number one of the year, and see that this it's not just the number one of the year. This is like one of the greatest metal debuts in the history of metal.
My number one is one of the best metal debuts of it. So not Woven War. I wouldn't even consider that a debut.
Well, see, that's what makes it so an odd situation. I think what a lot of people have got with Woven War is they're handing them a whole bunch of baggage that they're not necessarily interested in. It's all the As I Lay Dying and Tim Lambesis baggage. And these guys went and recorded an album. And Chuck, you were giving me a hard time on the last episode about it sounding a hell of a lot like As I Lay Dying, and I'm like, what the, and I'm listening this week to both, and I'm like, they don't sound anything alike.
Whatever, man.
Oh my God.
We ripped because one of the things we've also ripped on is how talked about is that new wave of American heavy metal is kind of almost at an end, or it's found a lull, and then you go and pick this one as your favorite of the year. It's like, well, this is right in that same grain.
But this is inspired songwriting. These are hooks like crazy, and amazing to me the way that they'll take the first 60 seconds of a song and they'll jam so many hooks in. The last time I've heard so many hooks jammed in the first 60 seconds of a song, it was on Vulgar Display of Power.
See, I don't know. I mean, if you're talking music hooks as opposed to vocal hooks, because the music I like. I think it's a great album musically. But the vocals, they kill me. They're just not metal.
Is it the difference between like the Shane Blay thing? Were you fine with Tim Lambesis when they were doing the As I Lay Dying thing, or is it just the way Shane sings?
Yeah, I mean, the harsh vocals that As I Lay Dying were doing, that was fine. And see, I'm really not a big fan of metalcore, and so I really hate it when they go like,
no clean singing.
I don't mind clean singing, but I don't like this clean singing. As I was telling Buke, I was like, you drop out the drums, you drop out the guitars, you put in a drum machine and a keyboard, and you've got the new Justin Bieber song. It's pop, but even then,
where's the hang up button? Where's the hang up?
But I really tried just for you to get into this album, and I went through and I listened to it 3 times in a row, And
it's the easiest thing to do. I throw it on loop all the time. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
The single, the single "All Rise" is a brilliant song. Like that song is just totally brilliant. I think it's one of the best. Probably one of the best metal songs I've heard in the last decade, just because it is so catchy, so right on. Like the swells are in the right spot. Like it performs right. It has this weird sort of double meaning about God and also them as a band, like rising up and all this. So there's like all this sort of dual meaning to it that you can read into it. And I really enjoy that song. But I mean, that's why I included them in my top list or whatever. But I definitely didn't think it was number one by far, or anything like that. But you know, this guy,
I will say,
Godless is just looking for trolls. That's all.
I will say that like if there's one piece of the album that keeps it from going to Kill 'Em All, Cowboys from Hell type of status, is the lyrics. They've got this anthemic, awesome music, and the lyrics are weird poetry, and I don't want weird poetry. I want him to say walk, and know what he's saying. I want to feel it, and I don't feel it in the lyrics. I don't mind the singing style. I don't think that it's necessarily a huge asset to the music. I prefer it over Tim's voice, but I do think that the lyrics are, the band needs Bernie Taupin. It's just badly, you know.
Godless, you just brought up a good point that George and I had talked about on a prior episode on our podcast, that it seems a lot in metal today, at least a lot of the albums I grew up listening to, and again, I'm only 31, I'm not an old man like George is.
Right.
A lot of the metal that I liked had those hooks that you would crank the volume, just like you said, walk. You're singing the chorus to yourself over and over again. This Woven War album, while it didn't make my top list, the same thing. It had those hooks that you could just blast it and sing them to yourself over and over and over again.
See, I disagree with that. Like, the point I was heading towards when I said I listened to it 3 times was that I was hoping that something would get stuck in my head. And nothing did. It's like every song vocally is just kind of the same. He just sort of sings at this even level that isn't like incredibly dynamic, at least not, I didn't think it was. And so it wasn't something that would get stuck in my head. If it was something that the next day I found myself humming it, then you've got me. But because it didn't really do that, I just couldn't get into it.
Your brain is too well lubed.
Now, if you want to bash George here, we did our top 20 list. My number one was Primordial, Where Greater Men Have Fallen. I thought that was a catchy album, too. But let's bash George here. His number one was Triptychon's album.
No surprise.
Oh my God.
Greatest album of 2014. Just saying.
It was I don't know. It was a good record, but it's just like
it was an effort to go back to it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess, but I don't know.
There were some great moments on the album, but as far as as a complete awesome statement, it just didn't do it for me. There's the one with the chick vocals. That track was fantastic.
Yep.
But it was just, to me, it seemed like it had aspirations that were unfulfilled.
And Chuck, your number one for the year was, for our listeners too?
Well, it was Black Crown Initiate, was their debut album. Was it Wreckage of Stars is the name of the record?
Yeah, I can get behind you on that one.
Yeah, that record for me was just was out of the blue. It was one of those that I had no idea that I was going to even go there until I heard the album. Was like, oh my God, this is so good.
Chuck, you guys played them 2 or 3 months back, and I remember a quote you said, and I actually said it on our podcast. You said, "Watch these guys in the next coming years to blow up." And I'm telling you, there's something with these guys that they're going to be big.
They're because they're musicians. I mean, they're damn good musicians, because they didn't win me over with recordings. They got me when I was just walking by them. And I've told the story on the show before where it's like I was walking by, not paying any attention to an opening band on an all day bill, and I was going outside to smoke, and next thing you know, I turn around and wait, what the hell's going on here? And I look on stage, and it's these guys, these dudes with these big ass beards, and they are just ripping it up and doing these things, stuff that I hadn't heard before. Just like this crazy death metal. Then it was sort of Opeth-esque in a way, but then more epic in some respects, and it just drew me in. I sat there and I watched them for 45 minutes and talked to him after the show, and like went and bought the EP. And as soon as the record came out, I was like, I got the record, and was just I'm just consumed by it. It's great. And
I think the way that other musicians have sort of accepted and validated and wanted to push them out there even before this album came out, I think is a pretty good indicator as to how well they're respected by other people doing the same thing that they're doing. And I mean, you want to talk about bands that got pictures with other, with like, awesome bands. Black Crown Initiate was only surpassed by Baby Metal as far as that's concerned.
Now we'll not turn this into, get you guys on here to start disagreements on everything, but I can't get behind the Baby Metal thing at all. But the reason we brought you guys on, George, you want to let them know?
Yeah, so as we were mentioning, we thought we would do a top 10 songs list since we both already covered the albums of the year.
That's awesome. And what's funny is I was putting together my list and like almost half of the songs on my top 10 are not on my top 10 albums of the year.
And I'm the reverse of that. So most of my songs are on my top 10 list. Like they're the ones that I really love, that I can't get around.
You know what I think it is? I think it's the fact that like the way I listen to music now is very different. I love throwing my iPod on random and just having songs just thrown at me.
And I'm still an album guy, so I want to listen to the whole record.
Man, you're wax.
I love it, dude. I just love listening to records, man.
Yeah, I don't know. That LP player looks like it's got dust on it. That's all I'm saying.
Whatever.
We're just like every other LP player.
We're definitely behind Chuck on the vinyl. And I am more of an album person myself, which is why this list was kind of different for me, because I geared my list towards the top 10 songs that got stuck in my head, which makes it completely different than my list of albums of the year. And
I think that's a great way to judge a song, is whether it does get stuck in your head.
Yeah, and it's definitely a more accessible list than, say, my albums list, because, on my albums list, I've got death metal and black metal and things like that. Whereas this list, you don't generally have a death metal song get stuck in your head because of something, And so the songs by default then are a little bit more accessible. So.
I don't know. I've had a few Dying Fetus songs get stuck in my head before, here and there.
One shot, one kill got stuck in my head years ago.
Right?
Oh, man.
In general, then. All right.
I'm just thinking about that, like, first Suffocation album too, Effigy of the Forgotten.
Well, and like for me, for like my regular radio show that I've got to do, and when I'm doing a 3-hour show and it's a variety of metal, the one thing that I've got to do is try to pull a single or a song off of every record that comes in. So that's kind of my job, is also to like, let's try to figure this out, which one people are going to like the best.
Yeah.
Or what one I like the best, and put it out there for people. And that can be a bitch sometimes when you're looking at a great album, that's really good, or you're faced with something like a pallbearer where it's 16 minutes long or something like that, So there's a few, but I mean, when I think about the earworms, like the true earworms of 2014, there are a few that I'm still singing.
Yeah.
That I can't get out of my head at all.
Hey, Buke and George, you guys got any songs on your list that surprised you, that you were surprised that you liked as much as you did?
Not really. I mean, the idea sort of came to me because of a song that I had like just finished listening to a song like 10 times in a row, because it was just so stuck in my head, and that sort of generated the idea. And I looked back and said, well, what else this year has been like that? Can I even, think of enough to make a list off of? And it wasn't particularly surprising, but other than the fact that, as I said, it was probably a little more accessible than, the Triptychon and stuff like that I've been listening to. So in that sense, it is mildly surprising.
And on mine, I actually have a genre that I don't even listen to, but a singer ventured out into a different genre with one of his albums this year that I got hooked on we seeing him live.
Bieber.
Yep. Yeah. So I will touch on it. You guys want to go first, or George? What do you want to do?
Why don't you guys go ahead and go first? I was thinking we would like we can either each do a song, like this is my 10, this is your 10. or as opposed to just going through each person's list.
I was gonna say we're gonna have 40 songs at the end of it. That's a lot of damn songs by the time we get done here.
Are you kidding? No, I think we're going to have about 12 songs because my 10 is on everybody's list.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, right. My ass. Well, the one that sticks out in my head as far as the most memorable song of the year, the one that I've sung the most, would be, I would say, Scar Symmetry's Limits to Infinity.
Limits.
Now, is this your...
Infinity. Oh, dude, as far as earworm songs go, Scar Symmetry's Limits to Infinity is such a beautiful, awesome song.
And that's my number 2, so that's, awesome.
I was going to say, is that we were going to start at 10 and work down?
Oh, no, see, I'm working on my way up. I'm going like the one that got me in there the most.
Well, we can go. We'll sandwich it.
There's no surprise. I'm not. Don't make them hold on for the number.
Are you guys familiar with this song? Have you heard it?
I have heard it.
I personally tapped out on Scar Symmetry when they changed up their singers years back and their style kind of changed. What's that after? God, what was that one album? Came out 6-7 years ago, and then their singer changed. I really left them after then.
Everything you guys talk about that you're really into, I always go and check it out. And while I've heard the band in the past, just like Buke has, I listened to this album because a friend of mine liked it. And while I was listening to you guys talk about it, the music, of course, is great. And sort of like Woven War, I had a problem with the vocals. Not as much as Woven War, though. But it reminded me of like Yngwie Malmsteen, I'll See the Light Tonight era vocals.
It's so cheeseball. I love it.
And it was so cheesy that I was just like, I can't do this.
It's what I love about it because they go from that like death metal and then they this cheese ball like auto-tune harmonies and stuff, and it's like it's perfect. It's freaking perfect. Yeah, because I don't know why it's so perfect, but I mean we played it on our one of our episodes, and I was singing it the entire time, like afterwards.
That week,
like you said, I'm the whole time. Just because I love it. I mean, I was sort of the same way. I kind of got out of Scar Symmetry. They weren't doing much for me, and I mean, and this record just grabbed me by the balls and pulled me back in. It's like I'm totally in.
And it grabbed you by the balls because it was interested in your balls because there's that side of the mom thing, But it's all good, There's a little tickle.
All right, Godless, what's your number one then?
Number one, or should I start at the bottom and sandwich it?
Start at the bottom.
I'm going to start at the bottom.
Let's start at the bottom. Let it build a little.
All right. So I really love the Haunted's Cutting Teeth.
That's a good one.
It's a straight ahead, just I don't know, like a terrifying song. It's so good, and it's there's no bells and whistles. There's no it's nothing really adventurous. It's just really well constructed and super aggressive song. And when in a year where the whole Gothenburg scene should have just totally ripped the entire metal world apart. I felt like the Gates album still, as much as I keep on trying, falls flat for me. While the Haunted are just it's just a 50% of that album is amazing, and then 50% of it I can kind of live without. But it's a really, really great record. But Cutting Teeth is a standout song on that.
I didn't listen to that album too much because I kind of got tired of the Haunted jumping back and forth. We're like, we have this singer, we have that singer, we're singing harsh vocals, now we're singing clean vocals. I was behind them on the last album, Unseen, and when this one came out, I was like, ugh. I just didn't want to do it.
See, Unseen was very, to me, uncharacteristic of what they were like. They started to drift in after a while because I think this was kind of this album was a great return to form for those dudes. Like this was finally back to where they used to be, a little more hardcore and the Gothenburg thing than any of the last almost 3 records for that matter. I think that where they were going, and I was totally pleased with this one. I wrote a review of it for Metal Injection, and that was one of the things that I love is that it's finally got that kind of ferocity and that aggressiveness back to it. So
yeah, Unseen for me is unheard actually.
No, I understand that. I mean, it took a lot of shit for coming out sounding like that, and I kind of backed them up. Just because I was like, people change. Metallica took a lot of shit over the years for the changes they've made. And so I backed them up. And then what do? They go and they just revert back to what they were. And so my support of them was, unnecessary because they just went and changed again anyway. So Yeah,
Give it another try.
But that's a super group for you, you know? I mean, that's what happens when you got guys that are in other bands and, you know. So.
Speaking of, I should have revisited Kill or Be Killed in case there's something on that.
Yeah,
album.
I tried to revisit that the other night. Godless, before I get to my number 10, can I just say, can you please never lose your brutal honesty you bring to the podcast? I love it because I picture even times that you've been in interviews or sitting there talking to Chuck, I just picture that moment where you say something and it's that awkward silence like, oh boy, did he just say that? You know, like you hear like a plate and like forks and stuff drop in the background, you know?
Microphone drop.
Yeah, microphone drop. And it's just like, oh my God, he just said that?
And all you can do is hear the hand slap against my forehead.
So just like if you could put a best of soundbite clip together of him, just with these little drops, and it would
It'd
be
be
great.
longer than the regular episode.
And I think poor Chuck, he's such a sensitive guy. There's so many times where it's like I'll say one thing and it's 3 weeks later where he's still coming out.
Hey, man, by the way, don't do that again.
Yeah, there have been numerous, we need to talks.
Well, for us, from your true fans, don't ever stop.
Unlike you, Chuck.
I need to do more of that.
My number 10 again was a band that returned after a long hiatus. This was Sanctuary with Arise and Purify. It was, the album was nothing super special. It didn't make my top 20 list, but it was a nice return for a band that I had liked years ago when they were out. And this song starts the album off and it just hooked me right from the start.
Did they have the jingle bells at the beginning or the reindeer sounds?
No,
anything like that?
They certainly didn't. And George?
My phone shut off. Okay, so my number 10 is the Texas Hippie Coalition and Monster in Me.
I've never been able to get behind that band.
I haven't heard it. Oh.
Really? I was like, you guys are in Austin, right? And you don't know Texas Hippie Coalition?
Yeah, no, I mean that's the sell point that everybody has worked on me for years with Texas Hippie Coalition. It's just Texas in the name of the band, man. If you want, it's just Texas right there. I'm like, it's like no. And I get what those guys are doing, but I always felt like it wasn't really metal. It's like hard rock, and
fair enough.
But they do it pretty well. It's just not my flavor.
What I find shocking really is that here George is a vinyl dude and he's got his list on his digital phone. What the hell, dude?
It was because I wanted to hold it close to my chest so Buke couldn't see it.
Didn't have the milk crate over there with all the flipping through the vinyl.
Yeah, no, you should total Luddite it,
No, yeah, George should have a pen behind his ear, notepad flipping pages.
That's what I got going on.
Hey, dude. What are you talking about? It's called paper.
Okay, Chuck, you're number 2.
Let's see.
Nine.
Nine.
And throw them out there. One of my favorites is Every Time I Die. Every Time I Die from Parts Unknown is the album that they came out with this year, and I thought it was when I interviewed the lead singer of the band. Basically, he told me it was the best thing they've ever done, and I was like, "Yeah, you're full of crap, whatever." Every band always says this is the best thing we've ever done, but this is the best thing they've ever done. That song called "If There Is Room to Move, Things Move" is just everything that band should be, all wrapped up into one song. Like, it's aggressive. It's on the. I mean, it makes me want to mosh again.
Is it a better song than that Werewolf song?
Well, Werewolf is good, but it's a little campy. This removes the camp out of it. Like, it's just a little more straightforward than Werewolf or whatever it was, and it doesn't have a cheesy video to go with it.
I gotta re-listen to this album.
It's a great record.
Yeah.
I listened to it a couple of times. I would go back and listen to that track again. Godless, you're number 9, brother.
This is like one of the greatest transitions in all of music history. The announcement of the new vocalist of Arch Enemy and the title track "War Eternal" is a great song. Great okay video, but so well done. The whole transition from vocalist to vocalist, and that's I'm really excited to see them in a few weeks performing, and I think that's the future's so bright for Arch Enemy, and obviously they're huge already in Europe. But
With
I'd love to
Jeff
see
Loomis
them,
joining the group. Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Oh man, that's awesome right there. My number 9 is an album that I was actually a little disappointed on. This is Now We Die by Machine Head.
Yeah.
After the prior two albums, The Blackening and Unto the Locust, those albums for me were just two knockout, home run albums. Then we get to this album. I was going into it so much excitement hearing this track, and then I listened to other tracks after this one, and the album kind of lost me. But this song, like a lot of Machine Head songs do, got stuck in my head. So that was my number 9.
I think I would have been more into it if they had taken on that one-armed bassist guy that auditioned for them.
that dude is pretty good. Actually.
Yeah, exactly. What has that guy gotten a gig anywhere yet?
Not that I know of.
I don't know.
That's crazy to me.
Well, I wanted to love that record so much more, and I feel like some of the hype that was behind it is what sort of did it in. Like everybody wanted it to be The Blackening 2, and it didn't quite turn out that way.
All right. So my number 9 is one of our local bands here is A Sound of Thunder and Elijah. Have you heard these guys?
No, I'm not.
Well, check them out. A Sound of Thunder. They've got this incredible vocalist, Nina. She's like, I don't know, like 5'0", and yet just has this voice that is just massive. And they just released their new album, The Lesser Key of Solomon, back in September. And the song Elijah is just it's massive.
And what's your local scene? Where are they from?
Northern Virginia, DC, Northern Virginia.
Fertile ground.
DC metro area sucks here for metal bands coming out. We have a couple, but it sucks here.
Will, our friend Will, keeps introducing to stuff that is in our backyard that we haven't even heard of. So I guess we're not getting out enough.
Yeah.
Okay, Chuck, you're what's that? Number 9 now, or 8? I'm sorry.
I'm going to go with At the Gates, from At War with Reality. I would say Heroes and Tombs is one of my favorite songs. That's like the song that won me over on that record. It was a really good record overall. What I put it at number 2 for the year as albums go. But that particular song was the champion overall. That song was just because it's the slow one. It's the slow joint kind of in the middle of it that's got it gives it a little bit of dynamics, and it's got a great chorus to it. And Heroes and Tombs. I wish I could do a Lindbergh, but I can't. But yeah, it's awesome.
That was probably my album of the year that surprised me that it even existed. When they announced that was coming out, I was like, what? But I was very pleased, of course, but very surprised that after all this time they would actually get back together and do that.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's something that no fan of At the Gates thought was ever going to happen. I figured Lockup was going to be the closest thing we got to hearing anything close to it, and that was obviously not even the same style for the most part.
See, the only disagreement I'd put here is I don't think that the At the Gates album is the comeback of the year. I think my number 8 song of the year comes from the comeback of the year, and that's Job for a Cowboy and the song Son of Nihility.
That is a great song.
It's so good. It's a new chapter for Job for a Cowboy. It's different enough. They're incorporating all sorts of things that are happening in metal that everybody thought was happening outside the practice room of Job for a Cowboy.
Damn bass player.
Yeah, and Nick is awesome. It's a damn good track, and there's it. You want to talk about an era in metal where it's tough to find people to cheer for. I think that that whole era of metal, everybody gets behind from Virginia there, the guy who nearly got thrown in jail for killing the kid on stage. Lamb of God, right? Sorry, yeah. Everybody gets behind Lamb of God, but I mean, it's like that's it, I mean, and I think Job for a Cowboy. It's nice to be able to feel good about cheering for those guys.
I think so too. And you brought up a great point that it's a real kind of campy word, but they matured as a band, I think, tremendously with this album.
Tremendously,
tremendously, or immensely.
Sorry, immensely. God, I am a fucking schlub over here. See, they will never join us again.
Hashtag tremendously.
Name the new Triptychon record.
All right.
Wow. Okay, I'll go up now that I made an absolute fool of my fucking self. And believe me, it'll happen again. This band, you asked me what was on my list that surprised me they would even made it, was Iron Reagan, Miserable Failure.
It's a good one.
Yeah, great live show too.
We saw these guys at the Barbecue, and for those listening who don't know, the singer Tommy from Municipal Waste.
What's his name?
Is his Tony?
Tony
Foresta.
Yeah, Tony.
That's two.
Yeah, that's two. Who cares? Like, if Tony's listening to this, I'm sorry, but whatever.
Because what Iron Reagan is, it's Tony Foresta in Landfill in that band too.
Yeah.
He's in both bands, so it's essentially like half of Municipal Waste in Iron Reagan. And is Iron Reagan a 3-piece? Or is
No, they're like
they're
4-piece. I can't remember how many people on that stage, but yeah, and then there's this Cannabis Corpse connection too.
Yeah.
But, strong punk elements to it, has the Municipal Waste sound coming. I think it's just a fun album to listen to. So that was my number 8.
Yeah, good song.
My number 8 is our first repeat, Machine Head and Now We Die. I don't know what Buke was complaining about. This was actually my top 3 album of the year, which, given the weird kinky metal shit that I listen to, that's just so, Triptychon being my number 1, a lot of the stuff I listen to is pretty strange, so...
See, now he died. The one thing about that song that bugged me, and I like that song. I think that's probably the best song on the album. Is just that they noodled a little bit in it. They sort of drove around in that song. Like I was messing around because I'll mess around and make radio edits every once in a while. I cut about 60 seconds out of the middle of that song, and it sounded so much better.
Yeah. It's like a 6-minute song that should be 3 minutes long.
Yeah.
Well, I just gave you a vocal drop there that you can fit into describing albums for the next decade, Chuck.
Yes.
Okay, Chuck, you're number 7, buddy.
Oh, let's see. I'm gonna have to go with when I first heard this record, I'm all up in it, like all up in the brand new Opeth album, because it's so not metal and it's completely progressive rock, but it like taps into this vein of Yes that I used to love, just to no end, and stuff that just makes me want to get stoned and like put on my headphones and look at Blacklight posters, and that's pretty much what Pale Communion does for me. But Cusp of Eternity is one of the most beautiful songs that I think Opeth has done.
Great choice.
Ever in their history. I think it's just such a beautiful, beautiful song. And then the way it fits into the rest of the record, because that's what I think like the second song on the album.
The third, I believe.
Okay, yeah, but it's just perfect. This is one of my favorites.
I don't know. Whenever I hear a band and they're being asked their influences and they say yes, I immediately say no.
The biggest Opeth fan around, and I love that album. You have to go into it knowing where Opeth is at now. If you start with this album, someone says, "Oh, hey, Opeth, they're a great metal band, check them out." You don't start people with this album, because then if they listen to the back catalog, they could be disappointed. Because
you can whip out Deliverance on them or something, but you really need to. If you're not a fan of Ghost Reveries, if you're not a fan of oh god damn it,
Blackwater
Park. Thank you. I was like freezing on the name, but if you're not a fan of those, I think you might not get from whence they came. However, this is completely different than anything they've ever done. Even Deliverance, even some of the acoustic stuff they've done before. And it's gorgeous, because Roadrunner screwed up, and they actually gave radio this record in June.
Is that why it got pushed back?
Well, no, I think it got pushed back because interviewing Ankerfeld, it was one of those things where he was like, it's really weird that they're putting this album out in July. This doesn't normally happen. Why would they? It was kind of weird. So I think they had it like mismatched on their timetable and pushed it back to put it in a place where it should have been. Mm-hmm. But they had already released it and kind of put it out there to media to start writing reviews and stuff of it. So I got to hear it way before it came out, like 3 months, and I was just sitting on it going, I want to play this damn song. It's so good. And I couldn't do anything with it. It's just because it was so, it's so
now,
good.
Has Opeth been touring this album at all?
Yes, they are. They're with In Flames and Red Fang now. And actually, we mentioned this last week on the podcast. Opeth only plays 2 songs from the new album, and then they play, their back catalog of all the heavy stuff. Chuck, do you think Opeth will ever return to? I know it's a question. It's $1 million question. They're always asked. Will they ever return to the form? Because to me, we've talked to Michael also. It sounds like he's just bored. He wants to play what he wants to play.
Yeah, totally. I think when he gets bored with what he's doing now, he may go back to it. But when also seeing him leave Bloodbath was sort of a key to that I don't know that we're ever going to hear the death metal thing from him again, but I would never say never in that case. I'm just whatever's floating his boat right now. I never thought Clutch would go back and start playing like
good music
badass
again.
rock jams instead of blues stuff again. I thought they were drifting one way and they went straight back with the last record. So, it's always a possibility, and I'm fine with it either way. Honestly, that's what's really kind of cool. I'm totally down with it either way.
Do you think that like the fact that they're touring with like Red Fang and In Flames sort of is just a hint that they haven't been able to kind of get the audience that they might have wanted with this new sound?
No, I think. Well, nah, I don't think so. I think In Flames is desperate for anything right now because their new record is kind of meh, overall. And Red Fang is still on the rise. So
yeah. But it's rocking, and the last word you're going to hear describe the new Opeth is.
But that's how if you've ever seen an Opeth show, that's how they've always stacked their stuff. I saw Zakk Wylde open up for Opeth, so it's like, what?
Right?
Yeah, we saw Ghost. I've seen them with Ghost. I've seen them with Mastodon. I've seen them with Baroness.
Catatonia.
Catatonia. I've seen them. What's his name? The guy who always produces their records, his project, Porcupine Tree.
Yeah.
So I've seen them run the gambit of opening acts.
Yeah, indeed.
Godless, you're set number 7, brother.
Like most evil thing I heard this year, Behemoth's Oro Pro Nobis Lucifer.
That's on my list. I would say that's right with mine.
Yeah, so good. So good. Just it was a great record. Obviously, a lot of people really got behind it. I loved it as well. But this was the song where it just was so epic, so good.
Yeah, it's good to have Nurgle back and good health and making more metal. All right, Buke, what do you got?
Number 7 is Revocation, Deathless. This is a band. This is a band that I think each album they continue to grow more and more. And your guys' interview actually was spot on. When forget the guitarist's name. Is it Mike or Kevin?
One of David Davidson.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm naive and terrible with fucking names.
It's all good. It's easy because it's the same name twice.
Yeah, right.
He was just hearing him the time and the passion that you can tell he puts into just his art of playing alone, and how that comes through on this album really hooked me. And this song, for this technical death metal that they do, this song is catchy as hell.
Yeah.
Well, it's something different they've never done. Like all the records that they put out, this one is the first one to really kind of drive home the hook. Like we were talking about the musical hook as well as the vocal hook. I've never heard them have a hook the way they do on this album, especially Deathless is one of those songs that it's written almost like in a pop format, the way that the verse chorus, the way it lays out, and to their credit, it's definitely one of those. And I screwed up and didn't have it on my top 15 because it should have been on there for sure.
It's a great record.
All right. My number 7 did actually surprise me a little bit that it was on there, because when I first listened to this album, I didn't like it at all the first listen through. But Judas Priest's Redeemer of Souls, I was surprised to find myself singing this one over and over again. And so I was like, well, I guess I probably better give this another listen. And, after a couple more listens, there were a bunch of songs that were getting stuck in my head. So I sort of revised my opinion.
Can you check and make sure Chuck and Godless was still on the line?
Yeah. Were you singing my fast version of it or the slow version of it?
All I gotta say is, if I got stuck in that head, I'd be doing the best I could to get out as fast as possible.
It's a good record. It's a good record. It's just so slow.
Yeah.
I mean, like that speeding it up by 10% was the best thing I ever did to that record. It's like, oh my God, now it sounds like a Judas Priest record.
Yeah.
But it is well written. Like JP they write a great song. So yeah.
I don't get the feeling that they're trying to go off into the sunset. It sounds like they're trying very hard to do something relevant, failing, but trying.
Well, I thought I'd give them a little nod anyway. All right, Chuck, what do you got?
All right, let's see. I don't even know what number I'm on.
6?
Something like that. Well, because
technically 7 because you're number 1. You did number 1 first.
I'm all over the place. I would say Trap Them. Blissfucker was the new album from Trap Them, and I'm a huge fan of that band as far as like seeing those guys live. I mean, they've always impressed me. They've always been one of those bands that if you haven't ever seen them live, it feels like they're just kind of holding you by the back of your neck over the edge of a cliff, and they're about to just drop your ass down to the bottom of the hole, man. And Salted Crypts is one of those songs that just feels like it's on the edge, and it starts off slow, and then when it finally kicks into the fast part, you're just like, oh my god, what the yeah, it's like you're going for a ride.
I think I like myself too much to listen to them. I think that's my issue.
So good. They're brutal. There are very few bands that make me want to pit again. You know, like I've been out of the pit for 15 years almost now, maybe a little bit more, and they're one of those bands that'll make me almost. I'm that close. I'm standing on the edge and I'm hitting people. Yeah. You know, I'm not in yet, but I'm throwing the elbows. Yeah. So yeah.
I don't know how old you are, but me, from my recommendation, it's stay retired.
40, baby.
I'm just now deciding that Buke's a lot younger than me, and so he keeps dragging me into the pit, and I fucking had it. I'm like, I am too old for this shit now. So. Oh
no, I turned. Well, my pit story was a Pantera, Far Beyond Driven tour. I got hit by like a 300-pound Mexican dude in the pit and was pissing blood for 2 weeks afterwards.
Oh my
and
God.
That was my last run in with the pit. I won't do it. I'm out. I was out after that.
I think I just got to show up with a helmet on now, because it's like I'm always hitting my head on the floor, and that's never good.
No.
Well, I'm a big dude, so I rarely hit the ground. And this was one time when I was out.
Yeah.
And, the last half of that set, I was sitting under a tree watching the rest of it, just going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Mouth of war. Oh my God.
That's awesome.
I'm a bit of a pit curmudgeon now. I'm like, stop touching me. Get away. Don't be so close to me. God, I can't see.
Yes. Yeah, George is not lying. We were at the King Diamond show a couple months back, and George turned around to me probably 3 or 4 times because the dudes in front of him were blocking him. Now, this is a guy who was at the Metallica and Justice for All tour. He's been to decades worth of shows and was bitching about 2 dudes in front of him blocking his girly vision.
The 2 tallest motherfuckers at the show, and I could not get around them, and I was pissed because the King Diamond had a really great stage show, and I couldn't see it.
But then they just start doing that thing where they move left and right all the time, so you can never get out from behind them.
Yes, that's why I was so furious. I was ready to punch the guy in the back of the head, and he was like this beefcake guy, and he was doing all this. He wasn't like moshing or doing like throwing the horns or anything. He was like. He was doing like a very like Richard Simmons kind of thing going on,
and rock and roll,
and his neck was flexing, and I just the whole show I'm watching his neck go in and out, in and out, in and out.
George, your brain is a very interesting place.
I've been told that.
And meanwhile, George, Chuck and George, you guys look very similar. George is the type of guy. All this stuff he says it either to himself or to me. That's it. He would never speak up or say a bad word to anybody or try and get hard or tough to anybody. So he just sucks it up and takes it. He really shouldn't even listen to metal, period, because it's the music's too tough for him.
Hey now, I introduced you to metal. Thank you very much.
Okay, Godless, you're number 6, brother.
Number 6, the most exciting album of the year, the song "Origin of Escape" from Monuments. The Monuments are going to explode. They're gonna be huge. The new vocalist they got he's this generation's Mike Patton. He's going to lead this band to great things. I love this song. There's like 3 amazing songs on this album, but this one's the best. And just a fantastic future for these guys.
You did not just compare him to Mike Patton.
I just compared him to Mike Patton. He is this generation.
I'm gonna injure you.
Dude, there's so much of this revering of all these people who now are old and going off into the sunset. I think that there's a lot of validity to what's happening now, and I think that it's valuable to compare to people whose greatness is really past now and moved on to a new generation. I think you got to give these guys credit.
Mike Patton's greatness is not past, my friend. No, not at all.
I don't know. We'll see. 2015 will tell us.
Well, Faith No More, anyway.
Yeah.
All right, Buke, what do you got?
This is when I'm probably going to lose these guys here, because this is when my music starts getting, my softer side comes out. This was my number 2 album of the year. This was
two?
album, but the
album.
song, this
Sorry,
is my
sorry.
number 6 song. This is Ghost Brigade and their song Aura. For the listeners who haven't heard Ghost Brigade, it's a band that, has a melodic death metal band. And when they get melodic, it's almost to the point of like Catatonia style, but then they go into heavier parts. Like I like my Opeth. So it's probably nobody else has probably heard it, but that's my number 6 song.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm the one you should be fucking bitching about, guys blocking my view.
All right, well, I'm gonna bring out the crickets here because everybody's gonna go, what did he just say? This is a band called Gormathon and their song Land of the Lost. They're a Swedish band. Have you heard of these guys?
No, but I bet Grim Kim has.
I came across these guys. I saw a YouTube video for for Land of the Lost, and the singer has like this massive, like 6 foot long. It's not 6 foot long. It's exaggerating, but it's a super long beard and like super long straight hair. He looks like Saruman from Lord of the Rings.
He looks like a ripped Chuck.
Awesome. All right. That guy must be cool.
And it's almost melodic death metal. He doesn't really sing he just has like a little bit of a rasp, but it's you can make out what he's saying, so it's not overly harsh, and it's just super catchy. And they actually just released their album, what was that called? Follow the Beast, on Napalm Records. So yeah, give that a listen.
Yeah, I dig what Napalm's been doing this year, so I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. All right, Chuck, number 5, or whatever you feel like mentioning.
I'm going to pull this one up. I have no idea if this is on Godless's list or not either, but Cynic's Kindly Bent to Free Us. The album and the title track are probably the best. That's probably the best song on the record. Cynic, Paul Masvidal, formerly of Death, formerly of Cynic way back in the day, and Sean Reinert, and Max Phelps, who's been playing with them, who is doing the Death to All tribute. This is just one of their finest hours. I mean, the record is beautiful. It's gorgeous, but Kindly Bent to Free Us is such a pretty song. And, you don't use that word to describe metal very often, but it's just one of those, when I first heard that song, I was just singing it over and over and over again because it's gentle, it's beautiful, it's everything that I come to expect from Cynic.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, I was just listening to that album yesterday, and I got to say I really like Focus better. That earlier era. They really kind of too prog for me now, but I sort of like Opeth. But I think I actually like this album a little better than the Opeth album.
Well, my favorite record, I love Focus, obviously, but Traced in Air is probably my favorite record that they've ever done. Like, as far as the perfect blend of the progressive with the hard sort of side, with the growls and that side of the vocals. But, this is just a kind of an inevitable way that they're going to go. It's going to be like Opeth, where the metal is less and less and less, and I think it's going to be more progressive as they go on.
And that can be a good thing.
Yeah,
Not for Opeth, but for Cynic, yes.
I love his honesty. Okay, brother, what do you got? Godless, hit us up.
Number 5, just the same way that Chuck was describing Cynic as, just lush and beautiful. It's The Saw's the Law by Whitechapel, which is a frickin' 2x4 of a song. It's just a kick-ass, tiny little hook that just works, and it's heavy, it's awesome, and you just say the song title and you can hear the whole song kind of spill right out of it. It's one of those songs where it's almost like they might have written it the way that the two brothers who used to write all the songs for Disney would write. They would start with like a spoonful of sugar, and then out of that would come all of a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine come down, and they'd have the music go up when it goes down, and with the word down, it just all came from the lyrics. That's where they started, and that's what this Whitechapel feels like to me.
Does it have anything at all to do with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
I don't know. I think it's a reference to it, maybe, but I don't know. That's
what I think of.
And just like Godless said, George, this song, you think of it, I got the hook stuck in my head right now. That song is a catchy fucking song.
Yeah.
And granted, I am a little embarrassed that I get a reference to Mary Poppins and not a reference to Texas Chainsaw Massacre right now. But yeah.
Okay, my number 5. This is Down. We Knew Him Well. I think this was a great return to Down because with their EP, some of the tracks kind of bounce all over the place a little bit. This, I think, was a nice return to a little heavier, early kind of Down sound. So this was my number 5. Down, We Knew Him Well.
Good song.
All right.
Was that this year?
Yeah.
That was like February or March, wasn't it?
Except it was an EP, so it sort of flew under the radar. They were one of the ones that, that's what happens when you put out EPs instead of full-length records, man.
I like EPs.
So do I. Actually didn't like EPs.
Oh, speaking about EPs, I saw it at the vinyl store yesterday. I know you guys have spoken up, Godless, I think, about not being a big fan of Doom as much, or is that Chuck?
No, I'm fine with Doom.
Okay. What did you guys think of Pig Destroyer's EP? That was a crazy change.
I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too. Doom is awful, but what's great about this is that it's. I love the fact that Pig Destroyer wanted to try something different, and that I totally respect. I wish more bands would do that. More bands would try it. I think they would end up being more interesting, and I'm really excited about how I think Pig Destroyer might use this genre, this influence into what they usually do in the music going forward.
I'm not. I like the EP, but I don't want that Doom to creep into my grindcore. Don't get no Doom in my grindcore. Don't get no grindcore in my Doom. It just doesn't.
You don't like your genres to touch.
Well, no, I'm fine with them touching, but those two genres are not even close to each other.
You don't want Doomcore?
Oh, dude, Doomcore. Oh, my God, no. Worst day ever. 2015 is going to suck.
Let's bring it about.
All right. My number 5 is another obscure one. For me, this actually could have been my number 1 because I've listened to this song probably more than any other this year. But that's because it's the one that opens our podcast. This is Men Without Armies and Metal Rain. We took the first minute of this song.
So that's the one that opens your podcast. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I've heard this so many times. It's always stuck in my head.
All right. And
That's a this year thing, eh?
Yeah, it came out this year. Yeah, it was actually one of the first bands that we played on the podcast. Actually, it was the first band, I think. And I was talking to the guy, and I was like, hey, that song is, Metal Rain, the metal is my religion thing. It really goes with the whole Metal Disciple thing. Could we maybe, use some of that for the podcast intro? And he was like, hell yeah. So
we don't, George, just be honest, we don't have MetalSucks money. These guys are fucking high rollers here.
We get what people give us.
we just pulled in Visions from the Dark Side. That's our intro music. Like, fuck it. That's what we used to, because our podcast before we got with MetalSucks, we called it Visions from the Dark Side. So that's why we used the song.
That's awesome. Okay, number 4.
Number 4.
Oh, who, me? Let's see. I'm going with Devin Townsend, man. Yeah. I'm totally going with Devin Townsend on this one because the new record. I mean, the Ziltoid part is fun, because it's called Z2. It's got basically two albums in one, and the guy's got more music in his head than anybody else, than Mozart, dude. I mean, he's got so much stuff that's going on. The second disc is called Dark Matters, which is like the second version of the Ziltoid, the extension of the Ziltoid. The first one is called Sky Blue, and Sky Blue is sort of just a regular Devin Townsend project record, and that's got a song on it called Universal Flame. And Universal Flame is this epic sort of sounding choral just masterpiece that he is like, I don't know how the guy's done it, because it's got them, who's it, Annika Gersten,
the hot blonde?
No, the redhead. She's from damn it, what band is she from? I can't remember what band she's from. But she's on a lot of this as the female vocal part of it, and it just, I don't know, the whole thing is just goddamn gorgeous. It really is. And that song by itself is just amazing. Here we go. Annika von Giersbergen. That's why I can't never remember it.
Is it The Gathering?
I have to look it up here. I was like, oh, what's she in too? Yeah, lead singer of the song. Yes, The Gathering. That's right.
Yes.
Are you guys Devin Townsend fans?
Somewhat. Not to the level.
I totally understand why people aren't into it. Like, you know what I mean? It's I don't fault anybody for not liking Devin Townsend, because it's
strange.
It's an acquired taste, and it's weird.
The first time I saw him live, it's like when you see watch one of those videos online of like a suicide live or something. You're like,
right?
I want to watch, but like I want to look away. Like, what
am I looking at right now?
What am I looking at right now? This guy's in like a jacket and an ascot. He's, shiny bald head, moving and gyrating. The songs are weird.
I would say the first time I watched HD porn.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. There's weird pimples and hairs. I don't want to look at that, but yes.
I never knew that was there before. Where did all those bruises come from?
As someone who's a little bit hair challenged, I don't want to rip on him much, but he is kind of strange looking once he shaved his head.
Oh, he was strange looking when he didn't.
Oh, yeah.
When he
That's
had
true. That's true.
Skull.
He was a scraggly dude.
Yeah, but I think he sort of thrives on that. I think that's kind of the thing. He's
just got to embrace it.
Yeah.
Until you have kids. I wonder what those kids look like. Yeah, and then you're not embracing it anymore. You don't want to touch them.
You get a hot wife, and hopefully those kids come through.
Do you think a hot wife is marrying Devin Townsend? I don't care how many records that guy puts out a year. There's just no way.
And
for
plus,
his mom.
He's from Canada too, so they're a little weird to start with. Okay, Godless, go ahead, brother. Number 4.
Number 4, Slipknot's "The Devil and I." I don't know how you get that freaking chorus out of your head.
That's a good one.
Oh, so good. And it's Slipknot really at this point. For me, I think going back to our discussion earlier about bands that are from a different age, right? Slipknot for the '90s is what Slayer were for the '80s, and if you were to extend that, by this point, Slayer were just spinning their wheels, really. They're just putting out albums for the sake of putting out an album so they can tour. Slipknot, on the other hand, putting out a song like Devil and I and a really good album, I feel. Not top 10 or anything, but it was a great album. And to me, they're not comfortable just, coasting. They're not coasting. And Devil and I proves it.
And it doesn't sound like they're comfortable with people getting in the mosh pits either.
Yeah, right.
Don't bully me in the pit.
Don't bully me in the pit. No, I'm going to pour water on your cell phone.
Give them a break. They're from Des Moines.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I think the new Slipknot album's actually really good. I was never much of a fan of the earlier albums. Actually, it was the last album that I started getting back into them again, because they sort of had this way about the first 3 albums that they sort of this. I don't even know how to say it, but it's like if I heard a Slipknot song, I could tell it was a Slipknot song because of the way that he would sing the songs. And I think with 4 and particularly with 5, they've really sort of broken out of that mold, and I like it a lot more.
Well, he started to blend a lot of the Stone Sour kind of vocals to it, and make it a little more palatable over the years, instead of the punchy thing that he used to do when he when he used to do that back in the day. It's a little bit different, and slow it down a little bit. But that's 10, 15 years of age.
Okay, my number 4, probably the least metal on the album here, but this album, I can put it on every single time and laugh my ass off. I've always enjoyed these guys. I enjoy this. This is Steel Panther and their song "Glory Hole." just a fun fucking song to just put on and just laugh. Their last album, Balls of Steel, kind of lost me a little bit. That they're not blowing anybody out of the water with their musical skills or anything. But this album, I had a lot of the humor of the first album, and I just can't get enough of it.
Still, we've got we've got a regular feature with Doc Coyle, formerly of God Forbid. He comes on our podcast once a month, and we've got something that's coming up for Valentine's Day in the can that we can't wait to put out there, which was a discussion about Steel Panther and sort of my hesitation with them. I'm very hesitant about them.
They wear their influence on their sleeve. Obviously, you know what you're getting. I don't know if you can't really take them serious, but when there's so much doom and gloom in the music we listen to, it ain't a bad thing to kind of get like a metal version of our Weird Al in a sense. I know that was a fucking stretch.
I was going to go with Eddie Murphy.
I think that would be true, except that, like, for me, it's like, but what about if you're a chick? You know, and now it's like, oh, somebody else who's making fun of my gender at my expense.
Agreed.
And
I never thought of it like that.
And to me, that I just feel like, all right, I get it. It's funny. I probably should pull the stick out of my ass and relax a little bit.
Yes, you should.
But I guess at this point, I feel like I've matured more than.
Well, no, because see, my problem.
I want a smarter humor.
No, if you want to go with that argument,
or I want a dumber humor that isn't like going after such an easy target,
like Obey the Beard,
or not an easy target, but it is so oft hitting target.
Well, I mean, I actually I have no problem with Steel Panther, and I've heard a lot of great things about their live set, and the album is funny as hell, you know. And as far as the misogyny problem with it, I actually think it's fine, because what they aren't doing is, it's not closeted, you know. Everything's out front. It's like, by the way, the worst thing you can do is like have that be in the background somewhere, you know, and have it actually be misogynistic. But no, we're not going to tell anybody. This is at least like up front and out there, and we're talking about it, and it's kind of a joke, and it's funny.
It's self-aware.
Yeah, exactly. And you can join in or not join in, whether you're offended or not offended. You know, it's up to you. It's the ones that you have no idea that they're offensive, and what they do behind the scenes that are the scary ones, you know.
I don't know. I don't know.
And their fan base is a lot of women. So
yeah, you guys, I don't know if you'd heard, but they're getting off. You know, they've gotten off the road with Judas Priest in 2015. They're going on the road again, opening for Bill Cosby.
That's a great pairing.
Okay. No.
Lock up your grandmothers.
Go ahead, George.
All right. My number 4 is a band that we just had on the podcast a couple episodes ago. This is Early Man and Black Rains Are Falling. Anyone? No?
You know, I haven't actually listened to that. I haven't listened to that yet.
Yeah, Mike released it himself on Bandcamp, and so it hasn't gotten quite as much promotion. I just happened to cross it one day because I was really a big fan of Death Potion, and when I saw this, I was like, "Huh, okay." And he was the first month it was up there. It was for free, so I snagged it. And
now, did you guys do an interview with him on a past? Yeah, that was a really great interview. I enjoyed that interview.
Yeah, we really, if we weren't fans before, we certainly were after, and of course we were fans before. But yeah, we loved that interview.
Just a guy who his passion for just playing music shines through. And in this internet age we live in, Bandcamp, actually he described in the interview, if you didn't hear it, Chuck or anybody else, is that he said that he was actually able to, October came around, he was like, hey, I got to pay my rent. He put out a 3 or 4 song EP for Halloween, paid his rent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Score.
And he just put out another one in the first week of December, another 3-song EP. So,
Christmas songs?
No, unfortunately not. Maybe that's yet to come. We should ask him.
Okay, the top 3 for us, the random hodgepodge for you, Chuck. Go ahead.
Let's see. Northrop. I love that band. I just love saying it. You know, it's such a great. Desideratum. Damn it. Desideratum is the name of the record.
I can't say that either.
Sounds like
I know.
That sounds like a word I just made up today.
I had to stop for a second because
Tremendously.
I mispronounced it about 40 times. That's what Desideratum is the name of the record. Idol is the song that I would pick off of there as being the one that's most representative. It sounds the most like what they've done in the past with that thing that they do. Like you can always tell when it's an Al Rock when it gets to that part.
Yeah.
And anybody who's heard it, they know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It gets to that part, and you're like, yeah. And I will sing that part, like when they go clean vocals and that the thing that they do. I'm in, man, every time.
I think what's great about an Al Rock, especially on this album, is it reminds me of very early Carcass, where you could hear these amazing melodies and sounds that were going on, sort of buried under all this distortion and grind. You know, and it's really cool. The future is great
because it's gorgeous, but it's ugly at the same time.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so awesome.
It makes you work for it.
Yeah, totally.
I was, mildly disappointed. I still like the album, but I liked the previous one better, Vanitas.
I would agree with that, too. I would say that Vanitas is a better record, but
I liked the production better. I thought this one was a little more buried. The vocals were buried. I hate it when people bury the vocals. So I just liked the last one better, but it is a good album.
Can I? Well, maybe you got to pass on me because I wanted to hit my top 3 all at the same time. Should we just skip until we get to 1 for me?
Perfect.
Sure, if you want to do that.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got, Buke?
My number 3 is this album. Over the summer, my first child was born, so I spent a lot of time just late nights just listening to albums. Since it was late night, didn't want anything too super heavy, so I put on Mastodon and their song "The High Road." I know George doesn't like him and stuff like that, but you can't deny if you hear this song, it's a catchy damn song. It got stuck in my head all summer long as I just was up late nights with my daughter. And you hear it once, you hear it twice, it's in your head. So Mastodon, the High Road.
Yeah, that's a great song. It really is. The album left a lot to be desired as far as like what I wanted to hear from it, but in the end, they're writing better and better songs like every single record.
I thought Motherload was a little better.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of the name of the other song that I really liked off that album.
There was Chimes at Midnight was a big
Chimes
one.
at Midnight. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, that was another great one too. George, number 3, buddy?
Number 3, Bloody Hammers and the Town That Dreaded Sundown.
That's a great record.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
What'd you say yesterday? You said that was probably the most commercially or the most accessible album?
On my list from yesterday, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of par from my list today, but yeah, it was like sort of Marilyn Manson-y, like if Manson was actually making good music. And
Like he ever did.
it's been, I realized recently, it's been like 15 years since he's made anything that I liked. I think Hollywood was the last album I liked.
I'm still waiting.
And I know he's got a new album coming out, Manson that is, and I heard the single off that, and I was like, wow, he's not even trying to make hard rock here. I don't know what this shit is. But yeah, the new Bloody Hammers album's just incredible.
Such nice people. Like they're some of the nicest people I've ever met. I get to meet them at Housecore a couple of years ago, and like all of them were just the friendliest people. We had no idea who each other were. We were just kind of hanging out and yeah, just great people. And I'm like, Anders, I've had conversations with him on Facebook over the years since I met him, and just, yeah, really nice guys.
Excellent. All right, Chuck, then what's your number 2?
Well, this one's probably only me because I think everybody else hated this record. Darkest Hours, their self-titled album. I think everybody really hated this record because they got Sumerianized. And
Dude, I like this record. I'm with you.
I'm a huge Darkest Hour fan. They were one of mine. I got a couple bands that came out of the metalcore era that were mine that I really loved. Darkest Hour was one, and Parkway Drive was another one. But Darkest Hour, like I've always felt like they could do no wrong, and this record, they almost did some wrong. It was almost like I felt like they were trying something new and trying to do something a little bit different, and I was afraid. But then they turn right back to the Gothenburg thing and be like, okay, we're good, we're okay. But Infinite Eyes is probably the song on here. It's either got to be Infinite Eyes or it was Rapture in Exile, I think is the other one. But Infinite Eyes is one I think of when I think of this record, as far as like what I think they did with their old style and bridging some of that weird bouncy stuff that, like, when I think of it, I think of Sumerian Core is what it is, like the Born of Osiris and bands like that, where they mix some of that stuff in. But it's one of my favorites, and I know I'm kind of out. It was on. I didn't see it on anybody else's list this year. So,
and I loved the Born of Osiris record last year. So I'm like, I'm cool with all that Sumerian stuff. I'm on board.
Yeah, we didn't really get into that album.
And I get it. I totally get it. So
we were supposed to see them was it last year? I think they were playing with Machine Head, and they didn't show up to our show, so we didn't get to see them.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, I got very confused because I thought they were playing. I was like, that's not Darkest Hour, that's somebody else. But anyway, Buke, number 2.
My number 2 is from Mike, and this was not on a lot of lists, maybe in top 50 albums. This was my album of the year. This is Primordial, Where Greater Men Have Fallen. This is the first track, the title track of the album. Just an epic song talking about soldiers going off to battle and in war. Just an epic song. Not super heavy at all. Just a great song that I really enjoyed and was stuck in my head. Number 2, again, Primordial, Where Greater Men Have Fallen. If you guys had a chance to hear these guys at all? I know their styles kind of changed the past couple years.
Yeah, I listened to the new record just because that record hadn't been out that long, right? It's only been
I think a month and a half, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say a month and a half or something like that, 6 weeks. So yeah, I've just recently listened to that, and it's a good album. I nothing caught me, like nothing grabbed me and brought me into it. So I haven't listened to it a bunch, but no, I mean it sounded decent.
Godless, I know you're quiet. You probably won't listen to it, but
I wrote it down.
Okay, hey, write it down. And remember, pieces of paper can be balled up and thrown away when we're off the air here. Okay,
That's the sheet where I put all of George's picks.
Thanks.
I have a feeling I may match up with Godless here on number one, but George, you're number two.
My number two, this is actually the song that inspired the list. This is Grand Magus and Triumph and Power. That song, I don't know if anybody's heard it, but that song, it just, as soon as I hear that song, I'm singing it for a week.
I've heard it, but it's not one that's sticking in my mind.
Fine then. Moving on.
Hey, dude, no, it's so
Okay.
they don't all get everybody. I get it all the time. So
George needs his list. This gets stuck in the obscure mind. Okay, our number 10.
One.
Yeah,
whatever you got left. Yeah.
somewhere in there, okay. But all right, here we go. It's the one, or one of the ones, baby metal.
Oh,
I hear that.
It wasn't even on my list.
that was me, Buke.
It wasn't even on my list of my top albums at all.
That
But
actually
as far
makes
as-
sense, though, because it is catchy.
As far as catchy songs go,
yes.
even though you have no idea what the fuck they're singing, you have no idea other than they want chocolate. But it's some of the catchiest stuff that you've ever will hear. I mean, I think Megatsune is probably the best and catchiest song that's on the record, but Gimme Chocolate is one of those, that stands out as what I think everybody will latch onto. But yeah, it's
That's your song of the year, or is that your number 10?
as far as catchy songs,
Okay.
I would say that's one of the catchiest. My number one has already been out there, so this is right behind it. It makes me want to put a bullet in my brain because I can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys made me. I drive 70 miles to work one way, so I'm in the car for about an hour, and I look forward to your podcast every Monday or so when I listen to it. Maryland has strict texting while driving laws. I have had to keep a lot of restraint and not break the law to want to shoot you guys a text or an email or something when you guys are blowing up talking about baby metal. I wanted to scream and say it's a joke. It's a trend. It's whatever it is. It's crap. Stop.
Just wait till this episode, because this week's episode we do it again.
And then
But the thing is, isn't that what metal's all about? It makes you just want to pull the car over and scream. I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You get an extreme reaction
it
out of
invokes
it.
a reaction out of it, and all. I mean, and it's just, it's memorable. It's just so memorable. There's no, like, as soon as you hear it, you get a picture in your head of what it is, and there's so many things. So you wish a metal band could do that to you, and that's one of the things that these girls get.
Flap, 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 flap.
That's disgusting.
Hey, man,
George, come on. George, please.
a couple more years, just a couple more years, all right?
Jeez. Now I'll be sure to lock my daughter away. Jeez, she's 6 months already. You dirty man. Wow. Yeah. Okay.
No, actually, I'm pretty much, I don't take them overly seriously, but I like them for what they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like them for how they're going to influence.
And 3 more years they're going to be retired, so
Yeah. And a year after that, all of us will be like, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, the menudo of metal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm going to say, Godless, go ahead. But I have to say, if we agree here, your number one, hands down, has been stuck in my head since I first heard it. I have probably played this song over 100 times. Go ahead.
Pressure's on. All right, so my number 3 was Woven War, All Rise. We already talked about Woven War. Yep. My number 2 was Scar Symmetry's Limits to Infinity. We talked about that.
Number 1, yeah.
And my number 1 is Insomnium's Ephemeral.
Mm-hmm. Was that it?
That was up there. Because no.
So what is it? What's your number 1?
My number 1 as I mentioned it, I totally forgot you already mentioned it, but Woven War, All Rise.
Rise. Okay. Yeah. It's great song.
You cannot deny. You put that song on, and it catches you right from the whole album. To me, is just a downward slide. Not because it sucks, but that first song starts it off amazing.
Yes.
Hooks you right from the chorus alone, talking about, just like you said when you mentioned it on the podcast here, when you talked about it the first time, to hear this band, all the bullshit that they've had to deal with, and this is the song that they make their return with.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And you know, it's as far as like just pure songwriting, that is the song of the year without a doubt. The only reason that I've got it not as my number one is that with Insomnium's Ephemeral, there is something about what that song is doing that is so personal for me, because it and I'm not a lyric guy, but the lyrics on this song are telling me something that it fits exactly how I feel. It matches me, and when I'm singing along with it, I feel like I feel like I'm having sex with it. You know, it is "We Are Together, We Are One," and and then it's just got great hooks on top of it, you know, so you just can't beat it.
See, now I want to read the lyrics. Hang on here. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about in this song?
And, you know, a thing about this album, it's still, again, it made my end of year list. People don't seem to be talking about it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just crazy.
I don't get it.
Now, but this was that no, okay, that song came out on an EP before the album came out, did it not?
Oh, I don't know.
So I want to say that song was kind of a retread for 2014 on the album. So that song was a little older than that, if I am not mistaken.
You're the metal nerd.
So I'm trying to. Yeah.
You and George are the obscure metal guys.
I'm trying to think. I'm saying, because I want to say that like that was where I had gotten that from for my show. Was an EP originally, and then when I heard the record, I was like, oh, well, I guess they put that on there. But you know. Ephemeral. Yeah, because Ephemeral, the album version. Here you go. Yeah, there's two different versions. There's the EP version that came out in 2013, and then there's the 2014 album version that was on Shadows of the Dying Sun.
I didn't even know that the EP happened last year.
Yeah,
I love EPs.
Except for I don't know them.
Except I don't know.
I don't know where they are.
All right, so my number one, which I'm not expecting a lot of fanfare for, but it's... Why, thank you. My number one is the pirate metal song, Ailstorm and Drink.
They're coming to town here soon, so I'm kind of looking forward to it.
I'm not a huge Ailstorm fan.
Dude, Godless, I just heard him drop the headphones, and he's walking away. He's leaving. He is done.
George, you only get to make this list once every year.
That's
once a year.
That song is so fun. We are here to drink your beer, to steal your rum at the point of a gun. It makes me want to drink.
Yeah, your list makes me want to drink.
Well, maybe you like my album list a little better. Probably not. All right.
Well,
it's catchy. It's it's fun stuff. I actually like the Ailstorm stuff. It's pretty fun.
Thank you, Chuck.
But what is it? You know what I mean? It's like it's sort of a joke song.
It's fun
from a joke band.
But what's baby metal? I mean, at the same time, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's a little bit of the same sort of taste there.
No, it's not, because what baby metal's going to do is they're doing something that's progressive that other people are going to be influenced by. You might not like that direction, but it's different and it's advanced and it's awesome.
Yar, but the pirate metal. Well, more people are going to do plenty of pirate metal, whatever.
Dude, if you were to, all right, so if like metal were a boardwalk, I mean, I think that like Ailstorm are like That's not even a gift shop. That's like just a dude with a hat out, you know? Baby Metal got like the big stage at the end of the freaking pier.
Have you ever seen Ailstorm live there, Sonny?
Were
You
they-
should check them out.
Were they
Walk the plank.
Were they one of the 4 other pirate metal bands that played 70,000 Tons last
They
year?
were influenced by Ailstorm, is what they were. You don't understand. So many people come now.
Yeah, one of my favorite all-time bands is the pirate metal originator, Running Wild. So, if you want to take a few shots there, just go ahead.
We have one in Austin. There's a pirate metal band in Austin, the Jolly Garagers. And I know the lead singer, and I've known him for years, and he used to book the venue where he worked, but he always wore the pirate shirt. Like he was always kind of in
He
character
wore the puffy shirt all the time.
all the time, because is what he was known for, as the lead singer of the Jolly Garagers. So he always had the puffy shirt on, like always. And
Why is it that there's only one Guar, but there are like 20 pirate metal bands?
Well, do you remember Green Jello / Jelly?
Yes, love them. But where are they now?
Yeah, I know. Oh, well. I don't usually take this much abuse on the podcast. 'Cause
And there was Haunted Garage.
trust me, I do all the time. It's,
And guys, can I say something, please? I love this guy like a freaking brother. He has thousands upon thousands of albums. So I want you to know how much weight this carries in his metal world, okay? Drink.
it was supposed to be fun.
It's fun. It's fun, buddy.
I could have gone with a Triptychon song.
well, that's not even fun. We can't sing along with it.
You are. Okay, mateys. Well, it's been a great
Kind
time.
of looks like a pirate. I mean, if you're really looking for it.
Now that's a pirate metal band I would go see. Tom Warrior leading a pirate metal band would be the freaking best. I want him with a parrot on his shoulder, though.
Yar, I
The
hate
Dread
that.
Pirate Tom.
He hates everything.
It's not Tom Warrior, it'd be Tom Pirate there. Tom, yeah.
Pirate warrior. Yar.
Tom Buccaneer.
Fucking,
Oh,
All right. Well, I think that was fun. And
And breathe.
based on your taste and everything else, I'm not sure I trust your opinion.
I've heard that before, too.
guys, I just want to say from my end, it's a honor. I've said it before on Twitter and messages and everything. It is an honor to speak to you guys. I know our little podcasting world is small here, but for us to speak to both you guys, it is an honor. So thanks for taking the time out of your Sunday to talk to us.
Thank you for having us.
Seriously,
Yeah,
thanks for even considering us, man. We feel the same way.
Yeah, we love listening to your show as well, for sure.
It's funny because when you guys were talking, I'm so used to just sitting back and listening to you guys talk. I almost forgot I had to talk, too.
Well, we start talking and we can't stop. That's our problem. Is we just trade barbs like left and right. So it's
Here's my suggestion: next year when we come back on to do our
Yes, it'll be
favorite
back.
songs,
Yes, it'll be
why don't you
happening.
just sit back and listen? Okay?
Ouch. Oh, George, you don't understand. We are now labeled. You're now labeled as the pirate guy now.
Like we were talking about yesterday, I'm the guy in the gimp suit.
I'm the make up words guy. Can't speak, and you're pirate guy. God, we made a fool of ourselves.
That's what we're supposed to be doing, right?
Hey guys, where can people again follow you guys, listen to you guys? Just throw all that out there.
Thank you. Yeah.
MetalSucks.net. Of course, we post pretty much every Monday whenever we can. And then I am on Twitter at Bearded Ape.
I'm at Godless Speaks.
And that's pretty much it. On iTunes and all that stuff, just search MetalSucks Podcast.
Yeah, and if any of your fans are going to be on the 70,000 Tons of Metal, I think we're going to be on there too. So make sure they come say hey. You'll know Chuck because his pictures are everywhere, and you'll know me only because I'm the only guy wearing business casual.
You know what? You know what, guys? You see, George just gave you a gift as you're carrying your bags, walking up that gangplank.
Puffy shirt.
Wear your puffy shirt and be thinking of George.
I'm going to be thinking of the Ailstorm. Listen to the Ailstorm on the way.
Okay, gentlemen, you guys, again, it's an honor to speak to you guys. Have a great holiday, and hopefully we'll do this again next year with you guys, and we'll be talking to you.
Thank you.
Sounds good, man. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. See you later.
Guys.
All right, so that was our top 10 songs that get stuck in your head with Chuck and Godless from the MetalSucks podcast. We love those guys. Thanks for coming on the show with us, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you guys again at some point. All right, why don't we continue on? We've still got Will here with us. Let's do our top 3 Cannibal Corpse albums. Shall we keep the same order? You want to go first, Buke?
I'll go first, but I think Will, our guest, the big Cannibal Corpse fan, he should go first.
Fair enough.
All right, fair enough. Well, you guys will be surprised that even though Cannibal Corpse's Skeletal Domain was my number 1 album this year, it did not make my top 3 all time.
I'm impressed. Surprised.
Number 3. So I guess we're going backwards.
Yep. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Number 3, Vile. And I'll tell you why. It's the first one with Corpse Grinder on it. And when track 1, when he just belts out that huge scream, it was like, okay, there's a new singer, and guess what? This dude is gonna kick ass.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, and I
put his
remember
fucking
reading.
stamp.
I remember reading something that this guy had to do like several takes. George Corpse Grinder Fisher, lead singer, had to do several takes of that because he's like, you got to get it right. You got to get it right. You got to get it right. Like, this is the first notes on the first album that he is on, and he went in the bathroom and looked in the mirror to himself, and I'm paraphrasing, this is what I read, and he's like, get your fucking shit together and get this right, and went back in there and nailed it.
I say he definitely got it right.
Yeah. So Vile.
All right, Buke, what's your number 3?
I thought we were going to do what we normally do 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry.
Oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, no, but we'll stick to what we've been doing. Or
3, 2, 1. I just did my number 3.
Yeah. Go ahead and do 3, 2, 1. Yeah, sorry, I forgot that's how we usually do it. So
Who brought this guy messing everything up?
no, he's right because we usually do 3 because there's only 3 of them. We just bang them out. And
Well, I can bang them all out right now.
yeah, what's your number 2?
Number 2, Torture.
Torture.
Scourge of Iron. It's almost like Cannibal Corpse did Doom. Loved it. Number 1, by far, easy choice, Kill. Yeah. Which happens to have the song Maniacal on it, which I brewed a beer too.
That we drank.
That we drank. That was the first beer we drank today. Bought a growler of it for my kegerator at home.
You know what I hate about Cannibal Corpse is those long, cumbersome album titles.
Kill. Torture. Vile.
You're kind of hard to get stuff in your head.
All right, Buke.
I'll go next. I'm not the biggest fan of them. I don't have anything against them. It's just they've never stood out to me. They've always just been there. So I'm saying that again. I'm not trashing them at all. Number 3, Tomb of the Mutilated. Pretty good album. Nothing.
Yeah, if you like Chris Barnes.
I don't think he was bad then. I seriously don't think he was that bad then.
You're working under the assumption that Chris Barnes has ever been anything but bad.
He's horrific now.
I know, I'm sure Godless is probably screaming at this point, but...
Number 2, Kill.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can't describe it better than Will.
Make him suffer.
But number 1, the album that I started with that got me into it, Devoured by Varmin,
Vile.
Mummified in Barbed Wire.
Orgasm through torture.
Yeah.
Yep.
Masticate the bloody stomp.
So that's my top 3 list for Cannibal Corpse. And George?
All right, number 3, Evisceration Plague.
Recent. Wow.
Yeah, 2 of these are recent.
Yeah.
Number 3, Evisceration Plague. I don't know. It was just sort of a whimsical choice, really.
Is that the one with Priest of Sodom on it? Yeah, Priest of Sodom, first song.
All right, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. No, that's a great album. That probably would have been my number 3 if I didn't. I picked Vile mostly because it's the first one with Corpse Grinder, and it's the first note of the new Cannibal Corpse.
The new era.
Yeah, new era, and it was like,
He's
fucking nailed it.
Yep. Steps right onto the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Evisceration Plague and my number 2, which is A Skeletal Domain. I picked those newer albums because I feel like they've, like you said, Cannibal Corpse is almost a one-trick pony. Almost. I mean, you listen to Cannibal Corpse, you know what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
And yet, the last couple albums, they've sort of been trying to reach a little deeper. And while they're not changing the formula per se, like A Skeletal Domain to me just sounded so fresh. I'm like, I've heard so many Cannibal Corpse albums, and yet when I heard it, I was like, nice,
Yeah, I have to say that if you listen to the first several albums, it's almost like the album is just one big long song, and it's hard to differentiate a lot of times between the individual songs. And what I loved about Kill to me was the first album where it's like, wow, I can pick out each individual song and there's a different bridge or chorus or whatever in it that's like individual songs. The enunciation is there. I loved it. And I think they've continued that where in all the albums since Kill, or probably maybe before that, where you can tell the difference between different songs. It just doesn't sound like one big album with one big long song.
Yeah. And my number one, Vile. I fucking love that album. My first Cannibal Corpse album, I think, was The Bleeding, which was, of course, the last album to feature Chris Barnes, and I was not particularly impressed. And so when Vile came out, I was like, whatever, Cannibal Corpse. I didn't actually know about the change in vocal duties, and so I didn't really pay attention to it when it came out. And then a friend of mine was like, dude, did you hear Vile? And I was like, nah, man, Cannibal Corpse, they fucking suck. And he's like, no, there's a new singer. I was like, really? And so I listened to Vile, and the heavens opened up, and I said, holy shit, this band is amazing. And it has since been my favorite, my go-to, my Cannibal Corpse number one.
Nice. I have to say, did you guys pick top 3 Cannibal Corpse just because I was going to be on here?
Technically, that is a both yes and a no. Because last week, I asked Buke, I was like, what should we do for top 3 last week? And he said, Morbid Angel or Cannibal Corpse? And I was like, let's do Morbid Angel. So then when it came to make the list for this week, I was like, duh, Cannibal Corpse, because Will's going to be here. So it was almost like, it just sort of worked out that way. And I was like, duh, that's perfect. We'll just use that.
I appreciate it, gentlemen.
Excellent. All right. We are in the home stretch. Actually, no, we're not. We're nearing the home stretch. Convincing Buke. Last time, I tried to convince Buke that the band Wayfarer and their album Children of the Iron Age was a black metal album that he could stomach. Now we will find out whether he stomached it or whether he has regurgitated it and walked away from it.
Okay, you will be happy to know this album, without going track by track of the 3 you recommended to me, the atmospheric sound to it, I love.
Okay.
The music-wise, I love it too. The vocals, finally, if all black metal sounded like this, I'd listen to it.
Right on.
Because it was not your, screechy, I'm an owl in a barn.
Never really thought about it like that before, but okay.
But, yes, this is exactly what I'm looking for. And maybe this is why I like Winterfell so much. Because it's that same type of sound.
Yeah.
Are you saying he actually convinced you of something?
Yeah.
I did. And you were here for it. You're a witness.
You're a witness.
Is this the first time this has happened?
Yeah, each time before I've been kind of lukewarm.
Yeah, well, I mean, no. First was Motorhead. He didn't do that one. Then was Overkill.
It didn't really happen. So I could see what the talk was a little bit.
And then Exodus. You were a little warmer on Exodus, I think.
It seems like your big hang-up is vocals.
It
seems like every time you said, Lemmy don't like the vocals.
Because because the thing is, when vocals are done rough and stuff like that, it sounds like I could fucking stand up there and do it.
Try it.
Do it right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
That's what black metal sounds like.
Do that for an hour.
You imitated your daughter. Come on, do it for real.
Yeah, but that's what black metal sounds like to me. So I like to hear enunciation, even though I'm the last person to fucking speak up and talk on that. I want to hear these guys enunciate their words. Say it. I don't care if it's through death metal vocals or through black metal. Say it. That's my hang up.
Say it, don't spray it.
Yeah, but with Obituary.
It sounds like he's whining.
Yeah, all right. So then Exodus and Overkill. So you have vocals as well, right?
The voice for Overkill.
Yeah.
Just annoying.
So what you're saying is that you don't like Blitz.
That's it. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
You're fired.
Do you like Blitz?
Absolutely. But I have to say, there are a lot of bands out there that the vocals will turn me off.
Right? Oh, sure.
And it almost, a good example, old school classic rock example, Rush. Can't stand Rush. The vocals.
Yeah.
Sounds like a woman singing.
Geddy Lee is a real acquired taste. I didn't like Rush at first. It took me a while to get into Rush. And to this day, my wife will make me change the channel when Rush comes on.
And I can appreciate the musical talent behind that band. I know they're a great band, but just the vocals to me. So I can see that in a lot of bands. It's the vocal thing.
That's why I hate Woven War. The vocals are just fucking horrible.
Isn't that As I Lie Dying?
Yeah.
The members of that and the lead singer from Oh Sleeper.
Yeah, horrible. It's metalcore poo. The music's not bad. I'll give them the music, but the vocals are just horrible.
So yes, I was convinced this week because the vocals are more my style.
Excellent.
To just not black metal, to be classic black metal, and even when people list, top 30 albums of all time, whatever, Emperor's on there, Mayhem's on there. I have Mayhem at home. If you ask me to put on Freezing Moon right now, I can't get over his fucking screechy vocals.
I don't know. I just don't get it because, you listen to a lot of death metal stuff that's really hard
it's not screechy.
Yeah, well, some black metal's screechy. I understand that. But it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Either you're screechy or you're growly. But either way, you can't understand a lot of it without a lyric sheet. So
of course.
Yeah.
I don't know.
My thing with black metal is it's almost the purposeful, shitty production values of it.
That's what I don't like about new black metal. If you're 1994 black metal,
you have an excuse?
You have an excuse because there was no money and, the old Dark Throne albums and stuff and the Mayhem and whatever. You got what you got. But to put out an album that sounds like that now, there's no excuse. If you have enough money to put an album together, you can buy a computer and you can get the software and you can make an album that doesn't sound like a piece of shit. Yeah. And so I don't like modern black metal that purposefully sounds like shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've got plenty of the old school black metal that at least they had a reason to sound like that. Yeah, if you're going to do black metal now, you have to have a more contemporary production sound to win me over. All right. So, Buke, what are you listening to this week?
Because Will was coming on and he had asked us a question in the past, Star Trek or Star Wars. I pulled out one of my Star Wars themed bands. I found these guys on Bandcamp over the summer. This is the band Hoth. You ever heard that name?
I know.
I think
it in reference.
There's a band called Dagobah as well.
This is a band called Hoth, and it's an atmospheric black metal band, and this is their album Oathbreaker.
And you like it because it's black metal.
You like it because it's Star Wars.
Yes.
Star Wars overcomes black metal
and it
vocals.
Follows the journey of one man
and his tauntaun
descending into darkness.
All right.
So Hoth, Oathbreaker. It's on Bandcamp now. Their logo, their shirts, everything. Really badass, too.
Right on. Will, what you got?
I've been listening to a lot of the new Job for Cowboy. I listened to it the whole way up here. I'm digging it. I liked old Job for Cowboy, but if they continue in the direction they're on with the little slightly slower, slightly more, what you described earlier as more bass in there, a little doomier sound, I'm digging it. And I've been listening to the new Fortress that just came out. Like I just got in the mail like a week ago, trying to digest the funeral doom of Fortress.
Nice. Yeah. All right. Well, I just got this album a couple days ago. This is a band that we first heard back on the A Sound of Thunder record release show in September. This band is called Iris Divine, and they just released an album called Karma Sown. And I'm not a big prog metal fan. I like a little bit. Not much of like Dream Theater or anything like that. But when we saw these guys, I was like, wow, live, they impressed me. I hadn't heard anything by them before, never heard of them. They opened up the show and I was like, damn, it sounds like they got something going on there. So when I saw on Facebook that they'd released an actual studio album, I was like, I got to check this out. So I headed over to Bandcamp where they've got it. You can pick it up for $7. I didn't even bother. I listened to like part of one track and I'm like, I'm buying it. Fuck it. And it's good. It's really good. I mean, the vocals are clean. The music is technical, but it's heavier than your typical prog metal album. It's, like I said at the show, I bet these guys like Meshuggah. Because it's not as heavy as Meshuggah, but it's heavier than your typical prog album. So I like it. You should check it out. Go on Bandcamp and support the guys. Now let's get into our classic. Will,
go ahead, buddy.
What do you got?
An album that I've been listening to a lot lately, and sorry, Buke, Overkill. Years of Decay.
Yes.
It is, in my opinion, their best album, hands down. And
I agree.
What I love about it is that you have some rip-roaring thrash classics in the beginning, like Elimination, I Hate, and all that stuff.
Love that song.
But then it kind of, the back half of the album is a little bit more like some doom stuff. You got Who Tends the Fire, Years of Decay, and what's the other one? Something about a spider.
Skull Crusher.
Skull Crusher, Skull Crusher, Who Tends, or whatever. But like,
Skull Crusher's Playing with Spiders.
Yeah. And to me, it's like this phenomenal. Like every song on the album is awesome, and like I said, it's like Overkill went slightly Doom way ahead. I shouldn't say way ahead of their time, but for them, it's uncharacteristic, but I love it. That's my classic.
And that was what Buke didn't like about it. He was like, I prefer their faster stuff. It's got a nice beat, but you can't dance to it. No, but yeah, I was surprised that I actually thought that he would. That's the one I used to convince him with, and I thought he would dig it because of the whole doom metal thing, since he likes doom. But denied.
I should be off this.
What?
I should leave.
No. We're just playing.
What's your classic?
Because we mentioned Witherscape earlier, George and I have not brought this one to the podcast yet. We're huge Dan Swano fans. This is
Don Swano.
This is the 1993 release from Edge of Sanity, The Spectral Sorrows.
Nice.
This is when their style really starts to change more into that melodic death metal sound. He really starts to get into his own.
Edge of Sanity. Definitely good stuff. Classic old school death metal with a slightly newer feel, even though it's old. But it's new for some people.
Ahead of its time. Yes,
exactly.
Ahead of its time.
All right. My classic for this week. I feel like I've done so many classics that I really have to dig deep to find anything interesting and new that we haven't talked about yet. This is one I'm fairly certain you probably haven't heard of. Will might have heard of them being from a similar era. But this is 1985's self-titled album from Nasty Savage. Anything?
Yeah, definitely never heard of that.
Never heard of them? Never heard of Nasty Ronnie, the singer?
No. Sounds like a guy you meet in a bar bathroom or something.
Exactly.
Well,
Nasty Ronnie sounds like a dirty, making third-rate porn or something.
Yeah, well, actually, this was one of the early Metal Blade bands. I first heard these guys on that album that I keep talking about, the Best of Metal Blade Volume 1, this double vinyl compilation that I bought back in high school that had all the old early Metal Blade bands on there. And their first album, Nasty Savage.
Nasty Ron Giletti.
Yeah.
You're so quick on that phone, it's unbelievable.
The first song I heard from this album was called Fear Beyond the Vision. And this was one of the songs that it excited me about the things that were coming and changing in metal at the time. This is, you could almost call it thrash, speed metal, whatever, but this is like so many other albums like Attacker and bands from that era. It was just different from your typical metal. This wasn't Kiss or Rush or, Ozzy or Sabbath or anything like that. And he had these high vocals that I listen to it now. And being that neither of you have heard the band before, if you heard it now, you would go, wow, that is super cheesy. But it wasn't bad like, I don't know, I can't think of an example, but like a hair metal kind of screechy thing.
Right.
But he also did sort of a snarl that it wasn't quite death metal, because there wasn't death metal yet, really. In 85, there was almost death metal. But
famous for smashing TVs over his head.
Yeah, he was really in a pre-death metal world. It was pretty gory. He was always having like severed heads and covered in blood, and that's why they called him Nasty Ronnie. But if you're looking to, learn your classic 80s metal, I recommend checking out the self-titled.
Did Nasty Ronnie spend any time in the ring? God, he looks like he should
like
be
a pro wrestler.
Yes.
He does look like he should be. Anyway.
Let me ask you this. If you never heard that album,
yeah,
and your musical taste today, and you heard that today, would you like it or would you hate it?
That's a tough question. It depends on the song. I mean, I really liked Fear Beyond the Vision. It has some high vocals that even now make me cringe a little. So, But at the same time, like I said, it's not typical high vocals. It works in the song, and he doesn't do it all the time. It's just like an occasional emphasis kind of thing. He just does this wah.
I ask that because I find myself a lot of times, the stuff I listened to when I was in junior high or high school, and you have very similar bands out there now. Mm-hmm. Like a good example, if I heard Halloween for the first time now, I'd be like, I'm not listening to this. But back in high school, I loved it. Keeper of the Seven Keys 1 and 2, Walls of Jericho, loved Halloween.
Yeah, me too.
Do you not like clean singing in metal?
I do. Like, I love Iron Maiden. I love Judas Priest.
With new stuff.
Well, to a certain extent, but I'm not that into I'm not that into power metal these days.
The clean vocals nowadays tends to be power metal stuff that, for me anyway, a lot of it's kind of super cheesy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But here's the point: is that if you listen to that 20 years ago,
I'd have loved it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Is there's a lot of stuff now these days which is retro, like late 80s, early 90s power metal, which when I was in high school I would have loved, but now I'm sort of like, I don't know, not sure. Pass.
I've heard this album like 20 years ago. I don't need this. I already have Halloween, so I don't need another one.
I just think that's almost like that's what I find. Like, why do I love Halloween? But if I hear the exact same similar band now on iTunes, I'm like, yeah, pass. Not listening to that. Skip immediately.
Yep.
He has enough nasty Ronnie in his life.
You can never have enough nasty Ronnie, just letting you know. All right.
That's what we call George. Nasty George.
Nasty George. You have to say it with an accent there. It's going to be Nasty George.
You're so nasty.
So nasty. All right. Well, I can't believe we actually got here after nearly 5 hours.
Favorite one of my video game guys doing their end of the year podcasts. All my episodes of my podcast player have been 5-6 hours.
Well, it looks like we've got just about 3.5 hours.
Wow.
Of recorded time plus the MetalSucks. So this is going to be a hella long end of the year spectacular episode.
It's an extravaganza.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we want to thank Will for coming out and joining us.
Thank you guys. It's been a long time coming.
It has.
Thank you for having me on.
I know it's a drive. Thanks for coming up.
It took about 45-50 minutes, but it's not too bad.
We'll have to do this again. It's
well,
fun.
You were great. We'd love to do it again.
No, I had a blast. This was great.
All right. Normally we would play a song on the way out here, but we'll just say...
Let's sing one.
Ooh, we could do like Happy Trails or something. But before we go, as we always do, we gotta tell you, make sure you check us out on Facebook, check us out on Twitter. I am Disciple OV Metal.
I'm at Opeth Fan.
And Will?
I'm at Brew Metal Will.
All right. We're also on Stitcher. We're on YouTube. Of course, you can check us out on wearemetalheads.com. And of course, there's also the lately neglected metaldisciple.com that I hope to begin paying a little bit more attention to
I
in
went
the
on
new
that
year.
website for the first time not too long ago. It didn't look like it was updated for.
I haven't updated it since October because work has been consuming all my time, and I haven't. I'm going to be updating it next week with my 100 list. So go check that out when you have a chance.
You should put our lists on there.
Sure, I can do that. I'll include it. Email it to me so that I don't have to go back
and hand you an old school piece of paper.
All right.
Old school.
Let me put that up on my phone.
Should I text it to you right now?
Yeah.
Let me scan his list into my phone.
All right.
Thanks again, Will. I know we reached out. I know all this came from us reaching out to you on Twitter. So thanks for meeting us at the concert. Thanks for always, supporting us and always responding to texts and tweets and stuff like that.
Oh, hell yeah, man. This is awesome.
All right.
I'll do this again anytime.
Awesome.
Well, this is going to be it for 2014. We will be back in 2015. Until then, stay metal. See ya.
Later.
See ya.